If you torture your data long enough, it will confess to anything. A famous quote said by Nobel Prize-winning economist Ronald Coase. He said, if you keep on asking questions, many questions to your dataset, it will give you the detailed insights. Same thing, we'll do it with the help of one tool named as Microsoft Power BI. Welcome everybody, my name is Pavan Lalwani and I'll be showing you what exactly is Power BI, what are the advantages of using Power BI and why you should choose Power BI. Let us see that one by one. Now what is Power BI? I can define Power BI in two ways. Number one, in a simple language, Power BI is a business intelligence tool which will help you to analyze your data, to clean your data and convert that data into visual format where you can create different reports and different dashboards. So this is a business intelligence tool. Now in the other language, if you ask me what is Power BI, I can say Power BI is a collection of components. The first one is a Power Query. Power Query is a ETL tool which will extract, transform and load the data, or in another language if I say it is for cleaning the data. When you have blank records, null values, empty records or different unclean data, it will clean data for visualization. The second tool is we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is used for data modeling. When you have multiple data sources, if you want to connect them, create relationship between them, you can use Power Pivot. The third tool is for visualization, that is Power View. Power View can help you to create 250 plus charts. That can be bar chart or donut chart or Sankey chart. This different type of charts will be useful for presentation, for reports and dashboards. After creating all this, after cleaning, visualization, if you want to share this report with different people sitting across the world, you can use Power BI service. So Power BI service will help your users to communicate between each other via that reports. So it's a package of 4 components: Power Query, Power Pivot, Power View and Power BI service. Now why you should go for Power BI? What are the reasons for jumping to Power BI? Why not the other tools? I can help you with top 5 reasons why you should go for Power BI. Number 1, search volume in Google. There is one website named as Google Trends which will help you to find out interest over time for any search item. So I tried to search for Power BI in last 5 years across the world. How are people searching for Power BI? Has it increased or decreased? So you can see the graph for Power BI, it has increasing. It is an increasing format and it has reached to the peak here. Same way, I tried to compare with other tools like Tableau, Power BI and Tableau, which one is growing in the market. Carefully observe, the red line is for Tableau and the blue line is for Power BI. The Tableau line, if you see, it's constant. It's not that much changing, but Power BI is increasing. And in India, it's my country India, there you can see the search volume has increased and it is competing with Tableau in India country from last 5 years. Then I try to search for some other country, let's say Australia, and you can see people are more searching for Power BI as compared to Tableau. Not only in Australia, I searched for Spain and I got the same results here. So if you observe here, the trend or the search volume for Power BI is increasing as compared to other tools. That's one reason I can tell you, search volume in Google. Second reason, you can go for Power BI, that's maximum number of features. If you compare with other tools in the market, Power BI has maximum number of features. You can write 1200 different functions, M functions and DAX function. You can create approximately 280 visuals, different charts in Power BI. So these features are not available in other tools. They are there, but they are not that much great or not much in quantity as compared to Power BI. Now the other reason you should go for Power BI is costing part. Power BI is one of the cheapest tool in the Gartner Magic Quadrant. If you compare with other BI tools, Power BI is the cheapest. It's hardly $10 per user per month. And if you try to purchase in bulk for many users, the license cost will come down. Data connectivity. Power BI has a capability of importing data from 100 different data sources. You can bring data from Excel, SQL, Oracle, Big Data, Hadoop. You name the data source and it can pull data from that data source. You can pull data from structured, semi-structured and unstructured data sources in Power BI. So it has a great capability in terms of data connectivity. Now there's one more reason why you should go for Power BI. The fifth reason, it is recognized by Gartner company. Gartner is a company which compares all the BI products in the market. Now in year 2020, it had created a report where you can see Microsoft belongs to leader Magic Quadrant here. Now if you compare with all the BI products, Microsoft is on the top. Microsoft is not only for Power BI, but it is a package of other tools also. So still it is in the leaders quadrant here. Let us see the last part, how Power BI works. Let us consider Power BI as a package. I can divide Power BI into two parts. One is Power BI Desktop and second is Power BI Service. Power BI Desktop is a developer tool. It's a desktop application which you can download and install. The Power BI Service is an online version. It's a cloud version which is used for sharing and collaboration. Now suppose if you want to create some dashboards and reports, first of all you need some data. So Power BI can pull data from Excel, CSV, SQL, MS Access, SharePoint, Outlook, PDF or website. So you can bring data from any number of data sources all together or one by one. After doing that, you can clean data, you can do the data modeling, and also you can work on creating different charts and maps. After creating these reports, definitely you want to publish the report on online service. So from here, you can just publish to Power BI service account. After publishing, definitely you want to share with different people sitting across the world. So from Power BI service, you can share the reports with different people, with different departments, organizations or individuals. So this is the complete architecture of Power BI. Now the best part about this Power BI I can say is it is completely automated. You do not have to do anything manually. So once you teach Power BI that pull data from so and so data source, clean data in this proper manner and then send reports, this complete architecture will be done automatically. So that is the best part about this Power BI and therefore it is known as business intelligence tool. Let us see how to install this software Power BI Desktop on your laptop or a machine. Now there are many methods to download the software. One of them is which I'll be showing you here. You can see on the screen I have just entered the URL, that is powerbi.microsoft.com and /desktop. So you can use this URL and download the software. Let me show you that. So I've already opened the URL and you can see that's the same URL opened here. I can just click on download free option. So Power BI Desktop is completely free. You don't have to pay anything for that. Now once you click on that, it will ask you to open Microsoft Store. So I'll just click on open Microsoft Store and here you can see the Power BI Desktop application will be opened here. Now here you can just click on install button and it will automatically install on your laptop or PC here. Now the best part is if you try by this method, every month whatever updates are there, it will automatically update here. Okay, this Power BI software. So this is one easy method of downloading and installing. So here comes the Power BI. Here if you see I have the launch option since I already have Power BI installed on my machine. However, if you are doing it for the first time, you will get here as install. You will just click on install. It will take few minutes to install, download and install. You can click on this launch button here. That's one method. Second method is you can see the other option, see download and language options. If you are from some other country and you want in different language apart from English, you can just click on this see download or language options. So once I click on that, it will open a new tab and there you can see I can change the language. Okay, you see I can change the language from here. I can choose whichever language I want and I can just click on download button here. So this will be a customizable download option. Before you download, you can see what are the system requirements for this particular software. You can see the installation instruction if something required and then you can click on download and installation process is very simple, straightforward. Next, next, next and you can go for installation. Once it is done, you can just search for Power BI. That's the software here, Power BI Desktop. This will open the Power BI software. Now, many of you might have the older user interface of Power BI, not the new one. So how do you upgrade the newer user interface? Okay, Power BI updates every month, not every year, but every month. New features keeps on coming. How do we activate those features? This is also important here. My user interface and yours might be different. Okay, you see for me, the user interface is something different. You might have some different option here. For example, I have this transform data option, which you may or may not have. If you do not have, you are in the older version. I have filters pane here, which you might not have if you are on the older version. How to upgrade that? You can go to that file option, options and settings, then click on options button here. Later on, you can see there's a preview features. Some option you'll find here as preview features, this one. This is the most important part, preview features. Here, whatever new features are been launched by Microsoft company, that you have to upgrade. Okay, every month you have to select this checkbox and click on OK. After you click on OK, you have to restart your Power BI software. Then only this new features will be installed. Same way, if you are in the transform data, Okay, I'll just click on transform data. This will open a Power Query editor, okay, which you will be seeing in the section number 11. Now here also same thing in Power Query, file menu bar, options and settings, options. Here also you can see the same options will be visible for upgrading new features, that is preview features. Here also you can add some new features. Once you select all the checkboxes, whichever are required, not all. Suppose this Spanish language Q&A, I don't require the Spanish language, so I can deselect that and I can click on OK and close and apply. So then it will ask you to close the PowerBI software and reopen that. So all the features will be installed. Okay, it's a very simple, straightforward process here. But I hope you have understood how to download, install and upgrade the new features of PowerBI. Hello everyone and welcome to this newer section in Power BI, section number 2, where we can see how to create basic charts in Power BI desktop. So this section will see how to create 6 charts in Power BI, 6 basic charts. And what are those charts? Let me show you here. We will see how to create a column chart, stacked column chart, a pie chart, donut chart, funnel chart and ribbon chart. These 6 charts we'll see. After creating those charts, now people might have a question here, is Power BI only a visualization tool? So the answer is no. Power BI is not only a visualization tool, but it can do much more beyond visualization. And what is that? You can also filter data from the visual, that is keep only and exclude. Along with that, you can export data from the visual itself. So suppose you have created some chart, you can filter data and convert into a CSV format, and that you can export into CSV. So these are some topics which you'll see in this particular section. Now let us see how to create a simple column chart in Power BI. Column chart is the most used chart across the world. Everybody uses column chart. Now to create a column chart, we have to first get data from some data source. So I can get data. So I'll just click on this button here, that is known as get data in the home menu bar. And if I click on get data, these are different data sources which I can bring data from. Different data sources. So if I click on this more button, I can show you Power BI, you can import data from 99 plus data sources, 99. So what are those 99? You can see, you can get list of all the data source into this dialog box here. And what are those 99 data sources? You can see it's given as Excel, CSV, XML, and these are all the list of data sources. So I can just click on this down arrow button and you can show all the data sources here. These are all visible here. So you can import data from Facebook, LinkedIn, you can import from any live website and much more, SQL Server, Oracle, etc. So right now we'll just pick up a simple Excel and click on connect. The Excel file is kept into some folder which you can get the link in the description or somewhere at the bottom. So sample superstore file, and I'll just click on this open button here. Sample superstore is like your Amazon, Flipkart. So whenever you purchase something, record is generated there. So I'm trying to pick up one sheet from there named as order sheet. Okay. And I'll just click on this load button. Since it's a clean data, I will just click on this load button directly. If the data is not clean and you need some changes in that, you can click on transform data. So for few sections, we'll focus only on load button here. That means we'll pick up clean data for creating some charts. Later on in the later sections, you will see how to work on transform. So now I'll just click on load button. So once I click on load, the data is loaded, or you can see as link is created in Power BI. And it takes time depending upon data source to load the data in Power BI. Now, meanwhile, when it is done, you can see on the right hand side, there are different panes which are hidden. What are those different panes? We have here filters pane, visualization pane and fields pane. These are 3 different panes. Right now, those are minimized. Let me maximize those pane. I can click here, I can maximize here. So these are 3 different panes. Let's see how to work on that. So right now, the pane which should be important for us for visualization will be this pane. Okay, that's a visualization pane, and I can click on column chart here. So here if you count, you'll be getting approximately 30 plus different charts. 30 plus different charts. So I can click on this second chart, which is a stacked column chart, and this blank stacked column chart is created. So when I create this stacked column chart, you can see the options are changed here. Like the option is axis, legend, values and tooltip. So my job would be to drag and drop the fields from the right hand side to this left hand side here. And to drag the fields, let's say I'll pick up subcategory into axis, and from here I'll pick up the sales into values. So when I drag and drop, you can see a simple column chart is created, and I can see by default all the subcategories. When I say subcategories, I'm trying to say about all these values here. These are sorted based on descending order of sales. You can see these are descending order of sales given here. So that's a simple column chart here. Now in this column chart, definitely in future, you will need some formatting like color changes, font size, x-axis, y-axis, different changes might be required. So any formatting if you need will be visible into this pane, this button here. So I can click on this button here, and there are different options for formatting. Okay, where right from changing color to the cosmetic part, everything. Let's say if I want to increase the size of x-axis, you see this x-axis, it's very small. Binders, copiers, the text is very small and not visible properly. So I can go to this x-axis option and I can increase the text size by clicking on this option here. And you can see the size is increasing gradually. Once my work is done, I can minimize this window here. One more example, if I want to change the title, here it is given as sales by subcategory. So if I want to change the title, I can go to this title option and I can just change the alignment, middle alignment. I'll change the background as, let's say, dark red color, and the font, let's say, white color. And if I scroll down, I can increase the size of here. Okay, a very simple cosmetic part. And once I've done, I can just minimize the window, or I can click outside. Okay, so I can click outside, and that's a simple column chart created. Now let us see how to create a stacked column chart. Column chart was done. Let's see a stacked column chart. Very simple, easy. So I'll again click on same second chart, that is stacked column chart, and expand a bit over here. Here you can see the fields are there like axis, legend, values, same fields are there. So I can pick up this subcategory, drag and drop into axis. Second one, I can pick up sales into values, subcategory sales. And then the legend box is empty right now. So I can pick up here, let's say region into this legend box. Now when I pick up this legend, that is region into legend, I'm getting 4 different colors over here. You can see these are 4 different colors. I know the screen size is very small. It's not visible properly. So I can just click on this button, that is the focus mode, to zoom it properly. Now these are the 4 different colors, and what are those colors? You can see this legend will help us to understand. So if I click on west region, you can see all the west region would be highlighted. Again, if I click on south or east or central. So these are known as stacked column chart. So first of all, I'm comparing all these subcategories. In those comparison, I'm seeing what is the distribution of those subcategories. Now, I think if we bring a label, it would be more better that I can see what are the different values. So I can click on this format button here, and somewhere at the bottom, you can see there's a data labels. So I can just on this data labels, and you can see all the places there are some labels which are added. Okay, so this data labels would be useful. Now, if you want to increase the x-axis and y-axis size, we have seen in the previous video how to change that. Now, if I want to come back, I can click on this back to report. Okay, and I can just expand this chart here. Okay, that's very simple. And if I don't want filters pane, for time being, I'll just minimize that filters pane, and that's a simple sales by subcategory and region, right? Let us see how to create a simple pie chart in Power BI desktop. Pie chart. So here is the pie chart. I'll just click on that pie chart here, and there's a rule for pie chart, or I can say a best practice. You have to pick up those values which are less than 5. Pick up that column which has less than 5 distinct values. So I have some column named as region. Okay, so I'll pick up region into legend, and I can pick up this sales into values here. So this will give me a simple pie chart, and you can see that's a pie chart given here. On the right hand side, these are the legends which are present here: west, east, central and south. I know it's not visible, so I'll just click on focus mode. For time being, temporarily, I'll click on focus mode. So this size becomes bigger, and I can explain you better. Now, suppose if I go for a presentation and if I tell them that South region or this particular region is having 17.05%. So the end user, I have to tell them that this color belongs to South. So the person has to look on the right hand side for checking what this color belongs to. So I think the best practice would be, why not write here as South region and here as some region name East, Central, and so on. So that would be a very good practice. Then I can get rid of this, this legend which is present here. So this cosmetic part can be done when you click on Format button here. Click on Format, and first of all, you can go to this detail label. Let me expand this. Now this is known as detail labels. In the previous video, we have seen it is known as data labels. So I'll expand this detail label, and right now the values are visible, data value and percent of total. So I can click on that and make it as all detail labels. So if I click on all detail labels, you see what things have changed here. I'm getting this West region, I'm getting that South region, the values and also the percentage. Okay, I'll click on Escape. So since I have the values and the names on the detail labels, I think I should remove this legend. Okay, this is known as legend. So to remove legend, I have to click on this off button. Okay, and the legend will go away. Now after removing the legend, if you think the size of this detail labels should be bigger, you can always go to this detail label, and I'll scroll down, click on this text size and make it as 14. You can change according to your requirement, no problem. And now I can just click on back to report, and you see that's a simple pie chart here. So in this video, we'll see how to create a simple donut chart in Power BI. If you're a Tableau user or some other BI tool user, you might know that donut chart is difficult to create in that Tableau software. But in Power BI, it is very simple, very easy. So I can click on this donut chart, which you can see on the screen. And in this donut chart, I'll pick up same thing like region and sales. So I'll drag this region into legend, and I'll pick up sales into values. So now I can just expand this window here, and same story. If I want to remove legend, I can go to this Format tab, deactivate this legend option. And if I want to increase size, I can click on detail labels and scroll down. I can change the font color to black. I can scroll down and make the text size as, let's say, 14, and it is visible here. Okay, so I think I should also give the name here as West region or East region something. So let me scroll on the top, and in the label style option, I'll select the option as all detail labels. Okay, that's it. So I've got all the names as well as percentage and the values. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a donut chart. Let us see how to create a funnel chart in Power BI. There's a ready-made option of creating a funnel chart. I can click on this funnel option. You can see that's a funnel button here. If I click on funnel, and I'll pick up the same thing, let's say subcategory and sales, subcategory into group, and I can pick up sales into values. So, and if I try to resize it properly, that's a simple funnel chart in Power BI. Okay, I can resize like this. Okay, that's a funnel chart. Now again, the same thing. If you want to change something, cosmetic, color, anything, you can go to this Format button. So let's say this time I'll change the, the blue color to some other different color. So if I click on Format, the changing color will be in data colors. And here, instead of default, I can select this black color, and you can see that's a simple funnel chart here. So what it is trying to convey, you can see the bigger size or the bigger width means having higher sales. The lower size, you can see fasteners will have the lower sales here, and the shape is like a funnel, therefore it's known as funnel chart. Let us see how to create a ribbon chart in Power BI. Ribbon chart is somewhere similar to Sankey chart, but not exactly. The shape and the feel will be like your Sankey chart. Let's see practically. So we have a ready-made ribbon chart over here, and if I click on this ribbon chart, this chart would be created, an empty chart. You can see the layout. Before we create a chart, you can see how the layout looks like, how the chart will look like. So here there are fields like axis, legend and values. So I'll pick up order date into axis, and if I pick up sales into values, this will create a simple column chart. So this column chart will tell you that what are the sales in different years. So I can say 2019 was a good year, whereas 2017 was the worst year in terms of sales. But that's not a ribbon chart. This is a column chart. If you want a ribbon, you have to drag something into legend. Okay. Let's say now I'll talk about region. So I want to see these are the sales of different years, but which year was more, or you can say as which region was more profitable. So I can pick up here region and drag into legend. Now this becomes a little complicated in understanding for the first time. Let me click on this focus mode so it becomes bigger screen. Now, first let's understand what is the color here. The color, if you understand here, these are the legends and you can see 4 colors are given. Okay. Now, on the top in 2016 is this purple color which belongs to West region. Okay. It belongs to West region. So, whichever color is on the top, that is the higher sales. So, I can say West region was having higher sales. In 2017, this East region was having higher sales and then again West and West. So region wise, whichever color is on the top, that is having higher sales. So I can say in simple language, it is based on ranking. Now, if I say in 2016, the first rank was West region, second rank was the East region, third rank South, and the fourth one is Central. So Central was having the lowest sales. Now, if you see here it comes that first it was West region, then second year it came down, then it was again on the first position. You see, it's on the first position. So based on ranking, you can find out which region was doing better. On the other hand, if I talk about South region was third rank in first year, and again the sales were always lower on the fourth rank itself. You see, everywhere it was fourth rank. So ribbon chart is somewhere based on showing the ranking of the categories or region across different years. So if you ask me more specifically, in the x-axis we usually put here as time frame, let's say year, or I can say as date, time, etc. This timeline format here, and that's a simple ribbon chart. Now if you want to add some labels, we can go to this format button, and here we have the data label. I can make it as on. By looking at data label also, you can figure out that whether it is correct or not. So if I show you here, the last year, the sales were 0.25 million, then 0.21 and 0.15. So if you see the sales are decreasing, that means whatever is on the top, that will have higher sales. Whatever is at the bottom will have lower sales or lower ranking. Okay. That's simple. So I can just click on back to report. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create PowerBI. So in this video, we'll see what is include and exclude. Very important and interesting topic. So I'll just create a simple stacked column chart for same subcategory, sales and region. Subcategory into axis, sales into values, and region into fields. Okay, a simple stacked column chart. And I'll click on this focus mode so it zooms or becomes bigger in size. Now, what is include and exclude? Include and exclude works like a filter. So for example, if I want to compare this purple color, which is West region of phones, with East region machines. Okay, I'm looking at the color and telling you on the legend part here. So when I look at this legend, I can tell you the color part. So I want to compare both of them and find out which one is higher. Okay. So obviously you can see West region is higher here, the sales. But however, let's say if I want to compare between these two. So I selected those using control click. So selected the first one, control click second one, and right click on any selected option and click on include. So when you click on include, it will filter those two selected values. Okay. And only those values are visible here. So I can quickly compare and tell you that phones in West region is having higher sales as compared to the accessories here. Okay, very simple. So what it has done actually, this filters pane, if you open, and you can see in the filters pane, it has actually filtered the this subcategory. Okay, it has filtered the subcategory and given you the values here. Not only subcategory, but it has filtered some region also. If I expand, and you can see it has filtered based on subcategory and also filtered based on region, and then it gave you the value. No problem. If you want to come back, there are two methods. One is you can click on undo button. Second method is you can just delete this filter button. Okay, you can remove this filter option. So both methods are available here. Let us try one more again. I want to compare this West region of mobile phones and then binders Central region and something else. So I'm using control click from my keyboard and selecting those bars. Control click. Once I have selected whichever values I want to compare, now I can right click on any selected value and click on include. So only those values would be included, only those categories would be included. Rest all would be excluded. So that's very simple. So I'll just click on undo. Now on the other hand, we have something as exclude. Suppose I don't want this two columns to be compared, that is west region from this phones and chairs. I don't want this phones and chairs west region. So I can select both of them. I can right click and click on exclude. Exclude will remove those options. If I click on exclude, and you can see both the options have gone away. Okay, so nothing is there for those west region. And on the right hand side, you can see it has filtered and you are able to see those options here. Okay, now again same story. If I want to click on undo button, I can also undo this. So what is this topic include and exclude? It is used to filter the values visually from the screen. So a developer or a Power BI expert need not be present there. They can simply do it by themselves. Okay, simply select, right click and click on exclude button or include button here. And if you want it back, you can always click on undo button, or you can just click on this cross button to remove filter, right? So I hope you have understood how to work on include and exclude in Power BI. So the last video in this section is view data and export. So for view data and export, I have to create some chart. Let's say I'll create a stacked column chart, put subcategory into axis, sales into values, and I'll put region into legend. Okay, same stacked column chart. Now I'll just expand so it is visible and minimize other sections. Now the question here is, I'll just bring labels also. So I'll just go to visualization, click on this format button and then expand this data labels. Now the question here is, suppose if I want to find out the value which is 71,000, how come the value has 71,000? So I'm talking about the west region. I'm talking about this west region which is in purple color and storage. Okay, west region and storage. So how come this value is 71,000? Send me those data record by record. Okay, record by record. So if you are using Excel, you know how to filter the data. You might filter west region, you might filter the storage, and then you can copy, paste the data into new Excel. Very lengthy method, traditional method. The new method is select that bar and then right click, and there's an option given as show data point as table. Okay, show data point as table. Since I'm on the newer version, I have this feature show data point as table. But if you're using older version, the option might be different. Okay, so I'll click on show data point as table, and that particular value which I have selected, that is west region. You can see the west region, and the subcategory name is storage. So that data has been filtered very fast, very quickly, and I can give you details record by record. You see, every record details I can give you. Now, so if you want to export this data quickly, you can click on this three dots on the top, that is more options, and click on export data. So export data will export this filtered data into a CSV format. Okay, you can see that's a CSV format, and I can save it on some folder and send it to my colleague or client. But the benefit is you don't have to be present. Okay, end user can also do that. So I can select that 85,000, right click, show data point as table, and this data would be filtered, and then click on three dots and export. So, and if you want to come back, you can click on this back to report. So some people have a doubt like, will the end user be also able to see this data record by record? So the answer is depends. If you want, you can give the permission. If not, you can remove the permission. So not necessary, he will be able to see that. Now, but if you want to change the permission, you can go to file options and settings options. Okay, this options. And if you don't want the end user to see the data, so the option is given here in the file options, and in the current file, we have this report settings and export data. Okay, export data. So right now what we have done is we have allowed the end user, okay, by default if you see, allow end user to export summarized data. So you can disable the permission. You can tell them don't allow end user to export any data. Okay, you can disable that option. So I'll just click on cancel. I'll not go there. So I went to file menu bar, options and settings and options, and here I went to the current file, scroll at the bottom, current file and report settings. So carefully observe, report settings are present twice, here and here as well. Okay, so don't get confused. This is for current file. Okay, so in this report settings, you can play with these options. Cancel. Now coming back, I'll just click on back to report, and you can see that particular table. So it's very fast and easy. So I hope you have understood how to view data and export data from the chart itself, from visually any chart, not only column chart, any different chart here. So in this video, we'll see how to create a map in Power BI, a simple map. To create a map, you need some geographical data type like country, city, state, pin code, postal code, latitude, longitude, airport, any different data types. If you have this kind of geographical data type, then easily you can create some map. Now we have loaded a sample superstore file which already had some this kind of fields, some columns here. So with the help of those columns, I'll be creating a map here, a simple map. So here I'll create a map for United States where I'll be showing you how the profit is distributed in different states in US. So here I have loaded already a sample superstore. You can see in the previous video I have loaded. Now I can just click on this map here. There are different type of map. So I'll just click on this map, and here you can see these are the different fields which I can show you here. So I have this location, legend, latitude, longitude and size. Many options are there. Only one thing I can do, I can pick up one column named as state, drag it and drop it into location, and you can see a simple map of United States is created here. Okay, that's a simple US map here. Now sometimes you might not get a map here. Okay, I'll tell you why. So I've just dragged the state here. Now I can drop sales into this size option. So you can see the size of bubble have increased at some places, and some places it is very small. So bigger the size, that means higher is the sales. So if I keep my cursor here, it's on California. You can see the sales is how much? 457,687. And if I keep my cursor on the smaller place, you can see the sales are lower in amount. So size will tell you how much is the sales in that location. Now, if you want, you can also add some legend. Let's say I can pick up region and put into this legend. And this will tell you that there are 4 different regions in US. So what are those 4 regions? You can see on the top, we have central, east, south and west. These 4 regions, and the colors are also given here. Okay, you can see separate colors are given for those regions. So this way you can create a simple map in Power BI, nothing difficult in this. Now I was trying to tell you, sometimes you might get an error if you try to drag and drop. The column names should be state, city, country, pin code, postal code. So if the column name is something different, for example, a state column, if you give some name as state 25, state 35, you may not get the map. Okay. So I have selected this state column. You can see on the right hand side. And in this column tools, if you see the data category, if I click on this drop down, you have to select the option, appropriate option from there. Okay. So if it is a country, you have to select country. If it is a postal code, you select that postal code. So these are the data type you should define. Okay, if the column names are not like state, country, city and so on. Okay, but that's very simple. I hope you have understood how to create a simple map in Power BI. In this video, we'll see how to create a simple filled map. The earlier one was a symbol map where you are getting some bubbles or circles over there. But in this video, we'll see how to create a filled map. Filled map is very interesting when you see that map, and it conveys information better. So this is the filled map. I can just click on this filled map and I can resize that. Now same fields I'll be using here, that state and sales. So I'll just pick up this state from here and drag and drop into location. The next one I'll pick up here. This time I'll pick up profit, drag profit and put into legend. Okay. So you can see what will happen here. This will be the name of all the states, or you can say the area has been filled with those states and the colors are different. So you can see different states are having different colors based on profit. So this will not be appropriate when you go for a presentation. So I think I should remove this numerical column, that is profit, from legend. I'll remove that, and I can pick up region. I can drag region into this legend, and you can see like there are 4 regions in United States. So it has given 4 different colors. I can say 4 partitions to that states. Now if you think you want to give each state different color, so that you have to put into legend. So I'll remove this region and I can drag this state into legend, and you can see different states are given different color. How do you check? You can see on the top different states are having specific different colors. Okay, so I don't think this also would be useful. So better you can put region into legend part here. And you can see behind the name of the states are also visible here. When I keep my cursor on any state, you can see the name of the state and the region of the state is given. Washington West. Here if I keep my cursor, California West. Suppose if you also want to see the profit in that state, you can drag this profit and drop into tooltip. So tooltip is this small black screen window which you can see on the screen. So state California, the region is West, and the profit is 76318, $76,000 here. Okay, that's very simple and easy to create a filled map. Let us see how to create a map with pie chart. Map with pie chart is like combining two different charts. One is a map and second is a pie chart. If you are a Tableau user, you might know how difficult it is to create in Tableau. Difficult in the sense steps are more. Here steps are less. So I'll create a simple map here, the first one which I've created, and here I will try to drag state into location. I'll drag profit into size, or I'll not drag profit, I'll keep it as it is. So just drag state into location. Now if I drag here something, let's say region into legend, we have seen in the previous video, we are getting only 4 different colors and 4 regions. You can see these are central, east, south and west, and this is I think west region because of this purple color, and this is central east region here. Now I'll just go back and increase the size in format window. Somewhere I'll be getting this bubbles option and I can just increase the size so that I can show you something properly. Now if I remove this region, I'm getting all as blue color everywhere. This time I want to see which state is having how much category wise distribution. Okay, so there are 3 categories: technology, office supplies, and one more is there. So I'll pick up this category and drop into legend part, and this is map with pie chart. Okay, you can see this is a map with pie chart. So behind there's a map which is displayed, and front end it's a pie chart. Now what it is trying to convey, you can see that this 3 different colors belongs to 3 different categories: furniture, office supplies and technology. And some places only office supplies is used, some places only furniture has been sold, you can see, and rest all places distribution is same. So I can pick up one more field, let's say sales into size, and you can see the bigger size will tell you that the sales are higher, smaller size will tell you the sales are smaller here. And one more thing, if you observe, when I drag sales, size has become increased, but suppose if I remove this option from here, okay, one thing if you have noticed, very small thing, you can see this region, if you see all these 3 categories are distributed equally. Same applies for this one. In fact, you pick up any region, any state, the angle of all the distribution is same, nothing different. When I drag the sales option here, suppose if I drag the sales into size, carefully observe, the distribution will become different. You can see maximum sales are coming for technology. Okay, here if I pick up something else, yes, this one, maximum sales are coming for the office supplies. Okay, that's very simple. And if you want, I can just zoom in and show you like this by double clicking on that place, or you can use your mouse scroll bar to zoom in and zoom out. Okay, that's very simple. So once again, I'll repeat this for you. So how did I create? I first click outside, click on this simple map here, resize so you can see me properly. Later on, I have put here state into location, then category into legend, sales into size. Okay, there's 3 fields. And just to increase the size of bubble, I can go to format and I can click on bubbles and increase the size of this bubble here. Okay, let me increase the size. So that's it. You can see the sales distribution in different states. So I hope you have understood how to create a simple map with pie chart. So let us see how do we format a map here. So first of all, I'll create a map, drag the state, and I'll drag sales here. So if you observe, the map is very simple, nothing so fancy about it. Simple circles or bubbles are given. The size is changing based on the sales. Now suppose if I want to do some formatting like background change, the color, height, anything. So I can just use this option, that is format. Click on this format button here, and there are a variety of options you can play with formatting. So let's see first of all data colors. If I say data colors, carefully observe, everywhere this is blue color. The size are changing, but the color is not changing. If you want, you can just click on this blue color that is default color, and choose some other color. Now you can keep on modifying that. Also, if you want, you can just click on this show all, and for each particular state, you can change the color. For example, if I want to change the color of California, so I can just select this show all button and then click on this California button. So I can select California should be in some dark red color, somewhere like this, and the others should be same. So I can just deselect that show all and I can move it. So each state you can modify based on that color. Now, second thing, category. If I just enable this option, you can see all the name of states are given. Okay, so these are all the state names and you can see they're given. You can modify that. You can just go to that category, expand that option. You can choose the font color. Let's say I want the font color as red. Then you can select the size, increase the size. You can change anything. You can disable the background. So it's very simple, nothing difficult in this, but you can work on formatting part in PowerBI. Now other part, you can see there's a bubbles option. I can go to bubbles and I can increase or decrease the size of bubbles. Okay, I can increase or decrease. So I know because of this labels, the bubble is not visible. So let me disable this label option. And now if I increase the size, you can see size of those bubbles are increasing, or you can decrease. Next one. So this was for bubbles. We have something named as map controls. So suppose if you double click on this place, it will zoom. You see, you can zoom it. But if you want to come back, you have to have a mouse and you can scroll like this. If you have a touchpad, you can use your touchpad and play with that. However, it is good to have some zoom buttons. These buttons would be there. So end user can feel comfortable by clicking on this plus and minus button. So it will zoom out and zoom in. These are the options available. I can just minimize and you can see many options are there. Let me show you some interesting option, that is border. Let me enable the border, and also I can increase that border rounding. So you can see it is in rounded format. So these are the edges. You can see the corners are in the round format here. Now you see when I click outside, the format option is not showing anything right now. The options are related to page. So if you want to format the map, you have to first click on that map here, and later on you can just go to this format option. Now let's see, if I want to change the title, I can just click on this title option and rename this title as sales by state in USA. So some title you can give, and let's format the title here. I can just select the middle alignment. Background color I'll choose as black. The font color I'll choose as white. And I think the size should be increased. So I can just scroll down, increase the size to 18 maybe, like that. Yes. So you can change anything you want. Next one, if you see the background option is enabled, I can expand that window and let me choose the background as black. So you see that's a black background, makes an impact when you're trying to display some information. You see, you can change it. So these are like very simple options in Power BI formatting. And the last part I can show you, you can see this one would be a tooltip, state and sales. You can see the numbers given. If you want to format this tooltip, you can see there's a tooltip option. You can expand that, and here you can see the label color, the value color, or the size you can increase. So let me select the option as label color as black, and the value color should be as white maybe. So I can just keep my cursor, and you see the background is black, and you can see the values is given in white color here. Okay, you can also increase the size and change something if you want here. Okay, that's very simple. So these are some basic options, and I hope you have understood how to do a formatting in map in Power BI.
Let us see how to change a background in a map. First of all, I'll create a map here, the same map for the state-wise sales. I'm doing it again so that you find it easy or practice maybe by watching at least. So this is state-wise sales, and what I'm trying to say, the blue color background which you see, I want to change that background here. This blue color background and this blue color background. So, or this white color area. How do I change it? I have to go to the format option. By the way, if I click outside, suppose if I click on format, and you can see there are so many options available. In case if I click outside and if I click on format, the options would be different. Okay, so remember where you need to click, and then you have to click on format. So if you click outside and if you click on format, the options would be different, like page information, page size, etc. So make sure you click inside the map and then click on format, and then you'll be getting all these options related to map. So coming to the topic here, how to change the background. I can go to this map styles option, and here if I scroll down, you can see these are the different themes which are available. So right now the theme is road. So if I select the option aerial, see what happens. You see, so this is an aerial view of a map. Again, if I click and select the option dark, you see that's a dark. Let me make it full screen and you can see that's a dark. Again, if I click, I'll select light option, or if I select grayscale, and I can select row. So these are like 5 options which are present by default in Power BI for this changing the map styles. Okay. So whichever you think is useful, you can keep that particular background or a theme over here, right? So that's it. I hope you have understood how to change the background in a map.
So let us see how to create a map of India. India is my country. So I'll show you how to create a map for India in Power BI. Now to create create this map, you need some data set. Okay. So what I've done is I have brought here some data with state names and union territories and the population in those states and UTs. So these are all the data I have, and the name of the table I have given as states and UTs. Okay, that's our states and union territories, and name of the file is 3.4 state and UTs of India. So let me load this data into Power BI. I can just click on get data and I'll click on Excel. From there, I'll pick up 3.4 file number. Here I have the table states and UTs, and I'll click on load button. The reason I'm clicking on load button because it's a clean data. So I've already cleaned at the backend in the Excel itself. No blank records, no duplicate records. So even if your data is not clean, we'll see how to clean in the section number 11 onwards. So here is states and UTs. Now you can just drag this state and drop it into this canvas blank area. And depending upon your net connection, internet connection, the map of India would be created, or any country map. You just need to have some data. Be careful. The name of the column should be state, city, country, pin code, postal code, airport, latitude, longitude. These are all the names. You don't have to mug up. You don't have to remember. However, in case if you have some different name for that column, you can select that state column, go to this column tools, and here you can see data category. This data category, you can change the category of that data here. You can select state, country, city, anything from here. Okay. So this has created a symbol map for me in Power BI. If you want, you can select the option as filled map, or I can just remove this chart. I'll just select the existing symbol map and click on filled map. So this will create a filled map for India. Some data would be missing, so the map may not be correct, but however, I'll just click on this symbol map and you can see that's a map of India. Now, if you want to change the background and everything, you can always select this option, that is the format, and I can select here map styles, select the option here as grayscale, or I can select the option as dark. So some changes if you want on the map, you can choose it from here. Okay, but overall story, if you understand, if you have a right data, creating this map in Power BI is very simple and easy. So let us see how to create a map of Australia. So one more example so that you get proper practice of creating a map of any country. You should have a data. I have downloaded some data from Wikipedia, and I have the name of states and territories in Australia and what is the area occupied by them. Okay, those states. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this table. Okay, now this is something different. I will not import the file in Power BI, but I'll copy the data directly from Excel and paste in Power BI. How do I do that? Select the data, right click and click on copy. So this is a very small table. You can copy as much big table you have. Now I can go to this Power BI, and here if you see the option enter data, here manually also you can enter data. Now I can click on this button, enter data. This will open a blank window. I can manually type here as Pune, Mumbai, Chennai or Singapore, any name, but I have already copied the data. So I can select that and press Ctrl V from my keyboard, and the name of this table I can give as Australia states, Australia areas I can say. Now that's it. So you see the name of the column is state and here name of the column area. If I want, I can just click on that star button and start adding a new column with anything, profit, sales, quantity, anything. Right now I don't require, so I can just click on delete button here. Now I'll click on load because the data is clean. I don't have to edit that data. After doing that, the data is loaded. But now be careful, there is no connection with this data and the Excel file because this data will reside in Power BI. Now you see that's an Australia areas. Simple, drag the state and drop into this canvas, and I can just resize that properly, and you can see a symbol map is created. Now, instead of using this symbol map, this one is the symbol map, I can select here the area map. So I'll just click on area map and you can see the area is occupied for Australia. I hope the map is correct. I tried to copy properly here. So it's very simple and easy to create a map of any country in Power BI. Welcome back to the newer section on table and metrics in Power BI. Till now we have seen how to create basic charts. We have seen few maps how to create, but sometimes you also want to show data in a tabular format. So we have two options here. One is table and metrics. So what are the videos or what are the topics we'll see in this section? Few videos related to table, and these are the topics here. We'll see how to create a simple table. We'll format that table and work on conditional formatting in a table. Conditional formatting, you might have heard the name in Excel, in Tableau, and same way we can see conditional formatting in table. Later on, we'll see some aggregations, how to change like sum, average, minimum, maximum, those kind of aggregations. Similarly, we'll see some topics related to matrix, especially how to create a matrix, how to work on conditional formatting in matrix, and automatic hierarchy. Hierarchy is a topic which is very important in matrix. And later on, after doing that, generic topic where we can see how to create a subtotal, grand total, and also the number formatting in matrix and in table. So these topics are there in the section, total 8 videos. So let us see how to create a simple table in Power BI. So to create a table, you have to click on this small button here named as table, and I'll just resize it properly. So in this table, I'll create a table for subcategory where I can show you sales, profit and quantity. Okay. So when I do that, you can observe I have only one field or one section where I can drag and drop. Not like in the previous videos, for each chart we had different sections like axis, values, tooltip, etc. But here only one section is there named as values. So anything you want to do, just drag and drop into values. So I'll drag subcategory into values. I'll pick up sales into values, profit into values, and quantity into values. So the way I keep on drag and drop, a table is created here. Okay, and you can see that's a simple table. Now, if you're watching this on your mobile phone or a low quality, the text size won't be visible properly. So if you want to increase the text size, we have different methods, which I'll show in the next video. But before that, if you want to sort this quantity column in ascending or descending order, you can click on the column heading like this, and you can see the quantity is sorted in descending order. Same way, if you want sales in descending order, so I can click on this sales column heading and it is sorted in descending order. If you want to sort subcategory in alphabetical order, so I can just click on this button and you can see alphabetical order, ascending order. So you can keep on clicking to change the order here, ascending or descending. So that's very simple to create a table. If you want to remove any field, you can click on this cross button and that field would be removed here. And if you want to drag and drop again, you can just pick up that field, let's say profit, into this quantity. Okay, that's it, very simple. So that's it, how to create a simple table in Power BI. So let us see how to format a table. In the previous video, we have seen how to create a simple table here. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll not create a new table. I'll just simply copy this table, right click, copy visual, and I can go to the next sheet or the next page and I can just click on this paste button here and that table would be pasted. So let's see how to format this particular table. When I say formatting, again the same thing, cosmetic part, increase the size, change the background, add a title, etc, etc. So first of all, I'll increase the size, very important. So as I said, if you're watching this on your mobile phone or on a very low quality on YouTube or somewhere, the size would be very small. It is not properly visible. So select the table and click on format button, and here you can see the values option is there. So you have to select the values, and when you scroll down somewhere you can see there's a text size. So I'll make the text size as 15 and you can see the size of this values have increased. Okay, so if I change the values to 20 and you can see size of this values have changed. One thing if you notice, the heading size has not changed, it is still the same. So let's increase the heading size. So first of all, I'll just scroll up, minimize this values, and you can see there's a separate section, column headers. Click on column headers and I can scroll down to increase the size to 20 and you can see now the size has increased. So increasing size from here, I'll scroll on the top again, and you can see there's a grid option. So in this grid option, there are different options here like vertical grid, horizontal grid, etc. So if I enable this vertical grid, a small thin line is inserted vertically. Okay, small thin line. So I can increase the thickness, and you can see the vertical divider would be there. Okay, vertical divider. So I think the color, if I make it as black, it would be more visible properly. So you can see now that is known as vertical grid or grid line. And I can also make or bring the horizontal grid line by changing the color, and you can see that's a horizontal grid line. It doesn't look good, so I'll make it as off. So like this, you can find out many options are there. But I'll give you a quick method where you can format your entire table quickly within seconds. So the option is in the style. You can go to style. Right now it's default style. So you can choose some different styles. Let's say none. If you make it none, it will be simple plain black. If I select minimal, and you can see some small style is given, very light one, where only a blue line is given at the back end. So bold header, one more I'll change, one more flashy rows, border flashy something. So you can see there are different options you can play with. So it will save a lot of time. These are ready-made templates or styles which are given, and you can choose according to your requirement. Okay, so I can minimize that. So also there are different options. I'll ask you to try to Google out and play with this option. They are very simple cosmetic part. Let's see how to add a title. So I can just on the title here, and in this title option, I can write something. Let's say measures about subcategory. Measures about subcategory. This is the title, which is very small, in fact not even visible properly. So I'll just try to increase the size, background, etc. Alignment, middle alignment. Size I'll increase a bit bigger. Background I'll give something so it is properly visible, and font color I'll make it as white. Okay, so that's a title. I know it's very small, but you can try to play with that and you'll get a proper one. Okay, so that's it. I hope you've understood how to work on basic formatting in table in Power BI. Let us see how to work on conditional formatting in table. You might have heard this term in Excel, conditional format. So same features have been copied from Excel to Power BI. Let us see that practically. First of all, I'll create a simple table. I'll click on table, resize it properly, and here I'll try to insert subcategory, sales, profit, quantity. I'll add 3 numerical columns and 1 textual column. I'll quickly go to format and increase the size and values, scroll down and increase the size. I'm doing it a bit faster because we have done this in the previous video. And in the column headers, I can increase the size of column headers, 80. So now we start the conditional formatting in tables in Power BI. So in the format section, at the bottom, if you see, there's a conditional format. I'll scroll down and right. So I can just zoom it for time being and show you what are the different options we have. In this conditional formatting, these are the different options like background color, font color, icons and web URL. So let's start with one of them. Conditional formatting can be applied to a numerical column. So if I click on this drop down, these are the columns which are in the table. So let's say if I select sales, and for sales, I want to apply a background color. So I'll just enable this background color. And if I show you on this place, the background color is applied to the sales column. What it is trying to convey, if the value is higher or it is bigger value, so sales are higher, the background would be dark blue color. Sales are lower, it will be light blue. Like for example, this one. If I sort in descending order, you'll find it very easy to understand. And you can see the dark color has been getting lighter and lighter at the bottom. So I'll just, I'll keep it as it is. Same way, if I want to apply conditional formatting on profit, I'll select profit and apply the background color same way. But I'll not apply background color. I'll make it off. For the profit column, I'll select font color. So I'll enable this font color, and same story. If the profit is higher, the font color would be darker blue color. Okay, this blue color we can change, no problem. We'll see that very soon. Same way, I'll just select now quantity. So if I select quantity from here, I can apply here data bars. So background color we have seen, font color we have seen.
I'll select the option data bars for quantity column, and if I increase the size, now if I sort this quantity column in descending order, you can see the bigger quantity will have bigger column size inside that cell. Okay, inside that cell it will have bigger size. Very simple. That is what you call as data bars. If you know Excel, you might find it very familiar, very easy. So I'll go to one more column, let's say profit. I'll disable this font color. It doesn't look that good, font color. And if I scroll down, I have this icons. I can apply different icons on those profit column. So if I click on this icons, and you can see different type of icons are visible. When I say different, I think 3 are there, not more than that. If I sort the profit column in descending order, you can see there's a green color on the top for higher profit, the up arrow triangle for the average profit, and lower profit some different icons given. When I go for a presentation, people won't understand that easily. So I need to customize the icons depending upon my requirement. So below this icon section, if you see, there's an advanced control option. Okay, below every option you'll get that advanced control. So I'll click on this advanced control button and a pop-up window will come here. This pop-up window is same like your Excel. Okay, so I want you to spend or pause the video for 1 second and read or see this option. So if the value is greater than or equal to 0 and less than or equal to 33, the icon should be, I can say, the down arrow where I can show the profit is very low, and that also in some different color, red color. So if the profit is average, I'll make it as somewhere like this, yellow color, and if the profit is higher, I'll pick up the green up arrow key, try to find out. Yes, so I'm trying to add those. I can customize anything and everything here. So it's same in Excel. And if you want to add a new rule, you can also click on this button, new rule, and one extra condition you can define, new rule, and I can add one more rule here. So I think not required, so I'll just click on delete button and click on OK. So now at the back end, the higher profit will have up arrow, the average profit middle arrow, and lower profit down arrow. Now what is the beauty of this conditional formatting? Suppose tomorrow if the data changes, data updates, deletes, modifies, or value increases, decreases, these icons will automatically change. Okay, these icons will change. So if the sales have increased or profit has increased, this conditional formatting will automatically change. That's the best part about conditional formatting. Okay, so very simple. There's one more conditional formatting which is web URL, and which I'll show in the coming videos, web URL. Okay, but for time being, I hope you have understood how to work on conditional formatting in table. Let us see how to work on aggregations in table. When I say aggregations, if I want to change from sum to count, average, minimum, maximum, etc., all these options, how to work on that. So no need of writing any calculation, simply button clicks and you'll get the answer. So I'll create a simple table again, resize it and try to put their subcategory. Either I can put here or put in the table profit, sales and quantity. So that's a simple table I've created. I'll increase the size quickly, values, and size is at the bottom. I'll make it as 80. Now I was talking about aggregation. When you select the table and go to this field section, when I say field, I'm mentioning this option here, field. This is format. Okay, so field section, and suppose I want average of profit. You can click on this small drop down button here and you can see these are different aggregations. So by default the aggregation would be sum, but if you want you can select average, minimum, maximum and so on, count distinct and count. There are other options also like standard deviation and all. Suppose I select the option average and you can see I'll be getting average of profit in that column. So average of profit highest is for copyists, which is 817.91. Same way, if I select sales and I can select the option as maximum. Maximum sales is for subcategory named as machines. You can see machine is having maximum of sales. And same way you can change for quantity. Now one more thing, apart from this normal aggregations, suppose if you want the percentage also. So I'll drag profit one more time into this table. So this column is sum of profit and this column is average of profit. Okay, there are two profit, one is sum, second is average. I want to convert this last column into percentage. So I can click on this drop down, show value as, and there's an option percent of total, percent of grand total. So when I click here, I can see the percentage distribution of those subcategories. When I sort in descending order, I can tell you that maximum profit we are getting from copiers. Second maximum is from phones, and the lowest profit we have received are from these three subcategories which are negative, in fact, supplies, bookcases and tables. So quickly you can find out the percentage distribution in table. Okay, very simple here. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on aggregations in table. Let us see how to create a simple matrix in Power BI. First of all, why do we need matrix? Let me show an example here. So if I click on table, and if I bring here subcategory and region, okay, I'll resize it, subcategory, region and sales. So if you observe, there are 4 regions. Let me quickly increase the size. Now, every time I have to increase the size, which is difficult. I'll give you a quick method. I can go to view tab, click on this drop down, customize current theme, click on text, and I'll increase the size as 18. So when I click on apply button here, the size of all the pages, all the sheets would be increased, okay, in one click. So every time in every video, I don't have to show that. Just one method. In the view tab, themes, I can change the theme size or the text size over there. Now, I'm showing you why we need matrix first of all. So here I have the subcategory, region and sales. Carefully observe, each subcategory is repeated 4 times because there are 4 regions and it is trying to show sales for 4 values. So to see that, I have to scroll down for each subcategory, which is difficult. This is one dimension. I can say as 1D. So if I want in 2 direction, that means I want row heading as well as column heading. So I have to create a matrix. So if you want to convert this table into matrix, simply select the table and click on this matrix button. And you can see now I'm not getting those 4 times the accessories, I'm getting only 1 time, but in the row wise, I'm getting sales for those different regions here. This is more readable, much more readable as compared to table. Okay, so how did I create? I'll show that again. So table to matrix is very easy, but suppose if you want to create from scratch, click on this matrix button, and one thing if you observe here, we have something different options here, rows, columns and values. When it was a simple table, we had only values. Okay, when I click on this table option, you can see only values are there. So when I select this matrix option, different values, different sections are there. So I want subcategory into rows, region into columns, and I'll put sales into values. So this way matrix is created. I have row headings, which are row headings. These are row headings and these are the column headings. So to read or to present, this is much more better rather than scrolling down in tables. Okay, very simple here. So I hope you have understood how to work or how to create a matrix in Power BI. So we'll see how to work on conditional formatting in matrix in Power BI. Conditional formatting is same what we have seen in table in the previous video, but let us see in matrix how does it look like. So I'll just copy the same table. I can right click or same matrix, copy visual, and I can go to that new sheet and paste it here. Now I can go to this format tab and somewhere at the bottom there's a conditional formatting. So I'll click on conditional formatting and you can see we have the same option like sales, and I'll select the option data bars. So I'm getting the data bars for each section here. Okay, each region I'm getting here. Now I can sort the column based on ascending or descending order over here. Okay, so I don't have the option here. I can just sort it based on total option here. So based on total, you can see where I'm getting the maximum sales in which region. Okay. Now, if you want to change the color or change the bar or something, you can go to advanced control button and you see this window will come here. So first of all, I can change the color to something else. Let's say this color here, or maybe I can select some other color and click on OK. So you can see this colors will change at the back end. Now, one thing, if I go back, remove the sales and put profit, I'll drag profit into values. So again, I'll go to this format, conditional formatting,
For this profit, if I select data bars, now you can see some places the profit is positive or some places there is a negative profit. So if you want to change the color for profit positive and negative, you can see light blue color. It's not visible, but you can see light blue color negative here. So I can click on advanced control. For negative, I'll give red color, and for positive, I'll give some green or black color here. When I click on OK, and you can see wherever the profit is negative or there's a loss, it's on the red color, and profitable items or the subcategories are in this color here. You can quickly find out based on the color itself. Now, again, if I click on advanced control button, and you can see it's difficult for a person to read what is the value given behind the bar. Okay. So if you want, you can disable that bar. I can click on this checkbox, show bar only. So the values will go away. So when I click on OK, and you can see there are no values, only bars are given. Okay. The length of the bar will tell you how much is the profit. Okay. Is the profit higher or lower? Smaller size of length will have lower profit. And if you do not want, you can always click on this data bars. Same way, we have something icons. I can click on icons, advanced control, and you can change the order or you can change the icon also here. So I can scroll down and choose some different icons, the arrow icons, and click on OK. And you can see different icons. Quickly you can get a snapshot and you can find out that furnishings in central region have the loss. They don't have a profit, not so profitable. So it's a very quick method, also known as KPIs in Power BI. These are also somewhere known as KPIs, key performance indicators. Okay. So I hope you have understood how to work on conditional formatting in matrix. Let us see a new topic in matrix, that is hierarchies. Hierarchies are used to display more information in less space. Let us see what I mean to say practically. First of all, I'll create a matrix here. By the way, hierarchies can only be created in matrices or matrix. Some people call it a matrice or matrix. So I'll pick up here one category and sales into values, and below that category I'll put one more field as subcategory. So when I do that, I cannot see any change on the screen except this small plus button. You see there's a small plus button which is visible. Suppose I delete that, the plus button will go away. Plus is nothing but the expand button here. So let me drag subcategory below that category again, and now there's a small plus button. Now suppose if you want to see details about furniture, that how come the value 741999 came. So you can click on that plus button and then you can see the distribution of furniture and based on bookcases, chairs and so on. If you do not want, you can click on that minus button. Again, if you click on technology, and you can see those distribution. So I did not do anything. I just drag and drop random two fields and I've got the answer. Now, suppose if you don't want subcategory, I'll remove that subcategory. And if I pick up here region into rows below that category option, and now if I expand this furniture, in which region, how much were the sales done, you can see those distribution. Okay. Hierarchies can be created for any fields quickly by simply drag and drop. You don't have to do any advanced calculations in that. Now, so this is one thing, and you can keep on adding the fields. Let's say if I add one more field, segment into this rows, and I can click on this plus sign, click on that plus sign, and I can see all the details in that. You can add as many fields you want. Now, sometimes you quickly want to see everything. So you can click on this button here, expand all one level in the hierarchy. So if I click on this button here, I can show you all the hierarchies here. Again, if you want to come back, you can click on this drill up button, again drill up, and again you can click on this fourth button to go to the detail option there. Okay. So again, I'll come back on this place. Yes. Now, one more thing here. Suppose I am in category. You can see the sales are for category. Okay. Now, suppose if I want to go for the next level is, let's say, region. So if you want to go to region, you have to click on this button. Okay. So I'll click on this button, the third button, and I can see I'm getting region sales. Again, if you click on that button, you'll be getting that segment sales. Okay. So if you keep on clicking on this button, you'll go to next level of that hierarchy. So this was for only rows. Suppose if you want for columns, that also is possible. So if I click up, now I'll create one hierarchy for, let's say, order date. If I drag the order date into columns and little bit expanding this way, so you can see in the column headings I have years 2016 to 2019. So this 4 options which are drill up, drill down will only work for rows or columns one at a time. Okay, so you have to select the option that now this time I want the drill up and drill down for column section. So if I click on columns, there are some ready-made hierarchies created for order date like year, quarter, month and date, because here you can see there's a drop down which is already created. Now I will select columns, and if I click on this 4th button, so columns will give me the years option as well as quarters. So again, if you click on this 4th button, you will get years, quarters and the month option. Okay, so you can go up and go down and drill up or drill down. That's what it is. Okay, so hierarchies are very simple in Matrix in Power BI. You don't have to do much. Simply drag and drop, and rest all I would expect you to explore more. This would be very useful when we create a report or a dashboard. Okay, that time it will be very useful. So that's it for time being. I hope you have understood how to create hierarchies in Matrix. Let us see how to work on subtotal and total in Matrix. I'll first create a matrix over here for subcategory into rows and maybe category above subcategory, sales into values. A simple matrix here, and try to expand it. So if you see, I have at the bottom, that's a grand total. Okay, that's a total option. And if I click on this 4th button, it will show me all the values. That means it will show me furniture and the subcategories, office supplies and the subcategories option. So that's it. Okay. Now, if I want to hide or show subtotal, if I want to format the subtotal or totals, I can go to this format option. First, I'll show you subtotal. Click on subtotal and I have this row subtotal. It is on. If I make it as off, see what happens. I'm not getting a subtotal here. You see this values which have been blank right now, that has been disabled. If you want that, you can just click on that button and it will be visible here. Now, if I scroll at the bottom, again, if I make it off, so you can see the total option also has gone away. Okay, at the bottom, total option also has been gone away. So I can just on this, and if I want to format that, I can select the option as font color, make some different color here. So it is easily recognized, and the background color, I can change it to something different. Let's say black color. Yeah. So this is how I can format the subtotal here. And if I want to apply the same labels, same to the labels, I can click on apply to labels, and this is the subtotal which I'm getting here, subtotal. Now the total option is grayed out. Okay, when I keep my cursor, I can see the values 2.29. See, in a sense, a small tooltip is there, but nothing is given there. So this value is actually a total value. So it is not a subtotal. I have to minimize that subtotal and click on grand total option. Here in grand total, the font color, I'll make it as white. So you see this grand total, this is a separate option. Okay, so grand total is the last one and subtotal is in between everywhere. Okay, that's the option here. And same way, apply to label. So I can tell you that white color is for the totals, white font color, and red font color is for the subtotal, and black font color is for the exact values over there. Okay, and you can play with the formatting part itself. Okay, that's very simple and very easy. So I've shown you only for the rows. You can also work for the column section, different subtotals and column totals you can get. Okay, so that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on subtotal and total in Matrix in Power BI. Let us see how to work on number formatting in table and Matrix. Number formatting are very important and useful. So let us see practically how to work on that. First of all, I'll create a simple table for subcategory sales, profit, some measures I'll take up. I'll select subcategory, I'll select sales, profit and quantity. So I've taken this three, measures, one dimension, that is subcategory. Now, if you observe, the sales column is a decimal value, the profit column is a whole number, and quantity is a whole number. Suppose this sales column, if you want to convert into whole number, you can select this sales from the right hand side, this pane. Okay, so I'm selecting from here. When you click on this place, you will get a column tools tab. Okay, column tools tab will be only visible if you have upgraded the version. I'm using the latest version, which is May 2020 version. So here column tools is given. If you have the previous version, you can see in the description or somewhere you will find a link how to upgrade the version, how to enable this window. You can see that video will be there. So right now it's a decimal number. If you want to convert into whole number, you have to click on this decimal option. That is the data type, and select the option whole number. The moment you click, it will ask you, do you want to change? I'll say yes. And this column would be converted to whole number. Okay, that's very simple here. Now, second one, other number formatting would be if you want to add some decimal like thousands, millions, billions. So you can go to this format tab here. Okay, this particular format tab, and here somewhere at the bottom you can see field formatting is there. So I'll just click on field formatting, scroll down. Here I have to select the option that is the sales. So I'll select the option sales. Here display units is given as none. I can select the option as thousands, millions, billions. So let's say I'll go with thousands first, and you can see the values have changed to thousands here, 330.047. Now this decimal is again a bit disturbing. So I can go to value decimal format places and make it as 0. Okay. So I've typed here as 0 and it will round up the numbers. Same way for the profit column, if you want to change it to thousands as decimal, so I'll select profit from here and I'll select the option as thousands. Okay, so this way you can get in decimal formats, whichever you want. Apart from that, related to number formattings, like if you want to change the size or bold, italic, that options will be getting in the format itself. Okay, so same applies for the matrix also, nothing different. I'll just convert this into matrix format, and this is a matrix right now since I've clicked on this matrix, and I'll add something, let's say region into columns. Okay, region into columns. So here if I want to change anything, I have to go to this format option, and same I'll find the option here as field formatting, and this is sales, or I'll select quantity this time, and display unit 1000. So options are same either for table or for matrix, but this is the way you can change data type and field formatting. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on number formatting. Welcome to the new section on Power BI. Here we'll see how to work on different type of charts. The section name I've given as other charts in Power BI. So I can say these are like basic charts, but miscellaneous other charts in Power BI. So what are the different charts we'll see? There are total 8 visuals we'll see here. What are those? We'll see that. So first one, we'll see how to create a simple line chart. Then we'll see how to work on drill down option in a line chart. Then we have how to create an area chart. Then line versus column chart, scattered plot, waterfall chart. Then we have tree map and gauge chart. So these are some different charts. Few of them you might be aware, but few of them are like very new to Power BI. So if you're coming from Excel background to Power BI, you might find some charts like say gauge chart, tree map, scattered plot. These charts are not easily available there. There are the options, but not easily available. So we'll try to explore and see how these charts will help us to convey our message much more better. Let us see how to create a simple line chart in Power BI. Line chart are mostly created when you have a date data type, so that you can see the progress over time based on sales or profit or any other measure here. So first of all, I'll get the data. I'll just pick up that sample superstore into this file, and I'll create a line chart here. Steps are very simple, straightforward. So I'll pick up the orders sheet from here and directly click on load button. So once it is loaded, I'll just expand the fields over here, and there are different types of line chart like line versus column, area chart, line chart. So in this video, I'll just create a basic line chart. So let me click on line chart and I'll resize it properly. Here, as I said, we need some date data type. So I have this date data type. Wherever you see this data type icon, that is for date. You see this date data type, that's date data type. So make sure you have a clean data, then only you can get this very easily. If you do not have a clean data, no problem. In the coming video section, I'll show you how to clean data properly and bring into a proper date format. So let's see. So I'll just pick up this order date into Axis, and I can pick up here sales into values. So this is a simple line chart. So what this is trying to convey, the sales in 2016 was 484,000, and then in 2017 it has come down, and slowly gradually it has increased and the highest was in 2019. So you can see x-axis is the year and y-axis is for the sales. Okay, very simple. Now, if you want to see the distribution of the sales based on different categories, so I can pick up here category into legend, and I can tell you that in 2016 technology was having the higher sales. Okay, and in 2017 technology was on the second position, and again technology came on the first position in the next 2 years, 2018 and 2019. So the line color, you can see these are nothing but known as the legend, and you can see different colors are there for different categories. Okay, so you can quickly identify those values here. Now let me remove that category. I'll just click on this cross button and I'll put here region into legend. Now you can see there are 4 regions and I'll be getting those 4 different colors here. What I can say about this south region, which is in this orange color, it is always on the last position. Immaterial of whichever year you pick up, it is always on the last position. So sales I'm getting from that region is the lowest. Okay, very simple. And remaining the formatting part, you have seen in the previous videos, many videos, that you can click on format and you can change everything whatever you want. The x-axis, y-axis, size, font, background color, anything you can change from here. These are the options. So something different you can see, you can also work on data labels. I can click on this on button and you can see for every dot you can see there's a data label here. Okay, and suppose if you do not want the legend, you can just click on this off button and the legend will go away. But in this case legend is required. Without legend it would be not so good information. And if I scroll down, you can see there are some shapes also. If I click on shape and the joined type is given as round. So if I select B level, you can see what happens. If I select the option miter, nothing happens. So if I expand this shape, you can see there's a line style which is given solid. I can select the option dashed line and you can see the dashed lines are given. I can select the option as dotted and you can see the dotted lines are given. So plenty of options are available in this section, that is the format section. And you can try to find out those options here, right? So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a simple line chart in Power BI. You have learned how to create a line chart. In this video, I'll show you something different, that is drilling down on a line chart. I have purposely kept this video as a separate video so I can explain you what is the drill down concept here. If you have seen the matrix video earlier, we have seen hierarchy option there. Same concept is known as drill down in line chart. Let us see practically. I'll click on that line chart and pick up here order date. Let me resize it properly. I'll pick up here order date into axis and I'll pick up here sales into values. A simple line chart is created. Carefully observe, the x-axis is having the years, y-axis is having sales. I know it is very small, the font size. Let me click on view tab, click on this drop down and customize the current theme. So I'm just trying to increase the size of this text. So I'll just click on text option and I can just increase the size to 18 maybe and apply. So a bit bigger as compared to earlier. Now x-axis is having only years. If you see, it's only having years. If I want to have month, quarter, days, etc., you can see these are the 4 buttons which you have seen earlier. These buttons are used for drilling up and drill down. If I click on the 4th button here and you can see expand all down one level in hierarchy. So if I click on this button, you can see I'm getting years as well as quarters. I understand x-axis is showing you month and years, but actually it has divided into years and quarters. How do I tell you? When I keep my cursor on any point, you can see 2016 quarter 4. If I keep my cursor here, 2016 quarter 3. Here if I keep 2018 quarter 4. So it is not telling you 2018 June, July, August. No, it's not mentioning the month, but it is trying to tell you what quarter it is. So remember, when you keep on clicking on this button, it will go to the next level, whatever is present here. So year, quarter, month and so on. Now if I again click on this button, okay, if I click on this 4th button again, it will go to month. So you can see years as well as month. And again, if I click, it will go to days. The x-axis is misguiding. It's not telling us what exactly it is. But if I can go back, drill up. So those options you can find in the format option, where x-axis you can change or you can align that. So I can go to format and all the options you'll get in x-axis. So let me click on x-axis, and if you scroll down, you have the different options available. So type is there, categorical and continuous. So if you select this categorical option, and you can see the text has been aligned horizontally, or I can say in some degree over there. And if I expand, you can see this is quarter 3, quarter 4, quarter 5. If I click on this button, it will zoom again in focus mode, and you can see quarter wise it's given there everywhere. I can click on back to it. So all the options will be getting in the format in the x-axis option here. Okay, so if I want to come back, I can click on this back button and I'll be getting year-wise sales. The rest story remains the same. You can drag some region and put into legend. You'll be getting 4 different lines for 4 different regions. Okay, and still you can drill down to next level and you can see years and quarters and so on. One more thing I wanted to add here. Suppose you want to show only month of all the years, January of 2015, 16, 17 and so on, all the years. So you can click on this third button and you'll get quarters of all the years. Again, if you click on this third button, that is go to next level in hierarchy, you're getting Jan, Feb, March, April till December. So here you cannot distinguish that this January is for 2016 or 17 or 18. No. So it is a cumulative total of all the years. However, in future, I'll show you if you want to filter for specific year like 2016 or 2017, you can do that with the help of this filters pane. Okay, in coming section, we have this videos separately for filters. But for time being, I hope you have understood how to work on drill down in line chart. Now, since we have learned how to create a line chart, drill down on a line chart, let us see how to work on area chart. Now, while doing this charts, you might have a confusion. It's okay to learn how to create, but when to create which chart. So there are some tricks and techniques which you can remember when to create which chart. You can find the PDF in the description or in the attachment somewhere below this video. So this will be a detailed view or a section and it will guide you when to create which chart. Suppose you have a date data type, go for line chart, go for area chart. If you have a geographical data type, go for map, field map, symbol maps, and so on. If you have a text data type, go for word cloud, column chart, or some other pie chart, donut chart. So these are some categories where it is divided and you can learn more about it in the description, in the link given. So here, let us continue for the area chart. If you have learned line chart, area chart is simple. So let's start with line chart. I'll click on line and here I'll put same field of order date and I'll put here sales. Now, when I put region into legend, this was where we left in the previous video. If I click on this area chart, see what happens. The area below that line gets highlighted with that color. So you see, I'll click on that. No changes except the filled color. You see, if I again click on line chart, the line position remains the same, but below area gets filled up with different colors here. Okay, you can see all the different colors will be there. So how do you understand what are the different colors? Observe carefully when I click on line chart. Observe this area and observe this area, what color it is getting. So I'll just click on area chart. So you can see the area which is occupied by that particular line, in this case region, only that is highlighted. Same way for west region, I can say south region, the color is this one. For east region, that's the color. So below area is been highlighted. So as the name says area chart, when you want to see how much area is occupied or covered, you use this area chart. However, if you want to understand in detail, you can go to format and select this data label and you'll be getting labels on those area option. Okay, and you can see which region has got how much sales in which year. And remaining format options remain the same, like x-axis, y-axis, legend and everything. So I hope you have understood how to create a simple area chart in Power BI. Let us see how to work on a combo chart. I mean to say line versus column chart. So combination of column and line, let us see that practically. So there are two types of column versus line chart. Let me show you the first one, that is line and clustered column. So if I click on line and clustered column and if I expand it properly, now I'll put here order date into shared axis. So I want to compare the same sales and profit. So I'll put sales into column values and I'll put here profit into line values. So the sections you have to understand, the different charts will have different sections. So one is shared axis, we have column values, we have line values, and you can understand line values means it will give you this line. So this blue line is for profit and I mean dark blue line, light blue columns are for sales.
Okay. Now you can see for that line, we have a secondary axis. This is the secondary axis, and that's the primary vertical. Secondary vertical, primary vertical. This legend will help you to understand what line belongs to, what column is belonging to. Okay. Now line versus column, that's very simple. Let me make it more interesting for you. Suppose you want to see the distribution of sales in different regions. So what I mean to say is, suppose in 2016 sales have done of this much, some values there. I want to see that in 2016 which region was having higher sales, or what is the distribution of sales in that region 2016. So I can pick up this region and drag and drop into column series. Okay. So when I drag and drop, this one column has been divided into 4 parts. Okay, this 4 section it has divided. And what are those 4 sections? These are nothing but the, different colors or different regions are there. So it has been divided. What I can tell you from this one, out of 2016 in this sales, whatever sales are done, the highest sales I'm receiving from this purple color, which is nothing but west. Okay, from this west region, which is purple. Second highest is from particular this region. So I'll press escape again here, and let's talk about this one. So here I have 2019, and highest sales I'm getting from west region in 2019. And the lowest I'm getting from this particular south region. So I'm looking at the color and then telling you what it is there. Okay, so you can compare many things. Right now I'm comparing 2 measures. Measures are numerical values. So numerical means sales and profit. These are measures. And I'm also trying to work on 2 dimensions. One is the order date and second is region. So these both are textual and date field. Sales and profit are numerical field. So I'm trying to analyze by multiple fields here. Now, if you click on this other chart, that is line and stacked column, see what happens. If I click on line and stacked column, the chart gets converted into line versus column, stacked column. Here you can see the comparison between years 2016, 2017, 2018 and 19. You can tell that the highest sales is in 2019, second highest in 2018 and third highest. So in this chart, I'm comparing between the years. Okay, between the years or x-axis. Whereas if I select the second chart, that is line and clustered column, I'm not comparing between the years, not comparing 2016, 2017, no, but I'm comparing with the different regions in that year. Okay, different regions in that year. So that is the whole story all about. Yeah. So line versus column chart is very easy, but if you try to explore with different dimensions and measures, you'll find it more interesting. So I'll remove that. I'll create once again for you. So I'll just click on the line and clustered column, resize it properly. And here I can drag this order date into shared axis, sales into column values, profit into line values. Okay. Profit into line values. So that's a simple line versus column. If you want to explore further, you can bring some field and drop into column series. So right now 2 measures are there, sales and profit, and 1 dimension. Let's say I'll pick up this time category into column series, and I can tell you which category is sold more in which year. Okay, by looking at this chart. Very simple and easy. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create line versus column chart or column versus line chart. Let us see how to create a scattered plot in Power BI. Scattered plot or scattered chart is the only animation chart by default in Power BI. I repeat, scattered plot or scattered chart is the only animation chart by default. Underline the word by default in Power BI. There are many more animation charts which we'll see in the coming video. But when I say by default, these are the visuals which are by default, 30 plus visuals. So in this, only scattered plot is having the animation feature. Let us see how we work on scattered plot. We create scattered plot when we want to see the distribution of measures or numerical values. So here I'll be showing you distribution of sales and profit in different subcategories. Okay. So 2 numerical columns are required. Okay. 2 numerical columns. Now when I say numerical, how do you quickly find out which are the numerical columns? So here, if you see the icon, this summation icon will help you that these are numerical columns. Okay, these are all the numbers. So as I said, I have picked up the clean data. If your data is not clean, you have to first clean and then create charts. Cleaning part will be taken care further in the coming section. Now, proceeding towards the scattered plot, I'll click on scattered plot or scattered chart, and you can see there are different options which I have to put. Okay, so I'll keep on adding fields one by one, and you can see how this scattered plot looks more better. So as I said, we need two numerical columns. So I'll put here sales into x-axis, profit into y-axis. So x-axis sales, y-axis profit. Okay, I'm getting a single dot. This single dot will tell you what is the total sales and total profit. So if I want to see how different subcategories are distributed, so I'll pick up subcategory into details. So you can see these are all different subcategories. These are 17 subcategories. I know the number, so I can tell you confidently. So when I keep my cursor on any circle or bubble, you can see it will tell you what is the name of that, what is the sales and what is the profit. So being from a sales perspective, I will definitely look for those subcategories which are in the upper section. Okay, in the upper section, why? Because those are having higher profit. Okay, those are having higher profit, or which are in the this way on the top. This is the profit axis, and later on I can see based on sales also. So in my case, I can tell you that the higher sales are coming, higher profit are coming from this particular dot, this dot and this dot. And what are this dot? I have to keep the cursor and then I can tell you, which is a bit difficult. So why not give some labels over there? So I can go to this format button and click on this category label. This category labels option, if I enable, I don't have to keep the cursor. It's very easy. I can read those everything properly. Now copiers is having higher profit. I can say highest profit. Second highest may be accessories or phones. But on the right hand side, you can see phones and chairs are definitely having highest sales because they are on the extreme right hand side corner. That's a simple scatter plot. From here onwards, some additional features will come. Now, if I drag the quantity option into size, if I drag this quantity into size, you can see the size of bubble have increased some places. So it is trying to tell you that the bigger size will have the higher quantity and the smaller size will have smaller quantity. What you can find out from the quantity, suppose if the quantity is higher, there will be more cost for packaging, transporting or delivering. Some additional cost would be there. When the the quantity is less, you have less kind of this expenses over there. So this calculation you can find out from here. The other part, I can tell you that there is option given as legend. Now phones belongs to some other category, let's say technology, and there is something, let's say chairs. Chairs belongs to furniture. So they both are different categories. I can drag this category option and put into legend. So those different categories will get different colors. When I say office supplies, in office supplies, I can say these three are doing better as compared to other subcategories by looking at the color. You can quickly click on this legend, which is office supplies, and find out what are the different subcategories doing better in that category. If I click on technology, I can tell you in technology, copiers is on the top position having higher profit. Phones is having the highest sales. Okay, so you can quickly find out from here. Now that's a very simple scattered plot here. Now let's come to the animation part here. The animation, for that you have to bring something as order date into play axis and wait for few seconds, maybe 3-4 seconds, and this will create an animation point for you in this scattered plot. As I said, scattered plot is the only chart having animation. Now it took some few seconds. Now I can click on this play button and you can see on the top the dates are changing here and some values are moving over there. You see the values are moving based on that day, what was the sales and the profit of each subcategory. It is showing that, but there are 4 years of data and it is showing you each day of data, which is very difficult. Why not convert into year? So I can scroll down here and click on this play axis drop down and select the option date hierarchy. So if I click on date hierarchy, it will give me hierarchy of date like year, quarter, month and day. So right now by default it gave me year 2019. When I click on this play button, you can see it's giving me the trend of sales from 2016 to 2019. Okay, because I have data till 2019. So if I click on copiers, you can see a line will go on and it will tell you what was the sales done for copiers part. Okay. Or if I click on phones, you can see the sales, how the trend is going on, sales and profit. You can click anywhere. So suppose I want to compare copiers and phones, I will press Ctrl click and select, and now I can click on this play button and you can see the lines will draw and it will tell you how the sales and profit have increased or decreased in those coming years. Okay, so that's very simple and easy, and I hope you have understood how to create a simple scatter plot with animation in Power BI. Let us see how to create a simple waterfall chart in Power BI. Here you can see that's a waterfall chart. I'll click on that waterfall chart here, resize it properly, and here I can just drag this order date into category and I'll put sales into values. So waterfall chart are mostly prepared for the axis where it is trending, mostly like I can say as date data type I can say. So what it is trying to convey 2016, 2017, what are the sales done on those areas? So it is trying to build a waterfall in the other direction. Okay, it's going in this direction here. Now the last column is a total column which is present. And let's say we have some more feature here that if you want to see a breakdown, right now everywhere it is increasing. So you can see here there's an increase, no decrease is there in the chart. So I cannot show you the red bar over here, okay, wherever it is decreasing. Now in this fields option, I have something as breakdown. Suppose I want to see the sales done in those years and I want to show you in detail based on different regions. So I can pick up here, let's say region into breakdown. Now you can see what exactly it is trying to convey. Here if you observe in 2016 to 2017, the sales have been different. Here if you see that's a green color, that means sales have increased. And for these two different places, sales have definitely decreased. And what are those regions? There's a south region, west region and central. So in those 2016 year, these three regions were not performing good. Okay, only the east region was doing better. In east region. So that was the only, I can say only sales giving region. Rest all were having lower sales. So on the other place, if you see here, I have west region, which is giving good sales. On the other hand, central and south, you see south is very less. That's the south region, which is having very low sales here. So what I'm trying to show is distribution of sales by years is shown. But if you want to break down in detail based on region or any field, you have to drag and drop in breakdown. I will remove that and I'll show you based on some other field. Let's say category. If I drag category and drop into breakdown, you can see the same thing again. Here in 2016, I can say technology and office supplies were not having that good sales, but furniture had a good sales over here. To get a more clear picture, I can go to this format option and I can bring here data labels. So when I go to data labels, you can see more better. Now it will be easier for you. Wherever there was a red bar, that means it was negative or decrease. So minus 12,000, minus 15,000, and whereas furniture was having 13,000, that was the value we have got. Okay. And the other places you can see based on label. So it's very simple waterfall chart in Power BI. Okay. That's it. And different options you can search in the format, legend, x-axis, y-axis, and so on. So please try to work on that options and you'll get more idea. So I hope you have understood how to create waterfall chart. Let us see how to create a tree map in Power BI. Consider a tree map as a hierarchy chart where you can show a parent and child distribution. Let us see that practically. So here we have a tree map on this default charts, and let me resize. So in this tree map, I'll pick up something, let's say subcategory into group, and I'll put here sales into values. Okay. A simple tree map would be given. Now, how do you read or understand this tree map? First thing, let me show you by writing something. Whenever you have the first category on the top, whatever field, right now it is phones, whatever is on the top, that means it is having higher value. In this case, higher sales. Whatever is at the bottom, that is having the lower sales. So phones is having the higher, and the art, envelopes, these are having lower sales. Okay. You can change the colors and all, that is the secondary part. Now I'll go in more detail. The question is, I want to find out in phone section which region was giving good sales. Okay, so I can pick up here region, drag and drop into details, region into details, and what you can see and how do you read it. For example, this one, yeah. So phones is on the top, number one, it is having higher sales. Inside phones, there is a east, there's a west, south and central. So carefully observe, the size of east is bigger and it is on the top position. So sales are higher for east region. Okay. Inside phones, you're getting more sales from east region. Okay. The distribution. One more example. Let's say I'm talking about tables. Tables is
I think the 4th position in terms of sales. Inside tables, maximum sales are received from West region. Okay, why do I say? Because the position is on the top and it is on the 1st position. So 2nd would be South, 3rd would be Central, and 4th would be East. Okay, that's a distribution. If you find it confusing, no problem. You can go to this format button and there you can see there's a data label. Once you get a data label, you can get the values also and clear the concept. So if I show you that East region, as I said, which is the highest, sales 100,000, then there is 72,000 and 98 and 58. So I think first would be this West, second would be, East and then West. Okay. Same way, when I say about the tables, the first you're getting from West region, second maybe from some other region, which you can expand and see the option. Let me expand it. Or if I click on this focus mode, it will become bigger. And if I keep cursor 39. So here I can say West region, I'm getting good sales for tables, then South and then so on. So remember, the size and position also matters. Whenever it is bigger size, higher sales. First position, again I can say higher sales. Okay. Coming back to the report. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a simple tree map in Power BI. Let us see how to work on a gauge chart, or some people call this a gauge chart. So let's see how to create this gauge chart or gauge chart. Now we have a ready-made gauge chart option here. So you don't have to write some coding or write some formulas and function. Ready-made gauge chart would be there. So I'll just create 2 gauge charts. So first one, I'll click on this button, gauge chart, and I can resize it properly. In this gauge chart, I can drag the sales and drop it either here or in this section anywhere. Okay, so I'll tell you where to be dragged. So first of all, I'll just drag sales and drop it into this gauge chart. So what you can see right now, a gauge chart would be created and some value would be visible here. So this is the total sales, which is 2.30 million. Okay, that's a total sales, and 50% of the area is occupied here. If you see, 50% is blank and 50% is that sales. Now there's one value which you observe, which is 4.59 million. 4.59 million, which is the double of the actual sales. Okay, it's, I know, something bit odd. 4.59 is double of 2.30 million. Okay, some round of number. So here actually this half of the space is not utilized properly. Okay, so what we can do is, gauge charts are mostly used when you want to compare with the target, whether we have achieved the target or not, whether it is exceeded the target or not. So here I'll try to bring one indicator. Okay, some indicator over here. So which will give me what is the target, and I can find out whether it has achieved or not. Since we do not have any target field here, I will quickly create one target field and I can drag and drop. So I can just go to home menu bar and I have this new measure. Okay, so I have sales, but I don't have target sales. So just for time being, I'm creating a field so that we can use. I'll click on new measure and I'll write as target sales equal to some column. I'll write here target sales equal to, I know it's not visible, so I'll zoom it properly. So target sales equal to sales, which is already an existing column here. I can write as sum of sales into, I can write 1.3. For time being 1.3. So assuming the target was 1.3 times the original sales, and I'll press enter. Okay. So here on the right hand side somewhere, you can see a new field is created at the bottom. That is target sales, and here there's a calculator icon. There's one thing you have to observe, there's a calculator icon, because I clicked on this home menu bar and I clicked on new measure. Okay, I clicked on home menu bar, I clicked on new measure. So coming back to that gauge chart, I can select that target sales and put into target value. Okay, target sales into target value, and you can see what happened here. I'm getting 2.99 million was the target. Okay, I have created dummy target here. If you already have a ready-made target field, you can simply drag and drop. No need of writing the calculation. So I have not achieved the target and I've achieved just 2.30 million. The actual target was 2.99 billion. Okay, so one more example I'll show you on the same thing. I'll click on gauge chart, and this time I'll prepare for profit and target profit. Profit column I already have, so I'll drag and drop into values, but target profit I don't have. Okay, here also if you observe, this is the actual profit and this is twice of the actual profit. 572 is 2 times of 286. Creating a new target profit column, home menu bar, and I'll click on new measure. Here I'll write as target profit and I'll zoom the screen so it's visible for you. Target profit equal to sum of in bracket I'll write as profit. Simply write profit and press tab key. When I press tab, it will give me the name of the table, that is orders is name of the query or table, and square bracket profit is name of the column into 1.4. This 1.4 can be anything, you can write anything, 1.5, 1.6 for dummy example right now, and press enter. Make sure you press enter, that is important. When you press enter, on the right hand side at the bottom, target profit is created. So I can just drag this target profit into target value. Okay, so target value will give you an indicator that this was the target and you have not achieved it. Okay, now what is the use of this gauge chart? Number one, you can visually see whether it has achieved or not the target. Second, I'll create a pie chart at the bottom. You know how to create a pie chart, and I'll show you what is the use of this gauge chart. So create a pie chart for region and sales, and that's it. So ignore this legend. We don't want this legend option. Now, suppose I click on this particular region, which is a west region. See, on the top, the gauge charts will change. If I click on this west region, the gauge charts are changing and they are telling you what is the sales in west region, what was the target in west region, what is the profit in west region, what is the target in west region. I'll click on south region. See, the numbers will change. If I click on south region, and you can see this was the sales 391, this was the target sales, profit and target profit. Okay, so you can keep on clicking and the gauge charts will automatically change. Not only gauge charts, but all the charts will change, which you'll see in the coming section. But this is very interesting gauge chart to measure whether the performance or indicators. They are also known as KPIs somewhere, key performance indicators. So practice and see this video twice so you'll get understand more in detail. Okay, so that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a gauge chart in Power BI. Welcome back to this newer section on cards and filters. Now slowly, gradually we are coming to some advanced level of visuals. The basic charts we are covering slowly, gradually. Now what are cards and filters? These are very important. Again, the same thing, indicators. Cards are nothing but indicators giving you only the values. So it can be text, it can be date or numbers. And also we'll see how to work on different filters. So I've divided this section into smaller videos. Each topic I'll explain you in detail. And what are those videos? I can show you here. So we have 4 videos on cards. Okay, we'll see how to work on number card, text card, date card and multi-row card. Later on, along with that, side by side, we'll see how to work on this filters option. These are 4 different types of filters. There are many filters which we'll see, but right now as a beginner, there are 4 different filters we'll see. Filters on visuals, on page, on all the pages, and how to drill through. So these are the topics, total 8 videos in this section. Let us see how to work on number card. So there is no number card kind of concept in Power BI. There's only card concept. You can create a simple card. So I have just given this name as number card, text card and date card separately. So I can show you different examples here. So let us see number card, how to create that. And then I'll tell you what is the use. So I can just click on this 1, 2, 3 next to a gauge chart, which is a card over here, and I'll just try to align it properly. And what I'll do is I'll put here sales. Either you drag and drop into this fields option or you drag and drop it here. Okay, so that's a simple card over here. Again, I'll click outside. Make sure you click outside and again click on 1, 2, 3. I'll create 3 cards. So first one for sales, second for profit, and again I'll click outside, click on this card and drag the quantity into that card. So I am only dragging numbers, numerical columns like sales, profit, quantity, not the textual columns like region, state. That I'll do in the next video. So what it is trying to say, it is trying to give you the total value. Okay, total sales is 2.30 million, total profit is 286,000, quantity is 38,000. Okay, so these are like again indicators which will give you what are the values going on, total values. So right now you might have seen some dashboards on coronavirus. What are the total number of cases? What are the active cases? What are the fatality rate? So this numbers will be given on the top, and at the bottom they'll give you some charts, maybe line chart or a map or something. So consider this as indicators over there. Now they work very simple. Okay, they are very simple to watch, but they are very useful. How? I will create some map or some table over here. Let me just create a map. I'll click here and click on this map button. And I can just drag here state into location and sales into values or size. You have seen how to create a map in the previous video. So here I will just try to increase the size so it looks a bit better. Bubbles, I'll increase size here. Yeah, so that's a map here. Okay, now let me try to move it on the right hand side. You can ignore the alignment part. That is very simple. I can do it for you. Yes, so these are the sales, quantity and discount. Now, if I keep my cursor here, this is what California. Let me also add some labels over here. I'll go to format and select the option as labels, category labels. So now if I click on California, carefully observe, if I click on this California, you are able to see the sales, quantity and discount for California. Okay, that's a sales for California, quantity and profit. If I click on some other state, let's say if I click on this Florida, and you can see all the values in that card will change. You see, all the values are changed. I have not done anything, no linking I have done. By default, all the cards, all the charts in that page are linked together. Okay, these are default properties. If you want, you can break the relation also, which we'll see in the coming section, coming videos. But it's very simple and easy to use this card option. Okay, not only map, you can create any chart. Okay, any chart. So let's say I'll create a table here and try to bring here simple value here. So I'll drag subcategory and I'll drag sales. Okay, that's it. Subcategory sales. Suppose if I click on accessories, one subcategory, you can see the value will change here. Okay, if I click on this accessories, which is 167380, that's a sales, and same I'm getting on the top. Okay, this value, just to show you whether the values are correct or not. If I click on binders, the sales for binders is 203,000. So that is 203,000. Okay, all the values will be given. So this is how we work on number card. Very simple. Now, if you want to change the formatting and everything, you can always change that. Like I'll select this 2.3. I'll go to this format. Usually we require borders for those. Okay, select those, apply borders. It looks better. Okay, so using borders, you can properly align them. You see how neat and clean they are. If you want, you can round up the borders. Go to format and I can go to this borders option, scroll down and I can just round the borders. A bit fancy, nothing else. Select that and make it border. Yes. So this way you can also round the borders. It looks better. Okay, that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a simple number card in Power BI. So now you have seen how to create a number card. Okay, if you have not seen the video, please see that video and come back. This is a topic where I'll show how to create a card for text. Okay, when I say text, it can be anything. It can be subcategory, category, region, city, state, anything. So let's see how to create a text card. So first I'll create a card, click outside and click on this 1, 2, 3, which is a card, and resize it properly. Here I can drag subcategory and drop into that card. So you can see it's giving me accessories, and below that accessories is written as, it is telling you what is the first subcategory. Okay, first subcategory means alphabetical order wise. Okay, alphabetical. So A to Z, the first is accessories. One more I'll create. I'll click in this 1, 2, 3, and if I drag here or resize properly, and again if I drag subcategory, it will also give you the same, which is the first subcategory. But suppose if you want the last subcategory in terms of, alphabetical order wise descending. So select that card and you can click on this small button here and you have the option as last. So first one is by default selected. If you click on last, what is the last subcategory? It's table. Okay, alphabet table, and you can work on that. You can change something. If you want, you can click on this drop down and select count. So if you click on count, you'll be getting what are the times subcategories are repeated. 9994. So the entire data is 9994. Okay, these are the number of records. So if I click on this button, I can select the option count distinct. This is very important. If I click on count distinct, this will tell me what are the unique subcategories in that column. Unique subcategories. So there are 17 unique subcategories in that database. Okay, 17. That's a simple one. But this is not so useful when it comes to creating some visual or dashboard. You don't usually get a subcategory by alphabetical order. No. So I think I'll just click remove. I'll click and remove. So what I can do is I can show you which is the highest selling subcategory, highest profitable subcategory, and highest quantity subcategory. So for that, we have to do some small exercise and then we'll come back here. Okay, I'll create a new page, right click, and maybe I can click on this new page here, drag this page here, and I can just click on this small table and create here subcategory, sales, profit and quantity. Okay, so 4 columns I've done. So this we are preparing a base for creating a card. Okay. Now, what is the highest selling subcategory? I'll click on this sort button and it's given as phones 330007, which is phones. So I'll click in this notepad. I'll write in this place, which is phones, highest selling, which is the highest profitable. So I can click on this heading and it will tell me copious is the highest profitable. So I'll write here in notepad as copious, which is having the highest quantity. I can just click on this descending order. It's 5974 binders. Okay. So I'll type as binders. So these are the three highest selling, highest profitable and highest quantity. So it was easy when you have a table, but sometimes if you do not have a table and you have very limited space and the client or the end user wants the answer quickly, you can create a text card. Okay. Now comes the text card. So I'll create here a text card, a simple card, and drag subcategory into that box. Okay, subcategory into that box. So as we have seen, it is giving the alphabetical order first one. I'll expand this filters section in this filters section, and here there are three filters: filters on visual, filters on this page, and filter on all pages. We have detailed video in the coming videos here. So right now I'll be talking about this option, which is filter on this visual. Okay, so carefully observe. What I'll do is my answer, my output expected is what is the highest selling subcategory. Okay, so you have to do one thing. I have to drag this subcategory, this particular subcategory, and drop it into this box here. Okay, so you see, I'll just drag subcategory and drop into this box. Why I'm doing that, I'll tell you. When you drag and drop, it will expand. You see, I have the second subcategory. Click on this small drop down button and click on this small button here and select top N. These are again sub filters. So if I select the option top N, I'm looking for only top one, sales. I'm dragging and dropping sales into this box. So what I've done is drag subcategory, select from here top N, type 1, and by value is sales. The moment I click on apply, you see when I click on apply, this value has changed and it is giving me as phones. Why phones? Because here if you see, the highest selling subcategory is what? Phones. Same way, I'll show you how to find out highest profitable and highest quantity. So I'll do it 2 more times and you can understand properly. Let me move it aside, and here I'll click again outside, click on this text card, drag subcategory into fields, alphabetical order, drag subcategory into this box. From here I'll select top N, type here as 1, and drag profit into this box because I want top 1 subcategory. When I click on apply, you can see that's a highest profitable copious. Let me open that notepad and you can see highest profitable. Let's see highest quantity one more time. I'll click outside, click on this card, subcategory into this box, and again subcategory into this box. Here I'll select top N because I want the top item, top 1, and this time you tell me what should I drag if I want the highest quantity. Yes, you can say it's quantity again. So I can drag the quantity and drop it here. Make sure you click on this apply filter button. Most of the time apply filter button we forget. So once you click on apply, you can see binders will be the answer. So binders is the top quantity. Okay. Now I know this title at the bottom is misleading. You see phones, first subcategory, first subcategory, first subcategory. So you can change that. And how do you change? You can click on this, select the card, click on this small drop down and rename this field and write as highest selling. I can select the second card, click on this drop down, select rename highest, or I can write as most profitable. Okay, select the binders and then click on this drop down, rename, and most ordered. Okay, most ordered. So phones, copiers, and binders, these are the top 3 categories here. Okay, so that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on text card in Power BI. So something more in the text card. What was that? We'll see how to properly align those text card, and also we'll work on how this text card can be useful further. So first of all, let me align it properly. I'll just select that card over here, properly give a background, that is a border here. Select that format button and you can see there's a border option and there will be a border. I'll scroll down, expand the border, and this radius, if I make it to 30px, it will round down. The borders will be rounded up. And to give more effects, I can just click on this shadow button here and you can see a small shadow is there. So if you compare this phones with this copiers,
This looks more fancy, and same way I'll try to also modify. Select the same borders, make it as on, and scroll down. Radius I'll make it as 30 px, and same way shadow I'll make it as on, and properly align it. Same applies for this one. Select the card, and by the way, we have a format painter option. Why to do it again and again and again? So simply select that card from where you want to copy the formatting, and then click on format painter. Okay, format painter, and then you can just click on the other option, and you can see that has been formatted. So this way you can format. So I have 3 different cards: highest selling, most profitable, and most ordered. So this text card will change when if I click on any other chart. Let's say, for example, I will create here a simple column chart for category. I'll select category option, and I'll select sales over here. Okay, that's a simple column chart. So there are 3 categories. I can say technology, furniture, and office supplies. Let me move it on the right. So if you ask me, inside technology, which is the most selling, most profitable, and most ordered? So I can click on technology, and you can see phones and copiers. These are the most ordered, most profitable. If I click on furniture, okay, in furniture, the most selling is chairs, most profitable is also chairs, and most ordered is furnishings. If I click on office supplies, it will tell me that the highest selling is storage, most profitable is paper, and the most ordered is binders. So not only column chart, as I said in the previous video also, you can work on any type of chart, and this text card will automatically change. They are automatically linked here. So that's it. I hope you have understood cosmetic part on the text card. Let us see how to create a date card in Power BI. This is one of the most important and my favorite, how to create a date card in Power BI. So it's simple and easy, and there are many features which have been added with newer versions. Let us see that practically. So here I will just create or click on this 1, 2, 3. That's a card here, and I'll resize that. So I can pick up here order date into this fields. Since it's a date card, I'll pick up any date field here. So this will give you one date, which is the earliest date in that database, earliest date. So let me show you practically. When I go to page 1, just dummy page I'll create, remove that, and I'll create a table, pick up here order date into values, sales into values, and I'll make this order date as date order date here. So what I'm trying to show you is what is the minimum date in that table. Minimum date is 3rd January 2016, and same value will be given in that card. If you want to find out the latest date in that data set, I can click on that column heading, and you can see the latest date would be 30th December 2019. Let us go and check. So I'll go to that date card sheet, and the earliest one is 3rd January 2019. This one is by default selected as earliest. If you want, you can search for latest count. So latest date, and you can see 30th December 2019. Okay, that's a latest date over here. But what I want to show you is which date was there where we got most sales or most profit, highest selling or highest profitable day. Let me go to that text card, this page 1, sorry, and drag the profit into that table. Okay, this one just for your understanding I'm creating, not required. In the company you don't have to create this one. So if I sort this in the descending order of sales, the most or the highest selling day was March 18, 2016. Okay, so I'll write here highest sales were on March 18, 2016. Okay, same way I'll write for highest profit. Highest profit was on, let me check, I can click on this profit column heading, and it was October 2, 2018. Okay, October 2, 2018. So this was easy. When I create a table, sort in ascending, descending, then I got the answer. But in real time, you don't create this table every now and then. We usually take help of this card. Okay, this card here. So what I can do is I can show you this method. We can work on this filter on this visual. We have detailed topic on filter, but let's see. When I click on this drop down, and if I click on this drop down, you can see the options are not there. Not many options will be visible. So I can just minimize. I'll pick up this order date again and drop into this box. So here we have again 4 options here. One is advanced filtering, basic filtering, relative date, and top N. I'll show you the same thing. If I click on top N and I'll type as top 1, drag the sales into this by value field,
And if I click on apply filter, carefully observe when I click on apply filter, March 18, 2016 was the highest selling day. So most sales were gotten on that day. You see, March 18, 2016. If you want to see what was the most profitable day, October 2, 2018. So I can go back, I can remove this sales option and I can drag here profit into this box. And I have to click on apply button, October 2, 2018. So what I'll do is I will create two cards here. So one, I can just right click, copy, paste using Ctrl V, and this particular card was for profit. I can just replace it with sales. Okay, drag and drop it for sales, apply filter. So left hand side is the most profitable and is the highest selling. So I can rename that, click on the drop down and I can click on rename. I can say as highest, or I can say as most profitable day, and I can say as highest selling. So highest sales, that's it. So these two are the field. Now same story again, if I create a chart and if I try to play with that, this both dates will change. So let me create a table at the bottom for region and sales, region into that values, and I can pick up here, let's say sales into that values. A simple table is created. If I click on central and if I want to find out what is the highest selling day and most profitable day in central. So if I click here, you can see October 2 and October 2. Highest selling and profitable. If I click on south, it will give you the details about that particular value. Okay, west you can see. So any data set you have at the bottom, it will try to change the dates also. Okay, that's very simple. So that's it, and I hope you have understood how to create a date card in Power BI. That was number one agenda, and how to find out most profitable and highest sales. In the next video also, I'll continue for the date card. Let us see one more topic in date card, that is relative date filtering. This is very important and new feature in the latest Power BI applications. So relative date card, what I'm trying to say, let us see practically. So suppose I create a simple card here, click on this card and I can pick up order date into this box. This will give me the earliest date in the database. We have seen in the previous video, earliest date. But what I want to find out the earliest date in last 2 years. Okay, the earliest date in last 2 years. So I can drag this order date again and drop into this box here, that is add data fields. Here when I drag, if I click on this drop down, I have this 4 options. When you drag some textual field, you have 3 options. So relative date is a new feature, relative date. So my question was, I want to find out in last 2 years, which was the smallest date. So I can click on this last, in the last, okay, is in the last, I can write 2, not days, but I want to include here years. In the last 2 years, when I click on apply button, and you can see in the last 2 years, June 4, 2018 was the smallest date. Okay, June 4, 2018. If you want in the last two, let's say 24 months or 25 months, if I click on apply, you can see May 5, 2018 was in the last 25 months. Now it looks simple, but what is the beauty of this date card, relative card? If I open this file next year, this 2018 will change to 2019. So this date is connected to my system date. Whenever the data or the date changes, this values will automatically change. Okay, same way here, if you observe, what is the range given? It is given as 5/4/2018 to 6/3/2020. This date is actually the date when I'm recording today. So it is including this day also. Okay, 6/3/2020, June 3rd of June 2020. Okay, so if I open this file tomorrow, this will change to 4th of June 2020. So this will automatically change. Now where it can be used, let me show you that. So if I remove this table, I remove this card. Actually, this relative card filtering can be used everywhere, in the reports, in the charts, anywhere. So let me show you a small example. If I click on table and if I just bring here the order date and if I bring here sales, this comes in 4 columns, year, quarter, month and day. I'll try to bring in 1 column. I'll just click on this drop down and select order date. That's the field, and select order date. So I'm getting here the entire set. You see, 3rd of January 2016 to entire, the highest one. But I only want data from last 2 years only. Okay, so from last 2 years. So I can pick up this order date into this box here. You see, filter on this visual, this box, and I'll tell them I want data relative date. So relative date from here in the last 2 years, and click on apply filter. So here you see June 4, 2018 is in the last 2 years. The entire table will only give you for last 2 years. If I open the file next year, so this particular date will keep on changing. Okay, in fact, if I open in next month also, this data will change. So no, I know that it's not related to this particular video, that's a date card, but I wanted to show you what is this relative date filters available in this card option. Okay, so it's just one example, one simple table. You can apply for all the charts, all the visual. So you create report one time and the report will automatically refresh for every month, every year, and that's very simple. Okay, so I hope you've understood how to work on relative date filtering on a date card. Now I think you're comfortable with how to work on date card, number card and text card. All these options gives you one value at a time. Only one date, one number or one text. What if you want to have multiple numbers, multiple text and multiple dates? Let's see. So for that we'll be using multi-row card. Actually the name is not so correct. It should be multi-row and multi-column card. Let us see what I mean to say. So if I click on this normal card, what you have seen in the previous video, and if I drag here subcategory, I used to get only one, subcategory name. But if I click outside and if I click on this multi-row card and if I resize and if I drag the same field over here, subcategory into that box, you can see I'll be getting all the names of those subcategories into that data set. Okay, these are all 17 subcategories if you count. Along with this subcategories, if you also want sales, profit, quantity, anything, you can simply drag and drop profit, sales, and I think quantity. So you can keep on adding as many columns you want. Okay, so that's a name it's given as multi-row card. So why it is given multi-row card? Because you can see these are multiple records. What I was saying is it should be also given multi-column because I'm adding second column, third column and fourth column also. So the name should not be multi-row, it should be multi-row and multi-column card. Okay, that makes more sense. So you can keep on adding different fields over here. Okay, let's make it simple. I'll only add a subcategory and profit. Okay, and I'll delete this one. So these are all 17 subcategories. Okay, all 17 subcategories. What I only want top 3 subcategories by profit, the highest profitable top 3 subcategories. So I can drag the subcategory and drop into this box here, filter on this visual, click on this drop down and select top N option, and here I can select 3. Earlier I used to type only 1 because it used to give only one output. So I'll type as 3 and I can drag profit into by value, and if I click on apply button, you can see only 3 subcategories are given and they are the most profitable. And what are those? Accessories, copiers and phones. I know it is not visible, the font is very small, so I can click on this format button and go to that card option or maybe card title and increase this size here. So if I increase and make it as some different color, so accessories, copiers and phones are the highest profitable subcategories. Suppose you want the lowest profitable, you can click on this bottom button and click on apply. So these are the lowest profitable. I'll just click on top and click on apply. Okay. So what is the benefit of using this multi-row card? Let me show you practically. Suppose if I create a pie chart for region and sales, I'll resize before I show you something. Yeah. So if I put here region and into legend, and if I put here sales into details, now maybe I have to put into values. Yes. So carefully observe this box. When I say this box, that means the multi-row card which I've created. When I select something here in the pie chart, suppose if I select West. So what are the top 3 subcategories which are sold in West region? I can say copiers, binders and accessories. If I click on East region, I'm getting the same, I think, binders, copiers and phones. If I click on Central, you can see the values are changing. So you can find out top 3 profitable subcategories when you keep on clicking on any region. Not only this, you can change the chart, you can change the different fields over here, and this values will keep on changing. Okay, that's very simple here. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a multi-row card in Power BI. Welcome back to the newer fresh topic in Power BI, filters. Filters are very important when you create some dashboard or a report. Okay, they are used to filter the data on the visual. That's very simple. But let us see practically what I'm trying to convey the message. There are different types of filters available in Power BI. We have filters on visual. You can see I have created a sheet over here and I'll keep on showing you topics on this. So we have filters on visuals, filter on page, filter on all pages, and drill through, and many more filters are there. So right now we'll be focusing on how to work on filter on visual. Okay. So if you're using a older version of Power BI, you might not get this filters pane. Okay. So you have to upgrade the version, or you have to update the features in that. How to update? I have given you the link in the description somewhere. You can find out, or if not, you can see this initial few videos how to update the Power BI software here. So this filters pane is very important. Right now in this filters pane, we have only two type of filters. One is filters on page. Second is filter on all pages. Okay. In this pane, actually you should get three filters here. Filter on visual also should be there, but it is not there. So first of all, I'll create some visual, only then the option will be there. So let me create some chart. Let's say a pie chart for region and sales. Okay. So when I click on region sales, carefully observe, I am getting filter on visual. Now I'm getting that the other options also, filter on all pages. So three filters are there in this filters pane. If you click outside, see what happens. If I click outside the chart, filter on visual is missing. Okay. Only two options are there. Filter on visual is missing because you have to select the visual, only then you can apply filter on that visual. Now I'll create two charts. One is this pie chart and one I'll create a funnel chart here. Okay. And the funnel chart will have subcategory and sales. Okay. Right. So the question is, suppose if I only want to apply a filter only on that pie chart. Okay. So I have to apply the option as filter on visual. Okay. So if I want to see only this data for some specific category, let's say the technology. So I can just drag this technology and drop into this box. Okay. Into this box. Why not into this box and other box? Because currently I'm interested only on this visual. So I can just drag and drop into this box. So here I can select the option as technology and minimize this filter. So carefully observe, I have applied a filter only in this visual, not on the other visuals. So when I do that, this particular chart or pie chart is changing. How do you find out? You have to just check the values. If they are changing, that means the chart is affected. So if I minimize that and if I select something else, office supplies, you can see only one chart is changing the values. Okay, only one chart, not the other one. So if you want, you can specifically filter any one visual. Okay, so I repeat the topic again. I deleted that. So I've created two separate charts. This time I want that only this funnel chart should be modified. So I can pick up segment into this box. Okay, some other example, segment into this box. And if I select consumer segment, only this funnel chart will be changing. You see, funnel chart would be changing. If I click on home office, funnel chart is changing, not the pie chart. So this is very simple. That is known as filter on visual. So let us see how to work on filter on page. Okay, filter on visual we have seen, and the next part we have, that is filter on this page. Okay. So when I say page, this is known as page. In Excel file, these are known as sheets, but here these are known as pages. So I want to apply a filter on the entire page, only on one page I can say. Okay. In next video, we'll see if you want to apply filter on all the pages, you can use the second option here. Right now, I'll quickly create three charts, any three charts here. So select this pie chart, pick up region and profit. And yes. So that's one chart here. Second one, I'll create a table, a simple table for segment and sales and resize it properly. And third one, I can pick up here, let's say order date and profit. Maybe this also I'll convert into a table. Okay. So you can quickly see the answers. And this one I can just change into order date. Right. So now, if you observe, these are three different visuals. Okay. Three different charts are there. Let me also remove this legend from here. Now the question is, if I want to see the entire page only for a category, let's say as furniture. Okay. So I have to click outside, or you can click on any chart, no problem.
But let's click outside, and then I can pick up this category and drop into this box. See carefully, what is the name of this box? Here it is, filter on this page. Okay, filter on this page. So I can just drag this category and drop into this filter on this page and select technology. The moment I click on technology, the entire page will show me details about technology. You see, the values have changed. It was a bit fast, very quick, but you can see. Let's see this value 836. This will also change if I click outside. And if I select office supplies, if I select furniture, I'll keep on clicking and you can see the values of entire page will change. Okay, entire page will change. That's very simple. If you want to clear filter, you can just click on clear button and I'll just remove this filter here. Now let's say I want to see the entire detail about only one state, let's say California. So I can pick up state, drag and drop into the same box, that is filter on this page, and it's difficult to search. It's there, California. So I can select California. The moment I click, you can see all the options will change, all the values will change. You see, total page has changed, 76,000 here, 76 and some value. So I can deselect and select Arizona and you can see all the values have changed. I can minimize. You can also filter multiple parameters. Let's say I can also pick up for the customer. I can drag this and drop it for customer into the same box here. And I can select any one customer and I can get the values on the entire page. Okay. So this is also one type of filter. We have in the next section slices also, which we'll see. But that's very simple and I hope you understood how to create filter on this page. Let us see the next topic. We have filter on all the pages. As the name says, filter apply on all the pages, not only one page, but all the pages. Let us see that practically. So for that, what I'll do is I'll create two pages here. One is page 2 and page 3. Let me write the name as P1. I can just double click and rename that page as P1, and second page I can rename it as P2. So P1 and P2, what I'll do is I'll try to create two charts over here. So in P1, I'll create a simple table and apply category and sales. Okay. And same way in the other place, I'll create one more table here, or I can create a bar chart and I'll put here subcategory and I'll put here sales. So these are two visuals I've created and I'll try to add some detail labels here. Now what I'll do is I'll copy this, right click, copy this visual and I'll put on page P2, Control V. You can press Control C and Control V also. So right click, copy visual and I can go to page P2 and paste it. So these are two pages, one is P2 and P1. Both the places are same charts, nothing different. So what I'll do is I'll apply a filter, okay, in this option, in this place, that is filter on all pages. And you can see it will affect both the places. But before that, if you remember, we have learned how to apply filter on this page. We'll do that first. So let me drag the option category into this option, that is filter on this page. And suppose if I select furniture, okay, if I select furniture, you can see this, both the places I'm able to see furniture and furniture related subcategories like chairs, tables, bookcases and furnishings. But if I go to page P2, this chart is not affected. This page is not affected. So what I can do is I can go back to P1. If I can delete this filter and instead of dragging and dropping it in that location, I will drag and drop into this location, filter on all pages. So steps are very much same. So I can just drag category and I'll drop into filter on all pages. So here if you see, when I select furniture, definitely I'm able to see furniture, or if I select technology, I'm able to see technology. But if I go to page P2, you can see here also I'm able to see technology and the subcategories related to technology. So not only these two pages, but if you open any page, you will be able to see that filter is applied. So if I go to some other page, yeah, you can see here also data is filtered. In some other page, data is filtered. So I'll create one more quickly. And if I drag category and if I drag sales, you can see technology. So all the pages wherever this category is used or relevant data would be filtered. Not only category, relevant data would be filtered. Once again, if I come to P1 page and if I select furniture,
You can see here furniture on P1, on P2 also there's a furniture, and on P3, that is page 3 which I've created, there also you can see furniture. So anything related to furniture only will be visible everywhere. Anything related to furniture record will be visible everywhere. Rest all will be filtered. And by the way, this filters pane is common everywhere. In all the sheets, this page would be common. So if you want to modify, you can modify from here, or you can go to that any page and modify this filter on all pages. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on filter on all pages. In this video, we'll see how to work on drill through in Power BI. Drill through is a very important topic in Power BI. It is used to drill down and navigate through different pages. That's the name given as drill through. So how do we use it and what are the advantages? Let us see that practically. I have created 3 sheets, P4, P5 and P6. You can see these are 3 sheets or pages I'll be using in this video. So let's talk about P4 first. In P4 sheet, I have created 2 charts. One is bar charts, category sales, and second is region wise sales as a pie chart. Okay. P5, I have created simple tables, which is talking about subcategory sales, order date sales, and the segment sales. And if you observe, everywhere the value is 2.297, or you can say 2.2 million value. These are 2.2 million. Third, that is P6, I have created another 2 tables, which is talking about sales by each customer and sales by each city. And see, the value also is same, 2.29 million. It can be different tables, different charts, no problem. So my question here is, if I see the value of technology is 836154, okay, which is 8,36,154. So if I want to see the value, same value for technology in P4 and P5, okay. So what I mean to say is, in P5 page, I want to see this value as 8 lakhs. Here also it should be 8 lakhs and 8 lakhs. So this table or this page should only give me details about that furniture or whatever option I select. Same applies for P6 also. Okay, so once again I repeat, suppose if I click on this furniture button, which is 7,42,000, if I want to see details about it, what I mean to say details, it can be subcategory sales of furniture, order date sales of furniture, and segment sales. So at the end, I want the value here 7 lakhs and that value 42,000. So let's do that. So the steps would be, you have to click outside somewhere, okay, and you can see in this visualization pane at the bottom there's an option, add a drill through fields here. Okay, add a drill through fields here. I am on page 6. I can drag here category into this button here, this box. Okay, so why I have added category? Because from P4 page, I want to jump to P5 via category field. Okay, so I've added here, nothing has to be done. That's it. When I go to P4 page, carefully observe, when I right click on this category, these are all categories. When I right click on this place, even before right clicking, you can see when I keep my cursor on that, on the tooltip, it's written something, right click to drill through. So if I right click here, and here if you see there's a drill through option and page P5. Whereas if I right click on this region, there's no drill through option. Okay. If you click on any chart, you will not get it. If you right click on only category chart, then you'll get this drill through and the page number. So when I click on P5, carefully observe, I will click on this 7,42,000. Remember the number 7,42,000. Right click, drill through, and if I click on this P5 button, it will jump to P5, and the best part is 7,42,000, 7,42,000, it has round up, so 7,42,000. And I have right clicked on furniture. So you see only furniture related values are given, like chairs, furnishings, bookcases, and so on. So what are the sales done for furniture in different segments, in different years, everything would be given for that furniture. Now, if I want to jump to P6, okay, same steps I have to do. Now this time I'll not pick up category, but I'll pick up here region. I'll drag region and drop it into this box here. The page number is P6. Now when I click on P4 page number, okay, this is the region. Okay, now if I right click, and here I will get a drill through option, which will jump to P6. So this will give me details only about this region part. So let's see an example. Here I want to see the value of South region, which is 391.72,000. So I can right click on this South. Maybe I can click and right click, drill through P6. So remember the number 791,000. So when I click on this and let's see the value, you can see 391,000. My mistake, I read it wrong. 391,000 and you're getting the value. One more, which is 725, right click, drill through, and if I click P6, it will navigate. So what it is trying to do is, it is drilling through and giving details only for that page. I was working for one of the clients in India. They have created 3 pages, one for the managers, second for the immediate people working with managers, and third would be, so let's say other people, executives. So if I right click on manager, it goes to next sheet, only employees related to that manager. If I click on that employee, it will give me those executives. So this way hierarchy is created in that we can use this drill through option. Okay, so that's it, and I hope you have understood how to work on drill through in Power BI. We are starting a new section here, which is slicers in Power BI desktop. Slicers are nothing but interactive filters which can be used to filter your report, your maps, your charts, your tables, anything. So there's only one slicer, but there are many topics in that slicer. So what I've done is I've given different names to that topics and created videos. And what are the topics we'll be seeing in this section is, we'll see how to create a slicer for text. We'll format that particular slicer, text slicer. Same thing, we'll see date slicer and we'll format the date slicer. And lastly, we'll see how to work on number slicers. Along with this topics, I'll also show you what are the real-time challenges people face while creating the slicers, where this can be used and how easily we can use it. Let us see how to work on slicers for text. We have one slicer in Power BI, but it can be used for different purposes, for text, date, numbers. So what I've done is I have created separate videos for slicers. Slicers, how do we work on text? Slicers, how do you work on dates? In this video, we'll see for text slicers. So here is the slicer. I can show you. This is a slicer in the Power BI visualization. So if I click on this slicer and I'll just resize, I can put here category into this box and you can see these are the slicers created. Now for having those slicers, we need to have some charts or visual. Then only it would be more effective. So what I'll do is I'll create a simple bar chart for subcategory sales. So I'll pick up subcategory into axis, sales into values. So here is the table. I think if we convert into table, it would be more better. So now if I select the option furniture from this box, you can see only furniture related subcategories are visible. If I click on office supplies, only office supplies values are visible here. I know the font or the size is very small. Let me increase the size. I can go to view tab, click on this drop down, select the option customize current theme, and here I can go to text and make the size as 18 and I'll click on apply. So this will make the size bigger and you can see properly. Okay. So now if I click on furniture, only furniture related subcategories are visible. If I click on technology, only those are visible. If you want to select more than one option, you have to press Control click from a keyboard. Control click. Normal click will not work. You have to press Control click and then you can select multiple values from here. If you want to clear the filter, you can click on this button, clear selection, and it will clear the filter. Suppose if I select office supplies, I can click on clear filter and it will go away. Okay, that's very simple, creating a text slicer. Now, there are different options of formatting, which we'll see in the coming section in the videos here, but this is a simple text slicer. Now, suppose if I want to add one more level in that, let's say subcategory below that. So I can drag subcategory and drop it below that category in this slicer. Okay. Now you can see there's a small change and there's a small drop down which has come on the left hand side. So if you click on that small drop down, you can see that that particular technology has different subcategories. If I expand this furniture, you can see bookcases, chairs and furnishings. These are different subcategories which are present. So you can keep on adding different levels. So I can add here, let's say segment below subcategory. I can add here something region below segment. So you can keep on creating multiple hierarchies. Let me expand it properly. And if I click on furniture, if I click on bookcases, if I click on consumer, So you can see this hierarchy is created. Yeah, that's a separate hierarchy. So no need of creating separately. This is by default in the newer versions. If you're using an older version of Power BI, you may not get this feature. So make sure you update the newer version. How to update? The link might be given in the description, or you can see the initial first few videos to understand how to update this version. So right now I'll just keep only two, category and subcategory. So suppose if I only want bookcases, I can just click on bookcases, and on the left hand side you can see bookcases are visible. I can select chairs or furnishings and something. If I want entire furniture, I can select this furniture option here. Okay, so hierarchy no need to create, you can automatically create. So I'll just remove this and I'll show you one more text filters, text slicers. Suppose I create a slicer, I'll click outside, create a slicer for state and city. So I'll drag the state option here and drag this city option into that box. So if I expand, you can see that particular state, this particular state, that is Alabama, is having many cities over there. So I can just minimize, and let's say about California. If I expand this California, you can see these are all the cities which are present in California state. Okay. And then you can select and find out, like in this particular city, what are the sales by subcategory. So not only this, you can filter the entire report itself using this one single slicer. And let me show you with one more chart here. So I'll create simply a simple pie chart for region and sales. Yes. So that's a pie chart. And if I select California, you can see the value. This value will change. In fact, all the whatever charts and visuals are present in this page will be changed. If you want to clear filter, you can always click on this clear button and the filter will go away. Okay. Creating and deleting is very easy, modifying. So that's it. And I hope you have understood how to create a simple slicer that is for text in Power BI. So let us see how to format a text slices. We have seen how to create. Let us see how to format. So first of all, I'll create a simple slicer. Maybe I can just copy paste the table from the previous sheet, copy, and I can paste. Control V. One more chart I'll copy, Control C, and I can just paste it here. So this is nothing. I've not started a slicer. This is the simple table which I've created. Now I want to add a slicer and I want to format it, so it becomes more easy to filter for end user. Suppose I want to create a slicer for category. So I can click on this slicer button, scroll on the top, and I can drag the category option here. So this is a category, but it looks very dry, very raw, nothing is there. So let's make it more interesting. First of all, we'll use the method for selecting multiple values. If you want to select multiple values, you have to press Control click. Now the client or the end user might not be that smart in Power BI to press Control and click. So we can go to this format option and there's an option selection control. So here we can just disable that multi-select with control. We have to disable that. And when we disable that option, you can see now using the simple click, the person can select and deselect. Okay, number one. So where did I go? I'll tell you. I went to this format button. First select the slicer, then go to format, and here in the selection controls pane, multi-select with control should be off. Next one. This looks very boring, the slicers. If you want to make it more interesting, you can just go to general, and here if you see the orientation is vertical, I can change the orientation to horizontal. So what happens is I can customize this way, or you can see this way would be vertical, or this way it would be horizontal. So wherever you want, you can just drag and drop it here. So it gives you a very good feel of, slices. I can click on technology and office supplies and deselect and select. You see, it's very easy now. So when it is darker, that means it is selected. When it is darker, if I select technology, right now office supplies and technology are selected. Rest all are deselected. And one more, let's see one more I'll create for state. So I can click on this slicer. I clicked outside, drag state and drop into that field box. Then we can go to this format option, general, and I can make it as horizontal, number one. Second one, I can just go to selection control and deselect this button, that is multi-select with control. And you can see, okay, let me delete this so I have more space. Okay, so that's a slicer for all the states. I know all the states are not visible, so you can click on this small button to see the other states. Now you can select any one state like this, and that will give you details about that state only. Okay, all the sales about that state.
Now, if you want to change the color, background color, border, everything can be customized in this format pane. Let's say if I want to change the color, I can go to items, font color, I'll make it as black or white, and in that items, I'll make the background color as black. Okay, so this is how a slicer will look like. So it becomes very cool and easy for the end user to select. Let's say this logo. Okay, very simple. There are many more options which you can figure out, like borders, shadow, lock expect, and so on. So slowly, gradually, once you practice, you'll come to know. Okay, but for time being, I hope you have understood how to format the text slicers. Let us see how to work on date slicers in Power BI. So date slicers are required for everyone. These are the most important slicers I can say. Let us see how to create. I'll click on this slicer button and try to pick up any date data type, date field, that is order date. When I drag and drop, you see what happens. I'll be getting a date in MMDD YYY format. Okay, that's a format here, and I can scroll and filter the dates. But to scroll that, let me just create some table over here. I'll click on this table, put here order date, and I'll put here sales. So I can resize it here and I can show you what the values are going on. So that's order date sales on the right hand side, and that's a slicer or a filter I've created, interactive filters. Now I can just select the minimum date from here and I can select the maximum date from here. Okay, so I can filter those based on exact dates, MMDDYY. So this would be between the dates, minimum to maximum, and give me all the dates between. So please observe here, we have the date starting from 18th of April 2017. Okay, and you can see 18th of April 2017. And maximum date is 21st of December 2017, which will be at the bottom. So you can filter quickly. Now, if you don't want, you can click on this clear filter. That's very easy. And if you want, you can just click on this drop down, and these are the different options you can play. These are like cosmetic options. This one is selected between. That means between minimum, maximum. If you select the option before, the first box will get disabled. You see, this first box will get disabled. Only the second box is enabled here. There's also one thing which I didn't tell you. You can click on that box inside and a calendar would appear where it is very easy for you to navigate to that date, particular date. So I can just click on that December and select July. I can click on 2019 and select the option 2018 and select some day from here. So this will get filtered. Or the other method is you can also manually type as 2/2/2019, enter. That is also one method. So in this drop down, before is there, after is there, list. If I click on this list button, I'll be getting list of all the dates in that slicer, in that data set. So manually I can use a checkbox, or using control click, I can select the values here. Okay, I don't think this would be required. Not many people would be using this. There's the other option as drop down. I can select the drop down and I can select only whichever dates I want. So using this drop down, you can save lot of space. Okay, you can save this lot of space here. So again, I'll click on that small drop down and there's a relative date option. Relative date is again very important. Suppose if I want to see the data only for last 2 years. So I can click on this last, type here 2, and from this drop down, I can select this years option. So if you have seen my video on filters, you will understand this. Filters and cards. I have taken this topic there. So I'll select the option years from here. And you can see last 2 years. So the data is starting from 2018. I'm recording the video on June 2020, and so it's showing us 2 years back, June 2018. So not only this 2 years, you can select month, quarter, weeks, days, many options are there. And not only last, but the next and this year, this month, this quarter, you can select the option. And that's very simple filter over here. Now I'll just remove that filter and I'll move it aside. So there's one more type of filter which would be required. So I'll just create one more slicer here, and in this slicer, I'll put the same field which is order date into that box. So when I drag and drop, the date format is MMDDYY format. Suppose you only want either year, quarter or month. You can click on this drop down and there is an option date hierarchy. So you can select this date hierarchy option, and here if you see 2016, 17, 18, 19, all the dates, all the years will be visible. So you can keep on expanding. Inside 2016, if you want quarter 1, you can select quarter 1 here. Inside quarter 1, if you want some specific month, you can select January. Okay.
That's very simple to filter using hierarchy option. So the method was, we clicked on this drop down and selected date hierarchy. So by default it would be order date. Okay, so that's it. I hope you have understood how to create slicers for date. So let's see how to format a particular date slicer. We have seen how to create, but formatting is also required. So in the previous video, I forgot to tell you one thing, that this is a hierarchy which is created. Now it is occupying a lot of space. Okay, I have to dedicate some space for that. So what you can do is, you can click on this small drop down and click on this drop down option. Okay, you can select drop down. So the space occupied is very less, and I can click on this drop down button and keep on expanding the hierarchy and select whatever month or quarter I want, and I can click outside. So this way I can make more use of this space here. Now let's see some more features, how to format a date slicer. So I'll click on this slicer and bring the order date. This is in the MMDDYY format. I can click on this drop down and convert into date hierarchy. So this is the date hierarchy I have. So again, as I said, it's not that good when you look at this slicer. Why not make it as a boxes? So I can go to this format option and click on general button. And right now, if you have seen the previous video, you have seen how to change the alignment, vertical and horizontal. So right now the option is not visible. So make sure you delete this day, month and quarter. Okay, delete that day, month and quarter. So when no hierarchy is there, then you can change the alignment as vertical, horizontal. So I'll go to this format option and now I'll click on general. This is the option at the bottom. So I will click on this slicer button and add here order date into this box. Now when I add order date, first thing I have to change this as date hierarchy option. And in this date hierarchy, you can see all the years are there, 2016, 17, 18. So you can go to this format option and we have the option selection controls. You can also click on this select all option. That means sometimes we want a select all button. So I can click on select all and all the checkboxes will be selected. The other part would be changing the background and foreground. So if I click on background, I can click on this color and make it as black color. The font should be changed. So I can click on items and change the font color as white. So this way I'll be getting a white color here. There should be a title given which is there, but it is not visible. So you can search for the title option somewhere and you can also change that title. Yes, title. And here I can write as select the year you want and change the font color to white. Okay, so all the cosmetic options would be visible here in the format tab itself. Okay, and there's an option given as headers. You can select the headers and change the font color of slicer headers. That was year, month and day. If you do not want, you can just disable that option here. Okay, so that's very simple, formatting a date slicer, and you can explore few more features in this format tab. Okay, that's all. So I hope you've understood how to format a date slicer in Power BI. Let us see how to work on slicers for numbers. We have seen for text, date, and let's see for number slicers. So for creating number slicers, I'll first create a simple table where I can show you what are the customers who has purchased some items and what are the quantities they have purchased. Okay, a simple table I've created. So that's a simple table here. Okay, and I'll just drag and drop. Now the question here is, I want to find out how many customers have bought quantity 3 or 4 quantity or 5 quantity. So if I want to find out that thing, I'll just click outside and click on this slicer button here, and I can just drag here one column named as quantity. So that's a slicer. I'll drag this quantity into this box. So it will tell me the minimum quantity what people have ordered is 1 and maximum quantity what people have ordered is 14. These are 14 quantities. So if you want to find out people who have bought between 1 to 3 quantity, I'll type here as 1 in minimum, maximum 3, enter. So these are all the customers who have bought between 1 to 3 quantity. Okay, between 1 to 3 quantity, all these are customers. So if you want, let's say 12 to 14, now I'm going on the higher range, 12 to 14 quantity. So I can type here as 12, maybe I can scroll here. That is also easy. So this would be all the customers who have bought in wholesale or in bulk amount. Okay, these are all the customers. Drop down and select the option as list. So this list will give you all the quantities, which are 14 quantities. Now I can select who are the customers who have ordered 14 quantities of one item. So these are all the customers. I can use this data set for analysis purpose also, right? That's very simple for the number slicer. One more, I can click outside and click on this slicer. Let's pick up here sales and you can drag and drop inside. So the minimum sales is 0.44 and maximum sales is 22,000, this value. You can find out which customers have bought maximum between 17 to this value, and that would be filtered, okay, based on that. So right now it's not the relevant, so I'll remove that option here. But however, if you have seen for the quantity option, that's very simple. Simply drag and drop and filter the option. So I hope you have understood how to work on number slices in Power BI. Welcome to this new section in Power BI, that is advanced charts or advanced visuals in Power BI. We have seen how to create basic charts and basic maps in Power BI, but there are so many visuals. There are approximately 250 plus charts outside Power BI. Those are developed by third-party companies, and those charts you can import in Power BI and create some visuals. So in this section, I'll be showing you 10 different charts in Power BI which you can import from third party, that is AppSource, and you can create the charts. Now, what are those charts is given here. We'll see animated bar chart race, drill down donut chart, drill down column charts. So column chart and donut chart you have seen, but if you want to see some drilling down, and you can use this drill down column and donut chart. We have word cloud, Sankey charts, infographic, play axis and scroller. If you try to create this kind of visuals in some other tool, let's say Tableau, for example, if you want to create a sunburst chart or some other chart, let's say Sankey, it is very difficult there. You have to write some calculations, some other things, and then you can create those charts. But here, just using button clicks, you can create those different charts. And lastly, we'll see how to create a sunburst and a histogram. Okay, there are some advantages and some limitations on each and every chart. To bring this chart, you need to have an account on Power BI. Okay, so that you can sign up and then you can create an account and import the charts. You cannot create an account if you have a Google, that is Gmail, Yahoo or Hotmail email ID. You need to have any corporate company email ID or university email ID. Only then you can create an account and import those charts. How to create an account I have shown in the next video. So creating is very simple. You can go to this 3 dots in the visuals, click on get more visuals, and here the first thing it will ask you for username and password. So you have to sign up. Let me show you that. Here if I click on 3 dots, get more visuals, and here if you see, you need to enter the email ID and password. If you are a beginner, if you are looking for the first time, you have to click on this button, need a Power BI account, try for free. As I said, you need a corporate email account, not Gmail, not Yahoo or Hotmail. You need some company email ID like Infosys, at Bajaj.com, at Facebook.com, at LinkedIn.com. Then you can create an account here. And then you can keep on importing the visuals and create this. So let us see practically how to create those advanced charts in Power BI. Let us see how to create animated bar chart race. For animated bar chart race, this chart is not present by default in Power BI's desktop application. If you see, in this place, you will not find that animated bar chart. So we have to import it from third party, I mean to say as AppSource website. So from there, you can pull that chart in Power BI and then you can create it. To pull that chart, you need to have a Power BI account. Only then you can import that. So first of all, I'll just click on this 3 dots, click on this button, get more visuals. And here you have to enter your email ID and password. Now, if you do not have an account, you can click on this button here, that is need a Power BI account. You can create a free account here. But the condition is you cannot create an account with your Gmail ID or Yahoo or Hotmail or any other email ID. So you need to have a corporate email ID or a university email ID. So corporate, I mean to say some company you are working with their email ID, or I can say some university where you're studying or which you have, but you cannot use your Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, this email IDs. So I have one email ID which I'll be using to log in. Now I'll enter the email ID, click on sign in, and I'll enter the password. So there are some other ways also if you do not have the email ID, which I'll be showing you very soon. Right. So So after entering that email ID and password, now you'll get one window over here. Okay. This window will tell you that you can pick up this charts from Power BI visuals and app source. So they also have a website. From there also you can download this charts. So right now you can see there are different category of charts which are present. Okay. Different categories of charts. So I'll show you each chart from each category over here. Now I can search for animated and press enter. Now I can just click on this add button here. So one thing, if you notice, there are some charts where there's a blue tick mark over here. This blue tick mark tells you that these are Power BI certified. They have been tested by Microsoft and they are compatible with other features of Power BI. If there is no blue tick mark, that means they are not yet certified. Very soon, maybe in future, they might get certified. So here also you can see the ratings of those visuals, 4-star, 5-star, 3-star. And based on that, you can use in your visualization. So I'll just click on this add button and that particular, animated bar chart race would be added. You see this one? This is animated bar chart. So in future, whichever charts I add, that will be visible here. Okay. So I'll click on this animated bar chart, try to resize it. Here I can pick up subcategory into name. Now these are different fields. If you observe, these are different fields like name, value, period. So I'll guide you in that how to create. So subcategory sales, if you remember, we have created for bar chart subcategory sales. Here an extra field I'll add, that is order date. Drag this order date and drop into period. So here comes your animated bar chart race. Okay. This chart you might have seen on Facebook, on LinkedIn or some different websites. They show you the trend which is going on from few years for different companies. Many examples you can see. But one thing, if you observe, the speed is very fast and we are not able to read properly what is going on. And also, if you see, there's a number 22 written at the bottom. Okay. Let me tell you, it will go till 31. So you can see it has reached till 31. Why 31? Because there are 31 days in the month. So it is giving you overall 31 days data here. So normally people don't see by days, they only see by years. So I can just click on this cross button and cross. So I'll just keep only years and you can see I'm able to see the trend for all the years. Okay. And if you resize, it will start again. 2016, 17, 18 and 19. And also if you think the speed is very fast, you can reduce the speed. You can click on this format button here and go to this visualization settings. This name is, the spelling is not so correct, but try to understand visualization settings. And here the duration is like 1000 milliseconds. I can make it as 10,000 milliseconds. So 10,000 is very slow. I think I should reduce this to 8,000. So this is 8,000 milliseconds. Let me expand this. These are 8,000 milliseconds. So this way you can work on animated bar chart and you can see, you can explain while this animation keeps on going. There are many case studies which are there and many problems which people face. They have a very common question. Will my report performance be down? Will it become slow? The answer is yes. If you try to import some third-party visual, there are chances that your speed of your workbook might reduce. Okay. It will reduce the performance, interactivity and other. So make sure you be careful when you're using this third-party add-in charts in Power BI. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create animated bar chart race. Let us see one more chart from the app source, that is drill down donut chart. Very interesting and you'll like this chart. So let us import the chart first. I'll click on this 3 dots, click on get more visuals and type here as donut chart. You have seen the donut chart, which was a very simple plain donut chart, but this time I'll show you some advanced donut chart and that's a light edition. And you can see there's a blue tick mark. This blue tick mark tells you that these are Power BI certified visuals. These are Power BI certified. So you can use them properly and they are compatible with all the features in Power BI. So I'll pick up this advanced donut visual, that is a light edition. There are some advanced also in that, like Pro by Zoom charts and many more are there. So I'll just click on this add button here. Donut chart would be added, drill down donut. So I'll click on that drill down donut chart and resize properly. Here I'll add category into category and sales into values. Okay. Category into category, sales into values. So this will give you a normal donut chart here. Okay. A normal donut chart. So when you click on that, any slice, you can see they are been separated very nearby and it is highlighted there. But that's not drill down, that is just selecting. But if you want to go in detail about category and more details, so let's say if I want to see the subcategories also, so I can drag subcategory below category. Then I can drag product name below subcategory. Actually, these are hierarchy products, hierarchy columns here. Category, subcategory, and those subcategories have different products. Now, suppose if I click on this furniture, if I want to know more details about furniture, I can click on furniture and you can see it will give me details about that furniture. So these are all subcategories. Again, if you see chairs is how much? 44.3%. If I click on chairs button here, chair slice, you can see it is going in detail now. So it's very simple and easy. And if you want to come back, you can click in the center like this. Again in the center, it will come back. So instead of creating 3 different charts, why not create only one single chart? Okay, which will give you information for 3 items. One is category, subcategory, and also product name. So one more, if I click on office supplies, it will give me details about all the office supplies. Now it is giving you the distribution. It's very fancy. And if I click on storage option, you can see all the storage related products are given. And if you want to come back, click inside, click inside. Now this is given by a company named as Zoom Charts. You can see the name is given Zoom Charts. So if you try to go to format option and if you want to customize anything, you cannot. I mean, very few features you can customize. So suppose there's a separate customization option. If you enable that and if you expand, you can see what is happening. It is asking you to get a full version. Only then you can customize. There are some other options like title and the other things which are very basic you can customize. But for long term, if you want to use it, you have to purchase this add-in. Okay. And what are those more details you can get on their website. Some link will be given. You can click on their website here. So that's it. And I hope you have understood how to create a drill down donut chart in Power BI. Let us see how to create a drill down column chart. We have seen drill down donut chart in the previous video. Let us see drill down column chart. Very simple. So first of all, I'll click on 3 dots and click on get more visual. So this was one method which I've shown you. Now let us try by the other method. I can go to insert tab, click on more visuals and I can click on from app source. So from app source will again open the same window. Okay. And here I can type as drill down and search for that drill down column chart. You see, again, it is a Power BI certified, but the ratings are given only 3 star. So I'll just click on this add button here and this chart would be imported. So I can just click on that drill down column chart, resize properly, and I can drag some fields. I can create a column chart. Let's say order date into category, and I can drag sales into values. Okay, sales into values. So this is a simple drill down column chart, but it is still a column chart. Nothing different is there right now. But suppose if you keep your cursor or if you hover your cursor, they are highlighted. You see, they are highlighted. Now suppose if you want to see details about 2018, you can click on 2018 column and see what happens. So it will drill down and give you details about 2018 only and into 4 quarters. Again, if you click on that quarter 4, you see what happens. It will give you months in quarter 4. One more time, if I click on August, it will give you details in that August month. So the lowest level you can go down. Again, if I want to come back, I can click on this back button, click on back button and again back button, and you can see it will come back to that place. So no need of creating 4 or 5 charts separately. You can just create using drill down column chart. One more, when I keep my cursor, you can see there's a small tooltip which is guiding us that 2019 sales and how much is the sales. Same way, if I keep my cursor here, 2018 and what is the sales is given. Now, this is just a trial version which you're getting. If you want some advanced features or some customization, you have to purchase that full version from Zoom Charts. Zoom Charts is a company which also works on creating this kind of visuals, some add-ins, and you can use it to save a lot of time. Now, if you want to customize anything, you can go to this format option. These are all the customization options. Now, let me remove that order date and try to pick up category. And if I drag one more, let's say subcategory, and I'll pick up product name. Okay.
So when I click on any category, it will go to the next level, that is subcategory. So if I click on office supplies, you can see all the details related to office supplies would be given. I'll click on back button. Now if I click on furniture, so furniture is having chairs, bookcases, etc. It will go to that chairs, bookcases, tables and storage. Inside chairs, if I want to understand what are different product names, I can click on chairs. And these are all the product names. I know it is not visible because of the screen size, but you can resize that, or if you want to tilt the angle or something, you have to get the full version. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on drill down column chart in Power BI. Let us see how to create a word cloud. Some people also call it a word map. Word cloud or word map is used for textual representation. Let us see that. So I'll just click on get more visuals, search for word cloud and click on this add button here. So word cloud is added and that's a very small W icon, word cloud 2.0. So they keep on updating the versions. I will click on that word cloud and resize properly. Here I can just drag, let's say, state into category. So when I drag state into category, you can see all the different states would be given in different colors. Okay. Now, if you see, there's a California, there's a South which is given, new something is given. So based on the count, the size would be bigger here. Okay, based on the count. But I don't want based on the count of states. I want based on profit. Which state is giving higher profit? Give me bigger in size. So profit into values. If I drag, you can see California is bigger in size. That means it is having higher profit. Washington, second, I can say a bit. Then I have the New York and so on, the other states. So this is a simple word cloud. But if I want to read what is written here, I have to tilt my head. Okay, it's very annoying to tilt and head and read that. It's very difficult. So why not go to format option and somewhere you can see rotate text option. I can make it as off and it will be in a simple line. Also one more thing, if you observe, there's a new given and there's a York given. So actually these are one single state. It's given in different lines. So I can tell them that stop words, or somewhere you can see some option will be there. In general options, you can see at the bottom there's a word breaking. So make sure you make it as off and you can see New York in a single line. Okay, New York in a single line. There are many changes you can do with respect to colors also. You can go to this data colors and you can change each state color. Okay, each state you can change the color. So these are all the states and you can choose the color. So let's say if I want to change color for California as black, and you see black color for California. Okay, very simple here. So that's it, very simple. I hope you have learned how to create a word cloud in Power BI. Let us see how to create a Sankey chart in Power BI. Sankey charts are used for showing the relationship between two categories. So it can be two categories, two columns, two items within the same or different data source. So it's very easy to create Sankey chart. I'll just click on three dots, get more visuals and type here Sankey and search. And I'll just click on this add button here. So this Sankey chart would be added. So I can click on Sankey and resize properly. Now in this section, in this example, I want to show you relation between category and subcategory. Okay, so I'll drag category into source and subcategory into destination. So because I want to show relation between them. Carefully observe, here there are different categories on the left hand side. These are nothing but source, and on the right hand side these are different subcategories. So it is telling you that which subcategory belongs to which category. Okay, here it is given. But I want to show you the sales done. So I can drag the sales and drop into weight. Now the size of those bars, connecting bars, have changed. If you observe here, the size of from technology, it is going to phones. So what it is trying to convey, it is trying to tell us that the sales for technology, if I select this, sales for technology are mostly received from mobile phones and the lowest are received from copiers. You can see from copiers here. That's a small size means the lesser amount. The bigger size means bigger sales. When I say sales, because I have dragged the sales into weight. Okay, one more example. So if I want to find out furniture, if furniture is having good sales, for example,
from which subcategory I'm getting maximum amount of sales. So I can tell you that maximum is from chairs and the lowest is from furnishings. Okay, so it's very simple. It is used for showing the relationship between two items and how it is conveyed. Now I can just remove this option subcategory and I'll put here region here. So I now want to show you relation between category and region. Suppose if I select technology and I want to find out from which region I'm getting maximum sales. So maximum sales are received from West region. You can see, so it is given as 0.26 from East region. They both have similar size, so it's difficult. So you can see all the places. So in order to avoid this confusion, you can add some labels here. Okay, add some destination labels or source label. So let me drag this sales and put into source label. So I'll remove that. So label will not work here. So better we'll keep it as it is. Maybe you can go to this format option and search for data labels. Okay, so data link labels, if you enable that, you can see the relation between them. Okay, let me maximize this window and minimize the other option. So I went to that format and selected that data label link, and you can see furniture south is 0.12 million, and the other places you can see what is the contribution. I know the text is not visible, it is same like the background. You can go in the format, change the size, change the font size or change the color. Everything can be customized. So I can click on back to report and that's it. So that's it. If you're using some other tool like Tableau, it's very difficult to create a Sankey chart in Tableau. But here in Power BI, it is very easy. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a Sankey chart in Power BI. Let us see how to create an infographic in Power BI. We have a ready-made chart which you can import from app source. So I can just click on get more visuals and type as infographic. So rather than presenting a boring column charts and other charts, you can just go for infographic. In the beginning itself, even if you don't type, you'll be getting the third visual, that is infographic designer. I can just click on add button here. Now this visual would be added. That's an infographic designer 1.8.7. And what I'll do is I'll create here infographic for, let's say, category and sales. So I'll pick up category into category, and here I can pick up sales into measure. Okay, sales into measure, and this will give you a simple column chart. So what is so special about this chart? Nothing is there right now. It's simple column chart. But instead of presenting this boring square, you can see the vertical bar, you can present different shapes. So how to do that? You can click on edit mark button, and here you can see there's a shape 1. So what I'll do is I'll delete this shape and I can bring any other shape here. So this is the delete button. Click on delete button, and here is the shape beginning itself, insert shape, the first option. So if I click on this first shape, I can pick up any shape from here. Let's say this one, and you can see backend shape would be added. One more shape, I can delete that, click on this first button, and you can explore. There are approximately 300 different shapes. I can select and you can see the shape is added. So if you think there are different shapes also required, you can see there are different categories. So I can add here, let's say transportation, and I can add here different icons here. Okay, so I'll delete. I can click here and I can go to people. I can add here this baby icon. Many different icons you can add. And if you want, you can just click on this multiple units and you can see multiple icons would be added there. Okay, and here also you can see there's a units per row. I'll add 3 units per row and press enter. You can see every row will have 3 icons here. Okay, I can again click on delete and I can click on this first button here. So let's say if I want for something else, let's say nature, and I can select this tree over here. You can see this tree. Same thing, you can play with this option. There are many options here. Okay, you can change the color, you can change the background color, multiple units, and I can type here as 6. So 6 trees will be getting per row. Okay, now suppose you have your ready-made shape, you have a company logo, and you want to import that logo into this infographic. You can click on this button, that is insert shape, and click on this uploaded. So here uploaded is nothing, it's not there. So you can click on the third icon, which is insert image. Insert image when you click, and if you click on this upload button, you can pick up any image from your screen on your laptop. Let's say I'll pick up here LinkedIn and click on open.
So this particular icon, this is the logo. I can just select that and you can see the logo is added at the backend. I can select multiple units and row per count. I'll add 4 like this and 4 units per row. So you can play with that. They are very simple and easy options. You can try to play with that. And the last one, I'll add some other image. I'll just click on upload button and add my image over there. And I can select multiple units and I can write 3 rows. Yeah. So you can keep on playing with your data set here. Okay. And if you do not want, you can always click on delete button and you can keep on adding. So the last one, I'll just select anything and I can just click on this dress button here. Okay, that's it. And the formatting option remains the same. You can change the heading, title, background, anything from here. Okay, so many options are there. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create infographic in Power BI. Let us see how to create a play axis in Power BI. So I'll click on this 3 dots, get more visuals, and type here as play axis. Play axis is actually a slicer and it is a Power BI certified. You can see the blue tick mark and I can click on add button. Here the slicer will work and it is using some animation. So I'll just click on this play axis and drag the order date into field and this becomes your play axis slicer. So when I click on play button, you can see it will show me different years, 2016, 17 and so on. So if I only want quarters, I'll remove that year option and click on this play axis button. So Q1, Q2, Q3 and so on. If you want month, you just remove that quarter and click on play button. So month wise details will be getting. But what is the use of that? Play axis is like your slicer. It cannot work independently. It needs to have some charts to show the impact, the effect. So I'll just create 2 visuals here. One maybe a pie chart and second a bar chart. So I'll click outside, click on this bar chart, drag subcategory and drag sales. Yes, instead of subcategory, I'll pick up category because they have lesser values. Resize it. And one pie chart I'll create, click outside, click on this pie chart, drag region and drag sales. So that's a simple pie chart here. Okay. And I'll remove the legend. It is a bit disturbing. Yeah. Now, so a simple chart I've created. Now, if I click on this play button in the play axis, you can see the visuals will change. Okay. The visuals will change here. The small slide icons are given and you can see what are the sales done in that particular month. It's very small, I understand, but the labels are changing and it is helping us to understand the sales done. So I think I should change this month to year in the play axis. So I'll just delete this order date, drag the order date again into play axis. And now if I click on this play button, you can see year wise sales are done and the labels are changing. Focus on this label, this value is changing. If I want, I can bring a label also for this chart. So I can click on bar chart and go for data labels here. Now if I click on play axis, you can see the values are changing and you're able to see the sales done for that particular. So what you can understand, you can compare the proportion of sales done in that year as compared to the total sales. Okay, you can find out the proportion. That's very simple, easy. It is a dynamic slicer. So I hope you have understood how to create a play axis in Power BI. Let us see how to create a scroller in Power BI. Scroller is one of the most interesting, visual I can say. You might have seen this visual on some news channel or when you're watching some Sensex. There are some text, name of the companies and the values which keeps on rotating and they are scrolling on left or right hand side. Same way we can create a scroller in Power BI. So I can click on get more visuals and type here as scroller. We have this scroller option, that's a Power BI certified visual. I can click on this add button and this is the small black color icon, that's a scroller here. So I can click on this button here and I'll add here subcategory into category option here and I'll add, let's say, profit into measure absolute. So just add it like subcategory and profit. And you can see the name of the subcategory and the profit value is been moving on the left hand side. Now, if you want, you can change that decimal numbers to whole number. Right now, if you see, it's 34053 and some decimal number. You can change that into a whole number by clicking on that format button, or you can see as profit button here, profit box. Go to that column tools and here you can see that's a decimal number. Select the option whole number.
If you're working on an older version of Power BI, you can upgrade that. And how to upgrade, somewhere you can see description. In that description, you can see a link how to update a new version. So that I've shown in the initial videos. I can click on whole number. So I'll just click on yes, and you can see the entire text would be converted to whole number now. You see 55618. So no decimal values are there. Number one. Second one, if you want, you can give some indicators like what are profitable, what are not profitable. So for example, all the values are positive. So we have everywhere as profit. Some values in this subcategories don't have profit. They are in loss. For example, let me show you an example here. There are 3 subcategories whose profit is negative. And what are those subcategories? You can see on the screen. These are supplies, bookcases and tables. So if you want some indicator which will show you quickly whether they are profitable or not profitable, you can remove from measure absolute and drag and drop in measure deviation. So what will happen? You'll get an indicator. For up arrow means it's profitable, down arrow means it's loss. The text is moving very slowly and it is a bit boring. You can increase the speed of this by going to format, and you can just click on scroller. If you scroll down, somewhere at the bottom, you can see scroll speed is 1.2. I'll make it as 5. So now it is in a good speed. Depends how do you want to display. And let me show you where are the negative values. Yeah, you see supplies, bookcases and tables have down indicator. They are in loss. Now, if you think the size is very small, you should increase the size. You can go on the top and select the option auto size font. Auto size font will automatically resize depending upon that box size. So if I increase this box size, the size of text will increase. If I reduce, the size will decrease again. Okay. So it is auto size option here. One more example. I will click outside and again click on scroller, and this time I'll add here as city into category, and I'll drag profit into measure deviation. So this will give me city wise what is the profit. I can go back in format, scroller option, auto size font, and also I will increase the speed to, let's say, 9. Okay, the speed I can increase to 9. Later on, if you want, you can also change the background or font color, everything. For changing the background, I have to go to that option as background, and here by default the background is white color. So I think, yeah, so this is not the background. So background would be somewhere in different place. Yeah. So it's the option is available in the scroller. You can scroll down and you can see background is black right now. I can select the red color here and you can see red color. The font color you can change to black color, and this way you can present better. So you can create multiple kind of scrollers in Power BI. This will make your presentation more effective, more visually appealing. Okay. So I hope you have understood how to create scroller in Power BI. Let us see how to create a sunburst chart in Power BI. You can consider sunburst chart like a donut chart where there are different layers in a donut. Okay, so one donut, second donut outside and third donut. So like this you can create multiple donuts. That's known as sunburst here. Where you can use it, if you want to see the distribution of particular category or particular region, how they're distributed, you can use sunburst chart. So I'll quickly go back and add here as sunburst from the app source. So in the app source, I can just type here as sunburst and press enter. From here I can search, this is the sunburst. Now this is a certified visual by Microsoft. You can see there's a blue tick mark. I'll click on that add button here and that particular visual would be added. You see that's a sunburst here. Now I can just drag some fields, let's say category into groups. I can drag subcategory into groups and profit into values, or I can say sales into values. So category, subcategory, and then profit. So this is a simple sunburst chart. What if you only put category and sales? Suppose if I put only category and sales, this is a simple donut chart. If you add something which is subcategory inside that category, now you can see how distribution of furniture is done further. Okay, chairs, tables and bookcases. And if you click outside, it will be de-highlighted. Suppose if I click on technology, I know it is not visible, the font color, but suppose if I click on technology, it will tell me what is the percentage of sales done for technology, 36.4. Now, further technology is divided into phones, machines and accessories. If I click on phones, you can see what is the distribution in terms of phones, that is 14.37. Now if you want, you can keep on adding the fields in this group section. Okay, here in this group section you can keep on adding fields. Now I can add, let's say, segment below that subcategory, and you can see further it has divided into different segments. I know the text is very small, so it is difficult to visualize, but you can keep on adding the fields and this will create a sunburst chart. Next one, if you want to do any formatting, all the options are available in the format button. You can see on the group option, some other options also there, different options. They are very simple, nothing difficult in this. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a sunburst chart in Power BI. Let us see how to create a histogram in Power BI. Histogram is not present by default in the Power BI visuals. So you cannot see that visual present here. We have to import from app source. I'll click on this button, select the option get more visuals and type here as histogram. And you can see that visual is a certified visual. I can click on this histogram. There are different types of histogram available. There's one histogram which is 3-star, second and third. Many histograms are there. So I'll pick up a Power BI certified visual which can be used with other features of Power BI. I'll click on histogram and here I can just drag quantity. Here we have a quantity column. The minimum quantity ordered by a person is 1 quantity and the maximum quantity which is ordered is 14. Okay, minimum 1, maximum 14. So I want to see the quantity distribution from 1 to 3, how many people have purchased, 3 to 6, how many people have purchased quantity wise. So I can drag quantity into values and I can also drag quantity into frequency. Right. So this is the simple histogram which has divided. Now carefully observe. Let me zoom the screen so it is visible properly. And here if you see, the distribution is done from 1.00 to 2.86 and so on. And minimum value is 1, maximum value is 14. So as I said, 14 is the highest quantity a person has ever ordered. So the sales are done for, maximum sales are received when the quantity purchased is between 2.86 to 4.71. That's the quantity which is purchased here. Now I know nobody purchases 2.86 quantity. It's a very odd number. So we can go to this format button and here I can go to general option. And here you can see there's a bin option. So how many bins you want to create out of this 1 to 14, how many bins you want. Suppose I type here as 3 and you can see 3 bins would be created. Now bins are nothing but I can say groups or boxes or collection. So these are 1 to 5.33. This would be 1 box or 1 bin. Second bin, third bin. So like this 3 bins are created. We do not have a feature in Power BI, ready-made feature that you can create a bin from 1 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9. Okay, by default the option is not there. However, you can create some calculated field and then you can create that bin option there. That is possible. But via this method, histogram chart, it is not available here. Maybe in the newer version they might upgrade this feature and you might get this option. So that's very simple here. Now if you want, you can just add the data label and now I can tell you the maximum ordered or maximum quantity which is ordered here is 1.00 to 5.33 and the lowest one is 9.66 to 14. Okay, so very less people buy in bulk, but most of them are retailers. They buy in less quantity also. That's it. So I hope you have understood how to create histogram in Power BI. Let us see how to insert an image in Power BI. Now images are very important. If you want to convey an information or a message, you can always import an image from outside. You can download an image, keep on your laptop or your desktop and you can import it. So here I'll show you the same how to import an image. I can just go to insert tab and here you can see these are the different objects or I can say different elements which you can insert. Here I'll be talking about how to insert an image in Power BI. I'll click on insert image. I have downloaded some images. So let me pick up any one, let's say Facebook, and I can just click on open. This is one image which I have picked up. Okay, so this is one image like Facebook. One more image I'll pick up. I'll click on insert and I'll pick up LinkedIn. I can also resize that like this. One more image I'll pick up, insert image and Udemy. That's one more image and I can just drag and drop. Now this images are very simple. Nothing great is there in that, but we can customize. We can play with the cosmetic part like borders, alignment, background, etc. So first thing, I'll give a border here. When you click on that image, you can see there's a format image option. Okay, and here I can just give a border. So you see the borders are applied.
this borders, if I click here, I can just make the radius, or I can round that borders here. If you want, you can also add a background by enabling this background option, and here I can add a black background. Okay, that's simple here. Again, I'll click on that. Suppose I want to give a heading that this is a Facebook icon. I know everybody knows, but still, if you want to notify, I can enable this title and I can write here as Facebook, enter. So I have written that it's on the top, but the font color is black, so it is not visible. So I can change the font color as white and I can make it as middle alignment. Okay, that's a Facebook here. If you want, you can increase the size also. Same way, if I want to apply on LinkedIn icon, select that icon, borders, and I can increase the radius. Background I can give as black background. Okay, this one black background, and I can add a title here as LinkedIn. Enter, and middle alignment, the font color would be as white color, right? Now third one, if I also do for the third one, you might get bored and you might say why you're doing it again. So we have a copy, or I can say as format painter. In Power BI, we have a format painter. Keep your cursor on that from where you want to copy. Go to Home tab and click on this format painter. So after you click on that, you can just drop it on the target. So I'll drop it here, and you can see the Udemy automatically background went black. The borders are rounded, and I can just add a title here. So I can add a title here as Udemy, and same thing, middle alignment, font is 18. So this way you can also format that. Very simple and easy. You can also explore, there are some other options also, like shadow option. You can see select and enable the shadow. So very small shadow you can see at the back end is applied here. Select that and you can apply shadow. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to apply or how to insert images in Power BI. Let us see how to insert a text in Power BI. Inserting a text is very simple, but let's see practically. So I will just select this shapes and move it down. I can select all the shapes like this and press down arrow key from my keyboard, and you can see all the shapes would be scrolled down. I'm trying to make a space for a text. Insert tab, and I can click on this text box, and this text box is added. Let me resize that, and I can just take it on the top. Now this text, I want to write something. Let's say if you want to follow for more Power BI videos, you can click on those links. So for more videos on Power BI, click below icons or shapes. Click below icons or shapes. I know the size is very small. I can select that text and make it as 32 size, middle alignment, and I can make the font color, let's say some red color here. And if I want, I can give a background as black color. So I have to select that text box here, and you can see background is given. I'll make it as black color. So that's a black color background. If you want, you can make the borders as rounded. So I'll select the borders option and I'll round the borders. So border color, I can choose, let's say blue color, and that's the borders given. So let me resize properly. Okay, that's very simple. So I've just added a simple text over here, text box, and tried to format. You can also write some lengthy text into this Power BI report, which can convey more information here. Okay, so if you observed all the sheets or pages which I open, I have written the title by this method only. So I've just added a yellow color background here, and the text is black color, middle alignment, and some font size. So this way, every sheet, if you observe, there's a heading which I've done prior to the video or prior to the training itself. Okay, so for more videos, you can click on this below shapes. Okay, that's very simple. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to add a text in Power BI. Let us see how to insert shapes in Power BI. Very simple. I can go to this insert tab and click on shapes. These are the only 5 shapes available by default. And if you want to add some other shapes, you can take help of this image button and add the shapes here. Let's see first how to add a rectangle. I'll select that, add a rectangle, and try to move it on the right hand side. So this rectangular has blue color border and gray color background, I can say. You can change anything if you want. Let's say this fill option, I want the background as some other color. Let's say blue color background, or this would be blue color. Yes. And if you want, you can make it a bit transparent like this. Transparency option you can select. So this is not as rich as PowerPoint where you format the shapes and images, but here little basic customization is possible. Same way, you have the border option. I can enable that border option with black color, and make it as rounded. So that's a black color border here. Also, if you see there's a line option, you can play with the border line. Actually, this is the line. So I'll select the line as black color and I can increase the thickness of that black color box here. If you want, you can also make the edges as rounded and you can see the rounded edges are present here. If you want, you can add a text over here inside that simple box. So same thing, like I can click on text box and I can just bring that text inside this box here and I can write something. So more Power BI topics. Some text I can write here, make it as 18 font size, middle alignment, and I can resize that text here. So that's very simple. You can keep on making your visual much more better. You can see it is more colorful. I know when you are in the company, you have to follow a proper format, proper themes or background. You cannot use randomly all the colors. You have to be very specific. But this method will help you to insert some shapes at the background, and you can also customize those shapes at the backend. Okay, everything is available here. But as I said, it's not that rich like in PowerPoint. You cannot crop the images. You cannot change the transparency of the images at the backend or the shapes. Few colors you can change, but not much more in that. Okay, we have the rotation option. I can also rotate the image like this. You see, I can rotate the image as per my requirement. That's it. So I hope you have understood how to insert shapes in Power BI. Let us see how to insert buttons in Power BI. Now, buttons and shapes, they both are similar, but very slight difference is there between them. That is actions. You have ready-made actions applied on some buttons. I underline the word some buttons, not all the buttons. Let me show you that. So if I click on this insert tab and these are all the buttons, left, right arrow, reset, back and so on. So if I click on this left arrow and the left arrow is added, I can just scroll it down. Now there is no action applied on that. Okay, it's a simple button here. When I say no action, this is the action button and it is right now as off. What is an action? Action works similarly like your hyperlink. So hyperlinks are known as actions in Power BI. So right now it is off. Let me try with another button. I can go to insert buttons and select the option back. Now let me resize that and bring it down. So this is one button and where there is some action by default applied and you can see it is on. What is that action? Let us find out. I can click on that action drop down and there are approximately, I can say 6 type of actions. This might be lesser if you are in the older version of Power BI. Make sure you update on that Power BI and there are 6 actions. I can click outside and by default the action is selected as back action. Back action works like your back button in your browser. So when you click on back button on your browser, it goes to previous page which you have opened. Okay. So let's say if I click on action page and if I click on insert objects page. So for me, the previous page would be action page. Now, when I press control click on this particular button, it will take me to the previous page where I was present. So I can click on press control click. It will take me to the action page. One more. Now, if I come back to section 9 and if I come back to insert objects, for me, the previous page would be section 9 topics. Now, if I press control click, it will take me to section 9 topic. Okay. So insert objects. So like this, there are few buttons where actions are applied by default and some of them are empty, blank of them. So now what is action? How do we work on that? Let us see practically in the next video in detail. So in this video, I hope you have understood how to add buttons in Power BI to this new video on actions. So we'll see different type of actions here, but in this video, we'll focus on an action named as web URL. Okay. So if I click on some object, some image or some other place, it should navigate to some website, some URL. Let us see that practically. Now I'm in the sheet insert objects and these are different links where I'm present on YouTube, on Facebook, Udemy and LinkedIn. So what I want, if a person clicks on this YouTube button here, it should navigate to my YouTube channel and they can see all my videos here. And same applies for Facebook, Udemy and LinkedIn. So I'll select that YouTube and now this is an image which I've added. I will apply an hyperlink on that. So select that image and go to that action button on the right hand side. And this is your action. Here in this action, after enabling, I'll click on the drop down and
there are 5 different actions available. So here I'll select the option as web URL. So select the web URL and you can type your YouTube channel URL here or any link over there. So what I've done is I have copied the link. I can just copy that link and paste it here. Control V. Make sure you paste the entire link, including that HTTPS also. And here I can write some tooltip. Now, when I keep my cursor, there is no tooltip. So here I want for more videos, click here. Okay. So for more videos, click here. Now, when I keep my cursor here, you can see that link will be there. That's known as tooltip. For more videos, click here. Now, when I click outside, now if I press Control click, it will open my default browser and it will open the YouTube channel. So I'll press Control click and whatever link I have applied, that will be opened here. And you can see it's opening that link where my channel is there. So depending upon your internet connection, it will work out. Right. So you can see that's my channel and you can see some videos are there, some subscribers, and all these videos are present on YouTube. Okay. That's very simple here. I'll close that. So this is very simple thing. One more example. I'll select that Udemy. Udemy is a platform where you can purchase some courses and you can learn from there. I have few courses on Udemy. So let me on that action. I've selected Udemy action and here I'll select the option as web URL. The URL I have pasted and I'll just copy that URL, right click, copy, and here I can paste. Now I can press Control click to jump to that web page. So by default, the browser is open here. And you can see my Udemy profile would be open. I have approximately 45,000 students over there and some reviews are there. There are 7 courses which I've recorded and placed on Udemy. So these are all the courses. Some of them are kept as free like Ltrex and MicroStrategy and others are kept as paid one. Okay, these are all paid courses. Some of them are bestsellers, some of them are not. So I'll just close that and very simple. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to insert a web URL in Power BI. These are nothing but actions. So let us see how to work on page navigation action in Power BI. Now, if I want to navigate between the pages, we can use this page navigation action. So what I've done is I have created 4 pages here. One is index page and then P1, P2, P3 page. Here I want to create one index like P1, P2, P3. Whenever a person clicks on P1, it will jump to P1. If a person clicks on P2, jump to P2 and same way for P3. How do we do that? So if you observe, P1 page is nothing. It's empty with P1 on the title. Here P2 on the title and P3 as a title. In index page, I will just create some buttons over there. So this button I'll create and select the option blank. Here this blank is very small. Let me resize that. And I'll just select this button text. Write here as font color as white and I'll write as P1. Okay, P1. It's not visible because it's of white color. Let me make it as black color and size, let me increase it to 21. Okay, now I can just go to that background and make the background as black color. Okay, and now I can go back and make the color as font color as white color. Okay, so that's simple page P1. I can just duplicate this, Control C, Control V, move it down, Control C, Control V, move it down. So copy paste, simple copy paste, rename this as P2. Here I can type P2. I can select this one, write as P3. So this was just creating buttons. Okay. Now when I click on P1, it should take me to P1 page. Select that P1 box, go to that action, click on that action drop down and select page navigation. Here in this page navigation, there are so many pages. I'll select P1 page. Select the second P2, do the same steps again, page navigation, P2 page, P3 page again. Now, when I press Control click on P1 page, you can see what happens. Control click, you will be jumping to that P1 page directly here. Okay, that's a P1 page, directly will be jumping. Now, obviously, to go back to the index page, you need some back button. So if you remember, we have seen a back button in the previous video, buttons, and there's a back button. So you can insert those back button in every page. Now, if I press Control click, it will jump back to back page here. Again, I'll press Control click on P3 page. You can see it came to P3, but to go back, I need some back button here. Insert back button, and that's a back button. Control click.
So now you can navigate back and forth using this page navigation URL or action. Okay, so that's it. I hope you have understood how to use page navigation in Power BI. Let us see a new type of action, that is bookmark action. Now bookmark action is a combination of multiple items. I can say first is action, second is bookmark, and third is with some selection pane. So let me try to tell you in detail. I have an example here on the screen. If you see, I have this show all and hide all button, and below there are two charts created. These are two buttons. On the top I have used this from insert menu bar and I have selected this blank button here. Okay, now the question is, if I click on show all button, this both charts should be visible. If I click on hide all button, this both charts should be hidden. Okay, they should not be visible. So how do I do that? This is possible using this bookmark action. So let me click on hide all button first, and here if you see there's an action option. When I select this option here, you can see there's an action which is off. I will expand this, enable this option, and from this drop down I will select the option bookmark. Right now if you see, bookmark is selected, but you need to specify which bookmark. It's showing as none. So in this entire workbook there are no bookmarks and therefore it cannot apply. So let us see how do we create a bookmark. Okay, so for creating a bookmarks, we have to go to view menu bar and click on this bookmarks pane. Okay, this bookmarks button here. This bookmark is currently totally empty, nothing is there. I can create some bookmarks here. I'll create two bookmarks. One is all should be visible, second all should be hidden. So I'll just click on this add button, and by default the name is bookmark 1. I'll rename this as all visible because right now all the items or all the charts are visible right now. I want to create one more bookmark where all the charts are hidden. So first of all I need to hide this both the charts. Okay, so for that I have to take help of selection pane. I'll click on selection pane, and here if you observe, these are all the names of charts. Okay, these are two charts which are there, and these are two buttons, and that's one text box here. So what you need to observe is this I button or I icon. If it is there, that means it is visible. If you want to hide, you can just click on that button or that I icon, and again you can click. So you can see both the visuals are hidden right now. Now this kind of situation, if you want to capture, then you can make it as bookmark. So I can add one more bookmark here and rename this as all hidden. So what I've done is I've brought the selection pane, hide those both charts and give the name as bookmark hidden. If I want to see all the charts, I'll click on all visible. If I want to see all hidden, I can click on all hidden. So they both will be hidden. Now the same property or the same action I want to apply on this button. This is show all and hide all on this button. So when I click on show all, both charts should be visible. That means this show all should be connected with this all visible, and this hide all button should be connected with this hide all hidden bookmark. So I will select this hide all, click on this visualization here. In action, I can select the option as all hidden. I will click on show all button, action, bookmark, and I'll select as all visible. So the process at the backend was lengthy for creating bookmarks and doing all stuff, but assigning a bookmark is very easy. Now, when I click on show all, see what happens. If I press control click, and you can see both charts are visible. If I click on control click on hide all, both charts will be hidden. So indirectly, they are triggering the bookmark which you have created at the backend. I can now remove this panes, which is bookmark and selection pane, not required. Now I can click on show all or hide all. Control click show all, control click hide all button. So this way you can, create some beautiful reports and try to display many visuals in the same page itself. You don't have to create multiple pages. Same page can work for you at different ways it can play for you. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a bookmark action in Power BI. Welcome back to the new topic, that is drill through action. Drill through action is extended version of drill through option. If you have not seen the drill through video, I would suggest you to go to 6.8 video number and see that drill through video. Now in drill through, we can jump to different pages and see that specific data. Okay, let us see what I'm trying to say practically. I have created 3 pages, D1, D2 and D3. So D1 page is having that category sales. You can see a simple category sales. D2 page is having segment sales and subcategory sales. And third one in D3 page, I'll quickly create something here. Let's say I'll pick up here the customer and the sales done here, customer and sales. So what you need to observe on all 3 sheets. Okay, so first one in D1, see what is the value given here. It's 2297200. Same way, the same value would be given in both the places here. You see that's a total, and same total would be given here. In D3 also, same total would be given. So it's giving you the overall sales. The distribution is done based on customer, based on segment or subcategory. Now, the question here is, this furniture sales is 741990, 99999 I can say. If I want to know the furniture distribution in D2 by segment and by subcategory, so this value should change to that value 741999, 741999. So this is possible using drill through. But what is the other method? You can also apply actions in drill through. So let me show you that. So this is a next version of 6.8 video number. You have to watch that. Now I will pick up here category into drill through. I am on D2 page, the target page, and I'll drag category into drill through option. Why did I drag category? Because in source page, that is D1 page, I have this category. So from category, I want to jump to D2 page here. The one method I have is I can right click on that and click on drill through and jump to D2 page. This we have seen in the previous 6.8 video number. But the other method is I can insert one button and I can just click on this blank here and I can write here something. Let's say this one. Click here to go to details. Okay, click here to go to details and I'll just do a bit cosmetic part here. Right. Now what happens is the end user is not always comfortable by right clicking and then using this drill through option. So you need to give a shortcut method. Okay, this is also working. So if I right click on furniture, drill through, which is D2. So remember the value 741999. So it will jump to the other sheet, that is the target sheet, and this would be filtered for the value which is 741999. You see 741999, 741999. Now as I said, it's difficult for the end user to navigate using right click. You can also apply an action by clicking on this button here. Go to this action and here I can select the option drill through. Okay, I'm applying an action on a button. So this is drill through and here I can select destination would be D2. So what would be the method and how do we navigate? When I select this furniture, okay, when I select this furniture, then this button would be activated and I can click on this button here. Control click on this button and this will navigate to the other sheet and show me the same values. Okay, so instead of right clicking, you can assign that drill through option to a button. One more, I will go to this D3, drag category into this box and I'll come to D1. So quickly I'll create one more button, a blank button here, drag it here and I'll write here something more meaningful. Click here to know customers. Click here to know customers and I can change the color. So on this place, I can apply an action that this action would be, it will jump to page D3. Okay, because I have drag and drop category there. Now when I select technology, remember the value 836. When I click here, it will show me details about that customer. That customer details are present in D3 page. Control click and you can see the value is 836154. To navigate back, you have this back button here by default. I'll press control click and come back to D1 page. Okay. So practice a lot. You have to see this video twice and thrice to get a command on drill through action. But for time being, I hope you have understood how to work on drill through action in Power BI. Let us see how to create a simple superstore report in Power BI desktop. Till now, whatever options we have seen, how to create charts, slicers, adding text, everything we'll be using in this particular video here. So this would be a very simple report
it will look like a dashboard, but we'll try to create this report here. And why we are doing this? Because now we have completed the basics of creating charts and visuals. Now we'll see how to work on reports part. This report will publish on Power BI service. So we need some data, a good visuals to publish on the Power BI service. So that's the reason I've kept it of creating a simple Superstore report here. I have already created a report and this is how it looks like. You can see there are different charts, different tables there. So it's a very simple. Let me explain you here first and then we can do it practically. There are some donut charts and pie chart if you see in this right hand side. There's one donut chart where it shows profit by category. Then we have profit by segment and profit by region. Okay, so these are three different charts over here. Also we have one bar chart which is profit by subcategory. I have a line chart which shows me profit by year and quarter. This is a simple table which will illustrate me about the subcategory, sales and some regions are there. On the left hand side, I have a slicer where I can filter whichever state I want and based on that, all the visuals would be filtered out. And these are some cards for quantity, profit and sales. 3 cards are there. And I've just added a simple title here. Okay, so all these things we'll be using for creating. Exactly same I'll try to create that. On the left hand side, you can see these are all the states. If I select Florida, you can see all the visuals will get filtered for Florida. I can just deselect that by clicking on clear button here. On the right hand side, if I click on any chart over here, let's say if I click on this option here, the entire visual will get filtered here. So like this, if I click on copy as, you can see all the visuals would get filtered here. So let us see how to create this, report in Power BI. Now this looks like a dashboard, but this is not a dashboard in Power BI. Dashboards are something different, which we'll see in the coming section here. Now, how do I create it? Okay, basic charts are there. Carefully observe everywhere the font color is white. Everywhere font color is white. The background is given as black. Okay, background black, font color white. Let us start how to create it. So right now I do not have any fields on the right hand side. I will quickly pick up one Excel file named as sample superstore, that is 10.0 sample superstore. And what I'll do is I'll try to format the background first, like the black background, and later on I'll create some charts. So I'll pick up order sheet and click on load button. The reason I'm clicking on load button because it's a clean data. Right now, no cleaning is required for this particular data set. So when the data is clean, creating charts is very simple. You don't have to struggle. So the data is loaded on the right hand side. I'll create a new page here. So let us see how to change the background of this page. I can just go to visualization and click on this page background and I'll make the background as black color here. Okay. So transparency, I'll make it as 0. So this is a black color background here. Okay. Simple plain black. Let me add a heading here. So I can go to insert tab and click on this text box. And here I can write some text here that this is Superstore dashboard or report. And I should increase the text size 32. Font, let's say white, bold. For time being, I'll keep the font as black. And this would be the text, write as sample Superstore report. And middle alignment. So this is a simple report and let me increase the size 36. So I can just make the background as black color. So let me first make the font as white. Go back to this visualization. In the format option, I can select that box. Make sure you select the box. So I have to change the background here. So I have to go to background and make it as off. So when you make the off as background, this will be transparent black. Okay. Now let us see how to create the pie chart. But before I create pie chart, I should give borders to this box here. So I can select borders and make it as round. Now, so the border color is black. Let me make it as white color. So that's a border color here. Now I'll try to create those pie charts and donut chart. So I'll click outside, click on this donut chart and I'll add here, try to resize, drag it and drop it here. And here I can just bring the category and profit. So category and profit is a simple donut chart. Now I will remove this legend option, which is given on the right hand side, and try to put here the legends, the technology, office supplies. So I'll go to this box, format here as detail labels, as all detail labels. Next one, the background, I'll make it as off. This one as off background. The font color is not visible, so I should make it as white color. So in detail labels, I can just go to this color option and select as white color. This legend is not required. So let me remove that legend. I'll click on this off button here. Legend is gone away. The size of this text should be increased. So I can just scroll down, increase the size. And now I can resize this donut chart like this. So that's a simple donut chart. I should give a title here because we cannot understand what exactly it is. So I can just write here as category sales or category profit, because here I have the profit option. So I'll go to this format option here and try to search title and write here as profit by category. It is already there, but the font color is black. So I'll make it as white, and some cosmetic change like middle alignment, increase the font size. So this is one donut chart for profit by category. Now I can simply right click, copy that visual, and I can click here, and home menu bar, I can just click on paste. So this will create one more visual. So I've just copy pasted that thing, and I have to resize that like this. Select that, resize this. So this is profit by category. Let me delete that and I'll put here as segment. So this is profit by segment. Again, I'll paste one more and try to resize that. Let me remove that, and instead of that, I can just duplicate this chart here. So this is profit by segment. I should make this as region. So I'll select the option region from here, deselect segment or drag and drop region, remove segment. So this is profit by region here. Let me resize this text box. Now the only thing is I have to apply some borders so I can differentiate. So borders would be available here, borders option, and I think I should round off the borders. So it gives a good feel. That's a new feature for rounding of the borders. The border color I have rounded, but it is black color. So I can just go back, select the border color as white, click outside. You see that's a border color here. Now, if I want to apply the same formatting everywhere, select that particular visual and go to this format painter and paste it. Format painter, and you can just paste it. So you can also paste the formatting on all the visuals here at one go. So this has created. You can look after the alignment part, cosmetic part here. So you see right hand side, 3 visuals are created. We'll see about the colors, but let's see how to create this line chart and this bar chart. So I'll click outside, click on the simple stacked bar chart and try to put here. So here I can just bring a subcategory into axis, profit into values. This is created. I'll remove the background. I can go to format and remove that background somewhere. Make it as off. The font color or the data labels, I'll make it as on. The color for data labels and the x-axis should be white color, and this values which are given should be in white color, font color. So data labels, I can select the option as white. You see the white color would be there. In x-axis, I can go and select the option as white color here, x-axis. So this was y-axis. I made a mistake. So I have to again go to y-axis option and make this as white color. This both are white color now. I should give a title so it is properly readable that these are profit by subcategory. So to do that, I have to go to this title option and try to write profit by subcategory. It is already written, but the color, font color is black. So I'll make it as white color. And I think I should increase the size of this text here. Let me increase the text size, profit by subcategory. Right. That's very simple. Now the other part, I should apply a border. So instead of applying from scratch, let me pick up this visual, click on format painter and then click on this visual here. So the borders would be automatically applied here. Okay. But what happened? The labels have gone away. So select that again. I can go to format and on this data labels. Now about the line chart, if I want to create a line chart, I can just go back and click on this line chart here, and here I will just drag and drop so it is properly resizable here. Now here I can just bring order date into this box, and also I'll try to bring here profit, order date and profit. It's only by year. Let me make it by quarters. So I can just click on this 4th button to expand. Now what I can do is I can just copy the formatting from this chart, select that chart, format painter, and I can just click on this part here. So you see the formatting is copied, the x-axis, y-axis and the heading properly organized here. Now the other part is I have to, let me open that visual. This is the part here. Now I have to bring here a slicer on the left hand side. This is for states. You see these are different states. So I'll click outside, click on this slicer option and try to resize it properly. And I'll put here state, drag and drop state into this slicer. Again, formatting is required. So let me select that chart, format painter and paste it over here. Okay. So you can see it's pasted here. So before that, I think I should show you something, Control Z. After that, I can show you that the checkboxes I have to select as, I can only select one state at a time. If you want to select multiple states, I can go to format, go to this selection control and off this multi-select with control. And the other part is now I can just go back and make the background off. The size should be increased. So I can go to items, increase the size. And I think the font color should be white. So it's not visible. So I can click on font color and make it as white. Okay. That's a font color here.
So these are all the states. I can select one by one and all the visuals would get filtered. There's a clear button on the top which you have to click on this clear. It will get clear. I know it's not visible. Some changes you have to apply there. From the format, you'll get some option. Now, the remaining part is, if I go back to the report, I have to create a simple table where it shows about the, subcategory, region and sales. Subcategory, region and sales. So let me open that report. I know the space is very less. So let me expand it. When I hide the other fields, you can see the size increases of this window. Let me try to increase the page size. I can go to visualization and click outside on the blank space. Make sure you click outside. Click on this format and you can go to page size. Here in page size, you can select the option custom. There are different options. And let me increase the width here as, let's say, 2500. You see the size has increased, and on the right hand side, I can use this space. Okay. Same way, if you want to increase the height also, height, I think it's perfect. You don't have to increase much, but let me try to resize those visuals. This is again a cosmetic part. Time doesn't go in creating charts, but this takes a lot of time. Now I can just move it on the right hand side here. Make sure the first should be the bottom chart and this is the top chart here. Now I have some space to create a table. To create a table, I'll click outside, go to this visualization, click on this table option here, and I'll open the fields and I'll bring here subcategory, select this subcategory checkbox, select this region checkbox and sales. So actually it was not a table, it was a matrix. So my mistake, I have clicked on this table. Actually I should have selected the second option, matrix. So I'll click on this matrix option and this is a simple matrix. Now the background, formatting, font, you can change everything. I can go to this format option and you see there's a style option. Ready-made styles are available. I can select the option as minimal, or I can select flashy rows, sparse. Yeah, this is what it was there in the previous place. Let me again resize that properly. Now I'll just minimize here. So you see I have some space for the cards. So this is the report I have. In this report, if you see, I have this cards. How to create some cards we have seen in the previous sections. So this card can be for sales, profit and quantity. Let me go back to the report, and to create a card, I'll just click outside, click on this visualization, click on this 1, 2, 3, which is a card. I know the size has increased for the card. Let me reduce the size. Make sure it fits properly into this area. And I'll just drag sales into this box, sales into this field, and do some changes, cosmetic changes. So one best practice I tell you, that first format the one card, then you just duplicate the cards. Okay. So I'll just click on format and change the background. Background I'll make it as off. The title or the data label should be as white color. So you see the white color will come there, and I think the size should be increased, text size. After that, somewhere if you see there's a category option, the category also I'll make it as white color. So this is the category. When I say category, that's the name of the category. Okay. Now I think size also should be increased, or let me decrease first the size here. Now I'll just go back and also apply the borders. So that's a border. I'll make it as on, and here I can just decrease the radius. The radius should be white color, or the border should be white color. So I'll go to format. In this borders, I can select the option as white color. So now I can just copy. I can click on copy and I can click on paste. So that's the second. Again paste. That's the third one. So they all three are sales. I should select this second card and remove the sales and drag and drop profit. Select the third one, remove that sales and drag and drop quantity. So that's a quantity, and I can just try to expand the size here. And you see, this is a simple report which is created. Now this report is ready and we can publish this report online. Okay, let me remove this. So this report will be publishing online. And if you observe, it was not that difficult. We have seen how to create this chart report separately in different videos. But this is the time where I'm combining everything and creating a simple report. And you can create any visuals. I have taken very basic visuals, just charts, donut chart, pie chart, but you can keep on adding advanced visuals also. Okay, and then we can publish it. So that's it for time being. I hope you have understood how to create a simple Superstore report so that we can publish online and see the other videos. Now let us see how to create an account in Power BI service.
since we want to publish this report, what we have created in the previous section, previous video. So if you want to publish this report online on Power BI service, you need an account first of all. So let us see how to create an account. Now that's the topic, create an account. Here we have a publish button in the home tab. Now when I click on this publish button, it will ask me, do you want to save some changes? I'll say yes, yes. And later on, it will give me a window for login. Okay, this is the login window and it will ask me to enter username or email ID and then the password. But since I do not have an account, I'm doing it for the first time. To create an account, there's a ready-made link given at the bottom. Need an account? Try for free. So I'll click on this link at the bottom and I can just sign up with some email ID. Some email ID, I mean to say you need to have some corporate email ID account, some organization email ID account or university email ID account. In simple language, no Gmail, no Yahoo and no Outlook. So you cannot use this email IDs, no Gmail, no Yahoo and no Outlook and the other ones. But you have any company email ID like as pavan@hdfc.com, pavan@facebook.com, pavan@ some company email ID.com or some college university email ID.com. Only then it will work. So I have an email ID and I'll just paste that email ID here and I can just click on sign up. So make sure you have some email ID. If you do not have some organization email ID, see in the link in the description below, you'll get some help. Now I'll just click on yes button here and what will happen is it will ask me to enter the username or the first name, last name and I'll enter a password here and then I have to enter a verification code. They will send me a verification code and let me check. I have received a verification email at the bottom. Yeah, that's a verification code. You can see, go back to that online and I can enter 482696, 482696. So that's a email, verification code. I can select whatever options you want from here and then I can click on start. Now, when you're creating an account, it will help you. Do you want to send, invitation to other team members also? Okay, I'll just save this username password. So if you have some colleagues in your company, you can send email address or you can invite them. Okay. Right now, I don't have any, colleagues over here. I'll click on skip button. Now, what will happen? This will create an account automatically and you can see Power BI service user interface. Okay. It will take some seconds, some time depending upon your account. So now I'll just click on this button, signed in, and this will open your Power BI service account. Okay. That's a Power BI service where you can share and publish. So you see that's a first screen here. On the left hand side, this is important for us. You see these are the options here: home, recent, favorites, apps and share with me. Right now, we are interested into this workspaces and my workspace. What is a workspace? Consider workspace as a folder. Okay, folder on your laptop so that you can store some data, some files into that. So here, if I click on my workspace, let me click on my workspace. So here it is given as nothing. It's not there anything. So it's asking me to create a report by getting some data. Or if I click on workspaces, you see there's no workspace, but I can create a workspace here. You see, I can create a workspace. So that is the other part here. But now what I'll be doing is I've created an account successfully. I'll be showing you how to publish a report from Power BI desktop to Power BI online application, that is this Power BI service. Okay, that in the next video. But for time being, I hope you have understood how to create an account on Power BI service. Now let us see how to publish a report from Power BI desktop to Power BI service. So I have two sheets. One is section 10 topics. One is page 1. Let me rename that page as Superstore report. And one more page I'll create simply, and I'll just try to add here some funnel chart and I'll put here subcategory sales, a simple funnel chart, and it's not required, but I'll tell you what would be visible on the screen. Yeah, a simple funnel chart here. Now I'm ready. So I can just publish here. I can just click on this publish button and when I click on that, it will ask me username and password. I have already created an account and I have the username, or that's the email ID, and then I can click on sign in, enter the password, and this will publish the report. Right. So I'll enter the password here, click on sign in button. So you see I have the option as select a destination. So the destination name is given as my workspace. Now what is a workspace? It is nothing but a folder. Okay, a folder kind of where you can store all the workbooks, dashboards and data sets, everything. Now there can be different workspaces. One team member can be assigned to different workspaces or different projects. So every project person might create one folder, or every department person can create one folder, HR, finance, banking, etc. Or inside HR, there can be different, folders. So right now we have just my workspace, that is the folder. I can click on select button. So this will take some time depending upon size of your report and the number of charts you have. Then it will quickly publish the report on Power BI service. Now after publishing, you can see there's a message which is given. It's success. The Power BI report is published. And see, the name of this workbook is section 10. Okay, section 10 publishing. This is actually my workbook name. Okay, my file name which I've saved. Now to open that or to jump to Power BI service, just click on this link over here and this will open Power BI service on your default browser. Okay, Power BI service on your default browser, and you can see the entire workbook or entire PBIX file would be published. Okay, and you can see these are 3 sheets I have. 3 pages. If I open this sample Superstore report, so this is the report which I have published. Now the question is whether it is interactive. Let me cross check, and if you see it is interactive. When you publish any report online, definitely it is interactive. You see, interactivity will be there. And also if you see, I have page 1 here, the funnel chart which I created is visible. In section 10 also, all the topics which I'll be showing you in this section will be visible here. Okay, now that's very simple, publishing report on Power BI service account. Okay, this one you can share with other colleagues, you can download and do many things. Now let us see how to download these reports into different formats like PPT, PDF and PBIX, and how do we share with other people. Okay, that's a topic, very simple here. So what I'll do is I have this Superstore report and page 1 and first page here. So if I want to convert into PPT, I can just click on file menu bar and click on export to PowerPoint. Okay, so if you click on that, it will convert into PPT. It will take some few minutes and it will convert into PPT. Same way, you can download this report into a PDF format, export to PDF, or you can download as PBX file. Now what is the beauty of using Power BI service? Suppose you're traveling across the world and you do not have the report with you. Some colleague has shared the report on Power BI service. You can download this into different formats. So you don't have to carry your laptop. You can log in from any account like your Facebook or Yahoo or Gmail. You can log in from any account and use these options for exporting into PPT, PDF or PBX file. Now these permissions are given for some people and you can restrict those permissions also. That is also possible here. So what I've done is I have converted, clicked on that export to PPT and PDF. Since it took a lot of time before the starting the video itself, I have downloaded these 2 things here. And let me show you in downloads. I'll go to downloads and let me open this PPT here. It has converted, you see, into PPT. Okay. The first page, second page, third page and fourth page. I can go to slideshow and click on from beginning and you can see that the first slide automatically created. I have not done that. This is the name of the report which I have given while publishing, and this is the second page, the dashboard. You see, as it is the report, not a dashboard, a report has been visible here, and that's a third chart. So that is a simple PPT which is created. I'll also show you the PDF which is downloaded. Let me double click and open that PDF. So all the pages would be visible here. You see, that's a PDF. All 3 pages are visible here. Okay, into a proper format. The size of this page is bigger because I have done the settings on that report itself. Therefore, the size is a bit wider and lengthier. Okay, that also you can customize. So this is very simple. And the other option is there. How do you share the report? If you want to share on the public platform, you can open your default browser here. See, the other options are you can also publish this report to a web so that any person can have an access. You can make it as public. So you can click on that. You'll get a link over here. I cannot show you right now because I'm not the admin person. I'm using a trial version. So it will ask me that contact your admin to enable code creation. So it will generate a code. You can copy that code and paste into some website. Okay, that will be an HTML code which can integrate, and that will be access or visible for everyone across the world. That will be public. Okay, so I can close that. So obviously you will not go for that. And the other 2 options are simple. If you want to create a duplicate of this, you can just click on save as copy. So it will create a duplicate report in online itself, not in the desktop or somewhere, but it will create online. You can also print a page. If you want a hard copy of this report, you can just click on print option here. Okay, so these are some methods of sharing reports into different file formats. So comment, share and subscribe. No, I'm not talking about my YouTube channel. You don't have to comment, subscribe and share, but I'm talking about a feature in Power BI that how do you comment, share and subscribe to a report. Okay, very interesting features in Power BI. So I have report, Superstore report. Let us say I want to talk to my colleague who's sitting on the other end and I want to talk to him. So I can just click on this comments report. He also has the report online. So I can just click on comments, and here if you see, I have the got it button here. Now I can just type here @ in this box, @ and I can type the name of a person here. Okay. So you see, when I type @ and I'm getting list of all the name of users who are in my account here. Okay. These are all the users. I can tag anyone and tell them kindly review this report. Okay. I can click on post. So what will happen? The person will get an email notification, number one, and also the person will get a notification on the top that so and so person has tagged you in that report. Okay, kindly check that. Same way, I can also type @ and again I'll type as A or any name of your colleague, and you'll get list of name of all your colleagues who are into your domain, who are assigned into your domain and who are allowed to see this report. This also option is there. So I can select the option and I can again tag him. What is the status or why the figures are low? And I can click on next. Now, when they click on that link, they'll ask you for the permission. After you give a permission, only then they'll be able to use it. So to give a permission, you have to click on share button. Okay, this share button will be used to give a permission. I will click on share button, and here this is a 60 days of trial version. So you have to click on try free. By the way, we are upgrading to Power BI Pro, which is a trial version. So I'll click on try free, start trial. You see 60 days of trial version, start trial, and then I can click on close button here. Now, how to give a permission? That's a topic here. After comments, email will go. The person will click on that link. It will ask a permission. So you can go to this share button, and here, this is the permission option, access. So if I click on access, I will get name of the person at the bottom, name of the person, and what should be the permissions given. Editor, owner, read only, different options you'll receive there. Okay. And also you have the option to manage the permissions. So if you want to add or remove, you can select the option here. So this was all about comments. Next one, there is one feature in Power BI. What is that feature? So suppose I have this report. I send this report to my colleague, to my manager, to my stakeholder every week, Friday, 4 o'clock. And every week, this is my task in the company. And what I can do is I can tell my Power BI account to do this task yourself. Okay. So I can subscribe this report and send it to my colleagues and stakeholders every Friday, 4 o'clock. So I have to click on subscribe button. Click on subscribe, and here you can see add new subscription. This works like your Outlook account. It will ask you three things: your email account, your body text if you want to type something, email to the person you want to send, some text if you want to write, and when you want this report to be sent, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'll click on add new subscription. Here I can enter name of the person. So I can just type here name, and I can tag some person here, and subject I can write as weekly status report. Okay, carefully observe, it's like your Outlook. You have to write to, then you have to write the subject. Okay, then what is the message you want to add? Okay, these options are there, and here hello everyone, I can write as please find the attachment of weekly status report. Okay, weekly status report. Okay, then I'll scroll down so you can see the report page which you want to send. So there are 3 pages right now. I have the section 10 Superstore report and page 1. What is this name? These are actually names which are at the bottom. You see, these 3 names are given. So which page do you want to subscribe? Okay, you can select specific page, Superstore. When do you want to send? Daily, hourly, weekly? But as I said, it's a weekly report. I'll select weekly, and only Friday I want to send this report, and that is also at 4 o'clock. So I can select the time as 4 p.m. Okay, that's my job in the company. Now onwards, I don't have to do. This will be done by the Power BI. The starting date from today and the ending date should be till I work in the company or till I'm valid in this project. So you can select that particular date, the end date, and that's it. So these options are given that you can also give access to this report and link to report in Power BI. So the person will get an email and they'll get a link. When they click on link, they'll be jumping to Power BI service account. And then I can just click on save and close. So this subscription would be added. They'll keep on getting email notifications. Now, not only this, you can keep on adding different subscription to one report. You can assign different timings, different email IDs and so on. So again, I can click on add new subscription, and the same story starts. I can again write some details. Let me click on cancel here. So this is what you call subscribe. Very interesting feature. And the third feature is, suppose you do not want to send a repetitive email weekly, monthly, quarterly, you can select this share option. This share button, you can just enter the email address. Let's say I'll enter here some email address like this one, and I'll enter some message here. Please find the attachment of the report. So not the attachment, they'll get a link. Okay, so I'll write as please find the link, and I can keep on entering email address. What is the best part about this? I can share this report to thousands and thousands of people at the same time. So if I have group of people and the name is given in Outlook or somewhere, you can just write a group name, department name, HR department, finance department, healthcare. So you just write the group name and email will be shoot up to all those group itself. And this is the link. If you see, this link is same what is your link on the top here. That's the same link. Now when you click on share, email will go to all the users at one time. Okay, single one time they'll get this mail itself. So I can say this important features are in Power BI service: comments, subscribe and share. So therefore the name of this tool is given as sharing and collaboration tool. Power BI service is not a developer tool. It is used for sharing and collaboration with all your colleagues, and it will save lot of time. Okay, lot of time. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on this share, subscribe and comment option to a report. Now let us see how to create a dashboard in Power BI service. Dashboards cannot be created on your desktop, Power BI desktop. You have to create a dashboard in online itself. This is the only feature in online. So how to create a dashboard in Power BI service? Let us see that. So I'm in the Superstore report which I've created. Now whenever you keep your cursor on any visual, you have to observe this small icon, which is a pin icon, would be visible. If I keep my cursor anywhere, you see this small pin icon. This pin icon is usually used to pin that visual on a dashboard. Okay, let me show you that. Suppose I want to pin this bar chart. I can just click on this pin visual button. This will ask me, where do you want to pin on the dashboard? Okay, pin to a dashboard. Where do you want to pin? On a new dashboard or an existing dashboard? Since I've created the account for the first time, I do not have any existing dashboard. So I'll select new dashboard and I'll write the name as Superstore Dashboard 1. Okay, Superstore dashboard, and I can click on pin. So this horizontal bar chart will be pinned to that dashboard. I can click on go to dashboard and you can see this is the horizontal bar chart which is visible. I can also resize that properly. So you can see it is properly visible here. Now this is one chart. Let me add one more chart into this dashboard here. Now how do I know whether it is a dashboard? You can see on the top, that's my workspace and Superstore dashboard. So you can go back to the report. You can directly go from here. You can click on the chart in the dashboard. It will take you to the source sheet from where it came. Okay, you see that's a source sheet. Let me again select this profit by segment and click on this pin icon, this pin visual. And now you see existing dashboard option is enabled and I can, tag or pin to that existing dashboard. So I'll just click on pin button here and I can just go to this dashboard. So you can see I have two visuals on a dashboard. The name is given on the breadcrumb, that's known as breadcrumb, Superstore dashboard. If I click here, it will go to the place where it came from. Okay. Same way, I can also pick up one more visual like this one and I can click on pin visual, pin button. Again, I'll select this line chart and click on this pin icon, pin visual and click on pin. So this is one method by which you can go to a dashboard, this method. What is the other method? You can click on this button here. This is nothing but my workspace. So you can also expand this by clicking on three lines, three horizontal lines, my workspace. And here you see, this is a dashboard. The name of the dashboard is Superstore dashboard. I can click on Superstore dashboard and these are all the 4 charts I have on the sheet here. Okay, on this dashboard here. So if you want, you can also resize it so that it fits properly. And I can also resize like this, and you can also move it and change the positions wherever you want. Okay, this is one method you can use. Now if you think you want to change the theme, you can click on this drop down and click on 3 dots, dashboard theme. So right now the theme is light color, the background. You can change the background as dark color. You can change it to color blind friendly. You can also work on custom. So custom themes, you can choose and change background, font color, background color, anything. Okay, this options will be there. So I'll just go back and click outside. So one thing, if you notice, this font color is given white. you see small font color is there. It's not visible properly. Even if the heading, if you see, I don't have the heading, I don't have heading, I don't have the labels. So in the actual report, the labels were there. Okay, so if I click on this chart and if I show you here, the labels were there, the titles were there, but this labels were in the white font color. You see this white font color. So therefore it was not visible on the background. Okay, how do you change that? Suppose if I click on this again, click on pin visual, and here if you see, keep current theme, use destination theme, these two options are there. Okay, so you can play with these options and you will get the font color there. Okay, so I can select the option as use destination theme, click on pin button, go to dashboard, and here if you observe, I have got this chart. So it went back, I clicked on that by mistake. So I'll just go back to my workspace, Superstore dashboard. Make sure you do not click on that. But if you click on this dashboard theme, and if I select the option as dark, when I select the dark option, you see I'm getting the labels for that particular chart here, but not for the other charts. Okay, let me go back, dashboard theme, dark, and make sure you click on save button. I did not click on save. So this one will give you the labels also on that dashboard. Okay, this way. On the other part, you do not have the labels. So this is one method of creating a dashboard. What is the second method? The second method is I can go to my workspace and you see there's a create button. Here I can click on this create button and click on dashboard. Okay, so here I can say Superstore dashboard 2 and click on create button. Superstore dashboard 2, and you see that's a Superstore dashboard 2. It is completely empty, nothing is there. I can go back to my workspace, click on this reports, again open that report, and I can again open this particular report. Let's say I want to tag this table or I want to add this label to that new dashboard. So I can click on this pin visual and select existing dashboard. I can select any of the dashboard, one or two. So I'll select two option and click on pin button. So you see use destination theme. This is important. Click on pin button. Now if I go to that dashboard, you can see I'm in the dashboard 2 option, Superstore dashboard. Now I can resize it. So this is one more method of working on a dashboard or creating a dashboard here. Okay, very simple. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a simple dashboard in Power BI. Now this is a very important video for all people who are coming from other BI tools to Power BI. Power BI is very good in many terms, many features are there, functions are there, but there is one limitation which I think I should show you. There's a problem in Power BI dashboard and how to overcome that limitation. So let's see that. I have opened this report here. So that's a Power BI service. I'll just go to my workspace and let me open any one dashboard here. Let me open this Superstore dashboard. Okay. Now these are few charts which I've prepared. Okay, normally what happens in a dashboard, when you click on this particular angle or a slice, or if I click on this particular slice, what should happen? The other charts should get filtered out, okay, for that particular selected slice. Or if I select this 56,000, the other chart should show me only 56,000 related values. Let me click on this 56,000 and carefully observe what will happen in the dashboard. So if I click on that, it will jump to the report from where it came. Okay, the chart where it came from, it will jump to that report. Let us give one more try. I'll go to my workspace, Superstore dashboard, and I'll scroll down. Now, if I click on copiers, this particular bar, if I click on copiers, it should filter the entire dashboard for only copiers. So if I click on this, so you see it's not filtering, but it is jumping to the page where actually it came from, or the report where it came from. So this is a report. Okay, this is a Power BI report. This is not a dashboard. Okay, I have given the name also. That's not a dashboard. So, but on the other hand, if you see, if I click on this slice here, the other charts are getting filtered out. Okay, you see other charts are getting filtered out. Most of the companies in the world which I've worked with at least 70 plus different clients. They don't use dashboards in Power BI. They use only reports. This is a report. They use this kind of reports. Okay. This is a report or a page, I can say. What is that? Because of this feature. So if you click, the other should filter out. So what is the solution for that? Okay. So that's a topic. You understood what is the problem. The problem in Power BI dashboard is it is not interactive. And what is the solution? Okay. The solution would be, I can go to this report or a page of this report. And here, if you see, that's a pin live page. Okay. It's not visible. Let me just minimize. Yes, now it is visible. You see this pin icon and the name is given as pin live page. So the entire page would be pinned into a dashboard. Okay. Now let me click on pin live page, and here I can create a new dashboard named as Superstore Dashboard 3. Superstore Dashboard 3. Click on this pin live. So entire page would be pinned to that particular dashboard. Now one more, I can just go back to this page 1 and I can click on pin live page, and I'll say existing dashboard, that is dashboard 3. Click on pin live. So entire page would be pinned to that. Let me go to that dashboard, and here if you see, if I just minimize, yes, so hardly you will find any difference between dashboard and a report right now, because if I click on this, you see this entire page is getting filtered out. If I click on this, entire page is getting filtered out on this screen which you see. And if I scroll down, this is the page. If I click on this page, you see it is not jumping to the page where it came from, because it is the entire page and it is filtering itself. Okay, so this is the solution for that option. So what you do is you can pin the entire page into a dashboard, so it will not go to the destination. So you see it is playing in the report itself, in the dashboard itself. So this is the solution for the problem which companies face. But if you ask me, most of the companies, 90% of the companies, they do not use Power BI dashboard. They use just reports. And how do they use? They come back to this workspace and they work in the report section itself. So when you should use dashboard? Dashboard should only be used when you just want to see. You don't want to interact with any of the element. You just want to watch the reports as a static report, not as a dynamic. When you click, it should change. No. So then only you can use this dashboard. What I think, it might be wrong, but that's a survey which I have observed everywhere. That's it. But I hope you have understood what is the problem and the solution in a dashboard in Power BI service. Now let us see how do we automatically refresh in Power BI service. So what happens is the data keeps on coming every day, a new data, and I want to train my Power BI so that it should automatically go and fetch and refresh the data from Power BI service to that data source. It should connect. It should pull back the data. So that is the topic, automatic refresh, and we will require something named as data gateway. A tool is required, an intermediate tool is required here. Now how do we do that? First of all, I'll go to this my workspace on the left hand side and go to this reports. So this is the report which I've created, the original report which I published, and this was a copy of that report. Whenever I publish a report, a data set is also published. Okay, so if I click on data set, you can see this is the data set, and the name of data set is same name of your report. Okay, so if I publish 10 reports, 10 data sets also would be published with that report. So here if you see, these are the actions which are there, and what was the last refresh done? So it was 10:37:52. Okay, on this particular date, this was refresh time. Now what is the time I have on my screen? The time is 11:41:29. Okay, that's the time, and I have published on 10:37. Now what I want to see a live data right now. Live in the sense, if I have changed something on that Superstore file, Excel file, it should reflect here. It should refresh. So let us see. I have to click on this refresh now button, and let's see what happens. Right. So I've got this message, and the message is refreshed failed due to gateway configuration issues. So as I said, you need some tool in between, only then you can refresh the data. After you get this message, it will tell you that you do not have a gateway. This data set requires a properly configured gateway in order to refresh. I understood. There's a lengthy message. So how to install a gateway? Many methods are there. One of them is I can click on gateway connection and click on install now. That's one method. Second method is I can click on this button here. You see this small drop down button is there, and I can click on data gateway. Second method. Third method is you can go to the website and download from there. Okay. So let me click on install now. If you are working in a company, already into a company, you don't have to do that. This will be done by your admin person. So I'll just click on install now. It will download a gateway, which is 213 MB file. So it will take some 5 minutes to install the gateway and then do the connection part. Okay. But as I said, if you're working in a company, this video you can skip. You don't have to do it manually. It will be done by the admin person. If you're learning Power BI and if you're going for an interview, I would suggest you properly see this video. This will be required. Now, once the gateway is installed, this will be a connection with your Power BI service, and your data set in your desktop or any place, SQL, Oracle, big data, anything. So gateway is an intermediate between your data and your Power BI report. Okay. Now this is downloaded. How to install a gateway? I'll just click on this link over here, the downloaded file. Make sure you have the admin privileges, then you can install it properly. And I can just click on I accept, click on update. The steps are very simple. You can just select the options, default option, and click on next. So depending upon your machine configuration, it will take appropriate time and install. So you see, I've got the message here as your gateway is all set up and you're ready to use. Okay, that's the installation done. Now I can click on sign in and enter the email address of the login email address which I've used for sign up on Power BI service. Same email address, and click on next. And then I can enter the username, password. First one is email address. I can just paste that, next, and the password. So installing gateway is not that difficult. It is easy. Anyone can do it, provided you have the admin privileges on your laptop to install and download all these features. So I've got a message here, gateway is online and ready to be used. Okay, so I can just click on close button here. Now what I can do is I can just refresh this button here and refresh the browser, and let's see what happens. So here again, if I go back to this data set, gateway connection, and if you see, something is given here, which is gateway, personal gateway, which is running on desktop, and that's the name of my desktop here. Initially, there was no option available and this button was disabled. Okay, so installation is very simple, straightforward. We have done that. Now coming back, I will go back to my workspace and go to reports and click on this report here. Okay, I'll click on data set. So by the way, I forgot to tell you that data set should be refreshed, not the report. Data set is important. So again, if you see, the timing is still 10:37:52. Now the timing is 10:48. Now if I click on refresh button, let's see, I should not get an error, but let's see, I'll look how it works. So yes, some message I've got here. Okay, some message I've got and the time is refreshed. Okay, so that's a live data. So let me see what the message is. If I click on this, it says the schedule refresh has been disabled. Please try it again. No problem. That's not a problem here. Now, when I come back to this reports here, and if I open this publishing report, okay, so the data is getting refreshed here, but practically we'll see an application using gateway. Carefully observe how many regions I have. In the file, I have central, east, south, and west. What I'll do is I'll go to my laptop, open that Superstore file and add one more region. Let's say southeast or northeast. Okay, I'll open that folder where I have the files. The file number is 10.1 sample Superstore. In this file, I'll add two more regions, southeast and northeast, something like that. Either I can add below or I can replace. That's a region column, you see. And let me just select and replace as northeast. Okay, and I'll select some other data and southwest. Okay, so that's the data. If it is not visible, let me expand it. So what I've done is existing data I have modified and changed it. If you want, you can also add a data at the end, no problem. I can just go at the bottom and write here something as northwest. This also you can add entire record. So I have to add entirely, so I didn't do that. Save it. And now I can click on close button. So the file is on my laptop, on my desktop, and here I am trying to refresh in Power BI Online. Okay, so if I go back here in the workspace, I'll click on data set. Carefully observe, the time is now 11:50, and here time is 11:48:35. I can click on this refresh button. This will ask my file 11:48. Now it should show 11:50. This will go and ask my Superstore file, whatever data is refreshed, and the report should be refreshed. Now if I go to this reports option, if I open this publishing report and go to this Superstore report here, and nothing has changed. So I have to click on this refresh button and let us see what happens. So still no changes I can see. Okay, again if I click on refresh, nothing has happened. So let us find out the root cause. I will go to this workspace, go to this data set and click on this three dots, click on settings. In the data set, click on settings. Now if you see here, what is the error? Data source credentials. That Superstore file, Excel file, that's a Superstore file, and it is telling that the credentials are not correct. The username password to that Excel file is not correct. Now in that Excel file, there is no username password. So I can click on that edit credentials and tell them that
that Excel file has no username password. So I'll click on None and click on Sign In. So this will remove that error message. Okay, remove that error message. And if you see now, there's no cross button. And here if you see, it's updated. Okay, now I can just go to that My Workspace, Datasets. And now if I click on refresh, okay, now if I click on refresh, the time should be 11:52 on that place. Yes, so you see the time has changed, 11:50 to 58. Now if I go to that report and if I open that report, now finally if I go to that Superstore report and here if I click on refresh, the other data which was northeast and southwest has been added into my report here. So hope you're getting what we have done. Let me revise it. I downloaded a gateway, installed a gateway. After installing a gateway, you have to refresh the data set. Check if the report is getting refreshed. If not, you can go to that My Workspace in Datasets. Here you can click on Settings button and check whether the username password you have to give for that dataset. So here the username password was not there. So I told them by clicking on Edit Credentials. That is the entire process for automatic refresh. And the last one is scheduling refresh. So if I go to schedule refresh, I can make it as on and I can tell them that I want to refresh this report daily at time. I can just click on add time at morning 3 a.m. So when my employees leave the company, I can just refresh this every morning 3 a.m. and I can just click on apply button. So like this, I can schedule this refresh n number of times in a day. To be very specific, 8 times in a day. I can just click on this add button. I can add 8 times if you are using a pro account. If you are using a premium account in a company, 48 times in a day per data set you can refresh. Here only 8 times in a day per data set. So I can tell them at 3 o'clock and at 4 o'clock at night you have to refresh. Okay, this way you can click on apply. Okay, so these are the scheduling refresh in Power BI. Okay, for time being, I hope you have understood how to do an automatic refresh, installing and downloading gateway, and also scheduling refresh in Power BI service. Welcome to this new section on text functions in Power Query. Now, text functions are important where you can clean your data, and cleaning is possible in Power Query. We have seen the introduction in the previous video. So there are many text functions in Power Query. We'll see few of them in this section. And what are those functions? We'll see now. So we'll see how to merge two different columns without using any code, any function, without using your keyboard, just using button clicks. Then we'll see how to split the column and also remove unwanted spaces using trim. We have basic functions like upper, lower and proper case. How to add a prefix and suffix. It's very easy. Now all the functions which are mentioned here will be using button clicks, no using keyboard. We'll see how to work on left, right and mid function. Extract text with delimiter. When you have some delimiters like comma, hash, @ anything, you can remove using button clicks. So why I'm pressurizing on the button clicks? Because the name Power Query is the only difficult term I find. Rest all the features are easy. Okay. So if you know Excel, Power Query is 70% easier than Excel, where you don't have to write any code, any function. Most of your tasks, basic tasks could be done using button click. Welcome back to this video on text function merge columns. Now I have an example created in Excel, some sample data is there. I will show you that how you can do in Power Query Excel and in Power Query Power BI. Power Query is a tool which is common in Power BI and in Excel, Power BI and Excel. So here I'll show you the same task will be done in two different places. So first in Excel, then I'll show you in Power BI. Let us see what the data is there. I have simple 3 columns, prefix, first name and last name. I want to concatenate or combine these 3 columns into one column using the merge functions in Power Query, not in Excel. So the file name is 11-Power Query text functions. You will get the file somewhere in the description. And these are 3 columns. The name of the table here is, if I keep my cursor, the name of the table here is text_merge. So remember the table name and remember the sheet name. Okay, sheet name and table name, they both are same. Here it is underscore and here it is hyphen. Okay, so I'll import this table and try to merge without using keyboard. For that, I have to close this workbook and create a new workbook. So file, new, open this workbook and I'll just close this workbook here. So this is a blank empty workbook and the file is kept here in this folder, that is 11 point Power Query text functions. That's the file name here. So I will get that file, get that table into this Excel. Data tab, get data, from file, from workbook. So where is Power Query? Power Query features are in the data tab from here to this location. This entire tab you can say it's a Power Query. Now this is in data tab. People who are using Excel 2016, 2019 or Office 365, they will get it by default. For 2010, 2013, you have to install separately. If you're using a Mac version, you will not get this add-in. So you have to struggle a bit with downloading and installing. Okay. So this is the pane of Power Query. I'll import that data, get data from file, from workbook. The file name was 11 point text functions. So I have kept the file here, 11 point Power Query text functions, and I'll click on import. That particular file had multiple Excel sheets and Excel tables. So my interest would be in only one table, and name of the table is text_merge. Okay. So as I said, there are different tables. These are all the tables. You can see a blue line, a heading line, and these are all the sheets. Okay. You can see these are all the sheets here. So I will pick up here text_merge, which is a table, and click on transform. Okay, I'll click on transform. So what I'm doing, Power Query is a ETL tool. So I'm extracting data from some Excel file, transforming. So I'll just click on transform. ETL, extract, transform. Okay, transform means we'll make some changes now. So here a simple example, nothing difficult. I want to concatenate these 3 columns. Okay, so before I concatenate, you can see the heading. The heading is Power Query Editor. Okay. And this is in Excel. See the icon. This is Power Query Editor of Excel. We have Power Query Editor of Power BI also. So select these 3 columns in a proper sequence. When I say proper sequence, first should be prefix, then control click last name. If I want to concatenate, I can go to transform menu bar or transform tab, and here you can see these are all the text functions. Okay, you have to read at the bottom. These are text functions, and this should be all number functions. Okay, at the bottom it is written number functions, and we have this date function. You can see date and time. So these are approximately 100 functions using button click. Okay, right now, so I have selected 3 columns. I will click on merge columns. In merge columns, it will ask me when you're concatenating or merging, what should be the separator? The separator, there are many options. I'll select space and let's give a column name as full name, and I'll click on OK. So what I have done, I have concatenated. The column name is full name, and whatever steps I have applied, those are getting recorded here. Okay. So this pane is known as applied steps pane. Whatever steps you are performing, those are getting recorded like your macros, VBA macro. If you want, you can always delete this step. If you want, you can always modify the step. Okay, modification and deletion is possible. We'll see in coming videos. Now, I'll just click on home menu bar and click on close and load. Okay, ETL. The last L is for loading. So home menu bar, close and load, and the transform data would be loaded back here. Now, you see, that's loaded back and the cells are merged. Now, what is the beauty of Power Query? If anything changes in the source data, the target data also will change. Okay, when I say target data will come in green color by default. You see, green color table. You can change the color, but by default green color. So let me open that file. I'll open this file, text functions, and here you see the name is given as Vihan Kumar Pavan Lalwani, and here I can write as, let's say, Vijay, and I'll say as Khanna. Okay, so I've changed this Vijay Khanna, the second record, Vijay Khanna, and I'll save this file. Okay, save this file and I'll close this file. This is my source data. Now here if you observe, this Pavan Lalwani have not changed. Okay, manually it has not changed, but if you want to change, you can right click here and click on refresh. So anything changes in source data, your target data, you have to right click and refresh. and you can see Vijay Khanna, the name has changed. Okay. Let me expand it if it is not visible, Vijay Khanna. Also, other method is you can right click here and there's an option refresh. Okay. So if you're using Excel, still you can learn Power Query. It is very simple, button clicks. I will do the same process in Power BI and you can just observe. So this is Power BI and you can see nothing is there on the right hand side. This is completely blank. Get data, Excel. The file name was text functions. Yes, 11 point text functions. I'll open that file. So this is extract. ETL is E stands for extract. Then again it will show me the same window that it has many tables and many sheets. From those I'll pick up only one table, that is text underscore merge, and I'll click on transform data. Transform data will open Power Query in Power BI. Okay, Power Query in Power BI. And how do you remember that? You can see the name of this window is Power Query right now, and you see the icon is for Power BI. Okay, that's a Power BI icon. Okay, this thing you have to remember. I'll select the same three columns in a proper sequence. Transform tab or transform menu bar. Click on this merge columns, and here I can get the same options like space, and the column name would be full name. Now I'll click on OK button. And you can see on the right hand side, the steps are getting recorded, same like in Excel. So this is Power BI, Power Query. That was Excel, Power Query. Now I can just click on Home and click on Close and Apply. There it was Close and Load. Here it is Close and Apply. Excel is a data source, so it can load the data. Power Query is not a data source. Okay, it will just apply the changes, apply any changes or any cleaning thing on the visuals on the charts. So when I click on Close and Apply, I will get only one column as an output, and that column would be visible on the right hand side. Okay, so it is loading here, and once it is loaded, you can see the same column has been visible on the right hand side, that is full name. So I can just drag this full name and use into my visuals or into some charts, and I can use it. Okay, and same thing, if the data source changes, I can just click on this refresh button on the top and data would be refreshed. Power BI has a very good feature. You don't have to do manual refresh. It can automatically refresh by itself. That we'll see in Power BI service. When we publish from Power BI desktop to Power BI service online account, there it will automatically refresh. You have to tell him when you want refresh, every day, every hour, every half an hour. So that will be automatically done. Okay, but for time being, I hope you've understood what is Power Query practically, where Power Query is there in both places, and how to work on merge function. So in this video, we'll see how to work on split and trim function. I have one column where all the text are been combined into one column like this A column, and I want to split into three different columns. So you can see we have Pimpri, Pune, Maharashtra. These are three different place names and they are concatenated together. Same way I have this Faizabad, Lucknow and Uttar Pradesh. Let's split that, and also when I split, you can see there is a unwanted spaces there. How do I remove that unwanted space? Okay, using that trim function. So let us see practically in Power BI. The name of the table is text split trim. You can see the name is text split trim. I'll import this table into Power BI. So let me close this file and I'll open Power BI. Make sure you close the file when you are importing the data. Okay. So here if you observe right now, I have only text underscore merge. Now I can click on get data Excel, Power Query text functions, open that. I'm doing it again and again, so you become habitual with that. So we have split trim. You see text underscore split and trim. Select that table. Okay. So you see this is a table icon which I've shown you earlier, and this one would be the sheet icon. These are all sheet icons. So select that table and click on transform data. Splitting is very easy in Power BI. So here comes the Power Query. Select that column which you want to split and go to transform column. Now in this transform column, you have to see this. All the text functions would be available in this box. Okay, in this text column. So here we want to split. Okay, so I'll click on split by delimiter. Now in this case, the delimiter is comma. So if I click on by delimiter, and it will ask me what is the delimiter. So by default, it has selected the delimiter as comma. Okay, so here I don't have to select the delimiter. It's very smart. Next one, it is asking me, do you want each occurrence of the delimiter? Definitely, in this case, I want all the columns. Sometimes, if you do not want all the columns, you can choose some option like leftmost or rightmost and so on. So here I don't have to do anything. Just click on OK button. Now you see just few button clicks and I've got the answer here. Now here I can just rename the column here as location. I can say as place. I can say city, and this one as state. Okay. Now also, if you want to remove the unwanted spaces in this column, you can just select those two columns or whatever columns you have. Then you can go to that format tab and there's an option given as trim. Okay. So if you click on trim, the unwanted spaces would be removed. Here we don't have the unwanted spaces, it's removed. However, I'll just delete this step. If you do not want, you can delete the step, delete the step, delete. Now there is no undo in Power Query. There is no Control Z in Power Query. You can only delete the steps from here. So I can just delete the steps. Okay. If you want to again repeat the process, you can just go to Transform tab, split column by delimiter, and comma is selected here by default. Click on OK. So this will split and I have to again rename that columns like place and city, and the third one, last one is state. So now I can just click on Home tab and click on Close and Apply. After Close and Apply, that particular table would be loaded, and here you can see on the right hand side the table is given here, which is text underscore split underscore trim. Now this table is no longer a table, it is a query. Okay, so if I open this becomes a query here. Okay, so this icon stands for query. Now I can simply drag and drop, let's say city, and I can drag this sales into this box, and these are sales by city. Okay, and it has automatically created a map. Okay, no need to do anything. It has automatically created a map. The reason it created a map, because the column name was city. If the column name is city, state, country, postal code, pin code, then it will automatically consider it as a geographical data type. Okay, that we have seen earlier in the previous sections. So this is created a simple map. If you do not want map, you want a table, simply click on table. This will convert into a tabular format. Okay, let us see how to work on uppercase, lowercase and proper case functions in Power Query, Power BI. Now they are very simple, but still you need to learn how to work on that. I have an example. You can see this table is there. Purposely I have distorted the data. Usually when you're working in a company, you never get a clean data. You have to clean that. 70% of your time goes in cleaning data. So here is an example. I have highlighted all the values in yellow color. You can see this Vihan Kumar. You can see there's a capital, double A capital N. At the end there's a R capital, and here if you see there's a Dinchak Puja. So at the end A triple K capital, J A capital, and some are small case. So what I want to clean this data. Either all should be uppercase, either all should be lower, or in a proper case. How do we do that? So let's do that. The name of the table here is text underscore upper underscore lower. I've given the name here. Let me pick up this table into Power BI. So I'll close this file, get data, and click on Excel. So here I can select that file and click on open, and I'll pick up that table here. You can pick up all the table in one go, but I'm just repeating so you can understand properly again and again. You can practice that. So this is the table, text underscore upper underscore lower. Click on transform data, and now once it is loaded into Power Query, I can show you how to work on those upper, lower and proper. So number one, I'll select all the columns whichever I want to modify. At a time, you can select many columns. If you want to select all the columns, you can press Ctrl A from a keyboard and select all the columns in your table, in your query. So I'll select this two columns, transform tab, and here in the format, I have first three options, lowercase, uppercase. So let me select lowercase, and if you observe, this has changed everything into lowercase. Okay, all the text into lowercase. I can click on format and select uppercase here. So you see all the text has converted. And the third one is capitalize each word. It's nothing but proper case in Power Query. So capitalize each word. First alphabet of every word would be capital. Okay, here capitalize each word. Now I also think this prefix should be capitalized each word. Whatever steps you're doing, those are getting recorded here. You can see uppercase, then we have lowercase and capitalize each word. So if you want, you can delete the steps. If you do not require, you can delete those steps. And this name is not so good. I can just write as employee names. So this is actually a query name. Okay, this will be actually a query name. You can see query settings. This is a name here. When I click on file menu bar or home menu bar, close and apply, then this particular query would be loaded. I will not call it as a table. This becomes a query now. So here you can see on the right hand side, that will be employee names which are loaded here. You see employee names. So I can go to a newer sheet and just scroll it like this. So I can click outside, expand that employee name. I can drag the first name, I can drag the last name, and you can see it's properly, aligned it here, and you can use it. So first name, last name, these are like, I can expand and show you properly here. That's a first name and last name in the capitalize each word. Okay, that's it. So I hope you have understood how to work on upper, lower and proper case in Power Query, Power BI. Let us see how to work on adding a prefix and suffix in Power BI. Prefix and suffix are required, and let us see an example here. I have a table where the first name and last name is there, and the third column is age. So if I want to add a suffix over here, like 26 years, 30 years, years at the backend, I can use the Power Query function. Or if I want to write in the suffix, my age is so and so years, I can do that. So let's do that. The name of the table is text underscore prefix suffix. Close the file, bring in Power BI, get data, Excel and text functions. So from here I'll pick up the table that was text underscore prefix suffix and click on transform data. So transforming will take you to Power Query. If you click on load button, it will take you to Power View. So after I bring here, you can see the age column is there. Age column, if I want to add a suffix like 26 years. So let me zoom it. Now I can go to transform tab and you can see in the format option, I have add suffix. So if I click on add suffix, here it will ask me what suffix do you want to add. So here I can write as space years, and I can click on OK button here. So this will add a suffix. The data type of the column has changed to a text. Okay. If I click on the previous step, you can see the data type. When I say data type, this is 1 to 3. It's a whole number. When I click on this other step, now you can see the data type is ABC, which is a text. You don't have to remember or mug up. You can just click on ABC and you can see these are different data types available. Okay. All the different data types. We have a video separately on data types. We'll see in detail. Now, this was a suffix. If you want to add a prefix, you can also go to format and add a prefix here. And I can just write as my age is colon space. And I'll click on OK. So this will add a prefix that my age is. So the options are both present in format tab, add prefix and add suffix. Okay, that's it. Very simple. And if you do not want, you can delete the steps from here always. That's very easy. If you think you made a mistake while writing, you can always click on this small settings button. Okay, this settings button, and you can modify. I can click here and I can write as my age today is colon and click on OK. So you can modify any step in Power Query. It's very simple. No need of writing any function. Finally, I can click on home, close and apply. But before that, I'll write as employee age and home, close and apply. Okay. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on prefix and suffix in Power BI. Let us see the next function we have, like left, right and mid function. So if you have observed, we have not used keyboard for writing the functions, just using button click. So if you're a beginner and you're learning how to work on this functions in Power Query, it's very simple. Left, right and mid function, I have an example here. That's a column name, order ID, where CA-2018- some number. So if I want to split this column, or if I want to extract only left or right or middle text, how do I do that? So I have this table name, left, right and mid. Same way, one more column I'll pick up, that is text with delimiters. So I'll close the file and open this Power BI and load that data. Okay, this time I'll load two tables. So get data Excel and I'll pick up that text functions. Two tables I'll load. There's a reason behind loading two examples. If you do not remember the table name, no problem. What you can do is you can always click on this table and see the preview of the data before you pick up. So I'll pick up these two tables and click on transform. Here this Power Query window will open, and let me show you that. So when you have a consistent data, okay, when only 2 characters, 3 characters, 4 characters are there, you can go for left, right and mid function. Let me show you that. So on the left hand side, these are all the queries. Okay, these are all the queries which are loaded into Power Query. On the right hand side, these are all the steps which you have recorded here. This would be the name of the query. This would be the preview of your data. And this would be all the functions which are available in the tabs in the Power Query. So that's the user interface of Power Query. I have not explained you in the first video because once we do a practical, you will get an idea. Coming back, the question here is, I want to find out the first 2 characters of this order ID. So transform tab, and I can go to this extract option. Okay, transform, extract, and here if you see there are many options. So I'll say first characters. If I click on first characters and if I type here 2 and click on OK, so from that column the first 2 characters would be extracted and given here. Now what about the other last characters or middle characters? That text has gone away, so you cannot bring back because we told them to transform from the existing column. Okay, transform means same column, you have to do some changes. Actually, I should have told them that add a column of 2 characters separately. So before I jump there, let me show you. See the name of this box, that's a text column. Read this one at the bottom, text column. This would be a number column. Okay, read the text at the bottom, and this would be something else, that is the date and time column. Okay, so these are functions, 100 functions. If I go to add column, you might see the same functions here. That is from text, you see from text, then we have here from number, okay, that's from number, and then we have from date and time. Okay, same functions are there. So what is the difference then? The difference would be, let me delete the last step. If I go to add column and if I click on extract first characters, add column, extract first characters and type 2. If I click on OK, this will add a new column with extracting 2 characters. But if I select the first column and if I go to transform tab, extract first characters, and if I type 2, click on OK, this will give me in the existing column. Okay, so make sure you use it wisely, when to use add column and when to use transform. Okay, so add column and I have extracted those. Now if I want the last 6 characters, so add column, extract and last characters. Remember add column, the last column, I mean 6 characters. Okay, so this would give me the 6 values here, 6 characters. Now I want the middle text, which is 20, 18, 17 and 16. So I can go to extract. I can select the option range. Range will give me the starting index. I'll type as 3 and I want 4 characters from third one. So if you are an Excel user, you might understand this left, right and mid functions. So I'll select this 3 and type here number of characters 4. Click on OK and you can see I've got the text here. So this way you can separate the text using left, right and mid function. It will work sometimes and sometimes it won't work in this case, in the other text. Here, if you try to see, I cannot pick up the left 2 characters because if I pick up the left 2 characters here, what will happen? I will get this Mr. and MS, but I'll not get this Mrs. option if I use left 2 characters. I cannot use the left 5 characters because this will come, but Johnson will not come. So how to solve this query, we'll see in the next video itself. So for time being, I hope you have understood how to work on left, right and mid function in Power Query. So let us see the next part here of extracting the text between delimiters. Now we have seen if I want to extract the data, we have used left, right and mid function. But how do we come across this kind of situation? So it's very easy in Power Query. Select the column, go to add column tab because I want in separate columns. Then we have the option extract. So this first characters, last characters and range will not work. However, the last 3 options are there. Text before delimiter, text after and text between. Let me start with text before delimiter. Here in this case, I want text before delimiter, that is hash. Okay, so let me zoom it and you can see there's a hash which I want text before delimiter. When I click on OK, you can see everywhere wherever the possible things were required are visible. So I'm getting as Mr., Miss, Mrs. everywhere. Okay. Same way, if I want text between delimiter, that is the first name, I mean to say here as the Joseph, which is coming between hash and @ here, which is given as Pavan, which is between hash and @. So I might go to add column, extract, and select the option text between delimiters, and I can put here as hash and hash and @ and I'll just click on OK button. So this will give me the text between that delimiters. And the last one, I want text after delimiter as @. So extract text after delimiter, and I can click on, or I can type as @ and click on OK. So this will give me or separate the text in proper way. So this would be very useful if you are using Excel also. This cleaning requires a lot of time in any tool. You pick up any tool like SQL, Oracle, Excel, you have to write some function, write some language, difficult. Here, just button click, you will get the answer. Now, if you think this column is not required, the first column, right click, and I can just remove that column, and I can rename this column as prefix, this column as first name, and this one as last name. Now, after renaming this column, I think I should merge those columns. So select the first column, Control click second, Control click third in the proper sequence. If I click on add column, merge columns, it will add a fourth column that will combine all the columns. But I want to replace these 3 columns, so I should go to transform and then click on merge columns. Transform, merge columns, separator should be space, and the column name should be full name. And I can click on OK button. So you see unclean data, which was on the third step. You see the third step, unclean data. You see focus here, this one. Unclean data which has been cleaned on the last step, merge column. You see how properly it has been cleaned, and the best part is no keyboard, just button clicks. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on extracting text with delimiters. Welcome back to the newer section on Power Query, that is date functions in Power Query, Power BI. There are approximately 30 date functions in Power Query, Power BI, which you can use by button clicks. Apart from those 30 functions, there are 100 more functions where you can write some function and use it. But what are those 30 functions and how we can use it? Some of them I have filtered, and I think these are important functions which I can show. Now we have those functions. I have 7 videos in this section where I can show you all the functions whichever possible, like how to find out year, quarter, month and day, just a beginning for you. Then we'll see how to work on finding the difference between dates and find out which one is the earliest or the latest date. Later on, we'll see find out name of the day and name of the month, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. These are name of the day. And Jan, Feb and March, this will be name of the month. Similarly, we'll find out which day of the week or year or month are you sitting right now, and which week of the month or year we are there. Similarly, we have how to extract date from date and time function. Okay, there's a date and time column, how to extract only date or how to extract only time from there. We'll also see, this is very interesting, how to calculate your age in just 2 button clicks. How many years old are you right now? We can see just using 2 button clicks. No need to write any function. If you're using Excel, you might have used a date diff function, but here no need of writing that. We'll also find out that your date of birth is on which day of the year, which day of the quarter or which day of the month. Very simple, using again button clicks. So these are all the functions, and you'll get a clear picture because these are the most used functions in the company, in the corporate companies, date functions. So let us see how to find out year, quarter, month and day from a particular date. So I have the Excel file, and name of the Excel file here is 12 Power Query date functions, and there are approximately, I can say, 7 sheets and 7 tables. So I'll pick up all those 7 tables because we'll require this in the coming section, coming videos. So let me pick up those first in Power BI. I have to close the Excel file. It is important to close the Excel file before you pick up in Power BI. So get data, Excel, and that's Power Query date functions. I'll click on open. Here there are 7 tables, as I said. I'll pick up all the 7 tables in Power BI, expand it, and these are date 1, date 2, date 3, 4, 5, 6 and maybe date 6. So I can change the name. So these are 7 tables here. Now I can click on this transform data button,
and that will be loaded into this Power Query. The first one which I have is date one, a simple date is there. Now I want to find out 4 things from here. One is year, quarter, month and day. So there's 4 options. So on the right hand side, if you observe, there are 3 steps which are predefined. I have not done anything. These are 3 steps. So the last step I can tell you about is the change type. What is that change type? It has changed the data type of this column. Okay. So when I click on the second step, see what would be this icon. Okay. I'll click on second step and you can see the icon would be here as ABC123. That is means no data type is there. So the third step automatically gave as a date data type. So Power Query is a bit smarter. It can find out what are the values in the column and it will give the data type. Okay, so it can be date, text, numbers, geographical or any other data type here. So not geographical, only date, text, numbers. So if you want to remember that, you can click on this button here and these are all the data types available, right? So the third step came by default. What is the first step? The first step will give you all the tables into your data source. Okay, so when I say all the tables, it will tell you what are the different sheets you have and different tables in your data set. And these are all the names of your table and sheets. Okay, so from there it has picked up one table and gave us this table here because I selected that. So the 3 steps will come by default. Sometimes 2 steps, sometimes 4 steps. So you have to understand that. Now coming back to our question, I want to find out year first. So in the next column. So if you want in the next column, go to add column. And here for next 7 videos, we'll only focus on this date and time functions. Okay. Now, if I click on this drop down, these are approximately 30 functions you can work with, 30 using button clicks. I can go to year and just click on year button and you can see only year has been extracted from that particular column and the column name is also given as year. Now let us find out quarter. Select the first column and then click on quarter and I can select quarter of the year. Okay. So you'll be getting quarter, that is first quarter. I can again select the first column and go to month and find out which month is it. So if I select this month option, it will tell me that it's a third month, second month and so on. So you can zoom the screen and see. And this was year, quarter and month. And the last one, if I want to find out day, I can click on this again option. So why am I clicking on the first column? Why not on the second column? Because if I click on this second column right now, you can see the entire data, this date and time is disabled because this particular feature will only work when you have date and time. Right now, it is a numerical column, that is, you see 1, 2, 3, it's a whole number. So if you click on this date data type, only then this will be enabled. So you see when I click on this date column, you can see this is enabled. So I can click on this button here and I can select the option day and click on day. So this will extract only day from that column and it would be visible here. Okay. And you see on the right hand side, all the steps are getting recorded and you can delete the steps, you can modify the steps, whatever you want here. Okay. That's it. So this was the first example, that was date 1. I have given here as, I can rename this as year, quarter, month and day. I know it's very lengthy name, not a good practice, but since it's a training, it's a learning part, we have to properly give it. Okay. And I can just keep it as it is because in the next video, I'll show you something else. So I'm still in the Power Query and continue in the next video. So in this video, we'll see how to find out the difference between dates and find out what is the earliest and what is the latest date between 2 dates. So I've already imported the data in the previous video and I will open that Power Query editor. You see, I'll click here and that is date 2. The name of the query or name of the table was date 2. So here I have 2 columns, date 1 and date 2. So let us see some few dates here. Here the last one, if you see 21st of Feb 2020 and here it is 12th of Feb 2020. So the first column is bigger date here and this one is the smaller date. But on the other hand, if you see here it is 1003, that is 10th of March and here it is 30th of March. So here it is smaller and this one is bigger. So let's see, first one, I want to find out between these 2 columns, the difference between these 2 columns. So select the first column, control click second column and I can go to add column tab, date option and I can select this option, subtract days. So you see when I select multiple columns, few options are enabled, the others are disabled here. So I'll just click on subtract days
and it will give me the difference between those two columns without writing a code. Okay, and on the right hand side the step is generated. One more, I want to find out of these two columns which one is the earliest date. Okay, so select those two columns and then go to this date option, earliest. If you're not getting this date enabled, that means the data type of your column is not date. Okay, so I'll select the option as earliest, and you can see out of this two columns, whichever is the earliest date will be given. The earliest date will be given here. So for me, it's the earliest date is this one, 12, and you can see 12 is given. Out of these two columns, if you see 10th of March is earliest, so 10th of March is given here. Okay, and by default, if you see, the column name is also given as earliest. If you want to find out the latest date between these two columns, select those two columns and go for latest option, and you can see the latest date would be given. So this will be a quick method rather than writing if-else function in Excel or any language. Just button clicks, you'll get the answer. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to find out difference, find out earliest and latest dates. Let us see a next topic here, how to find out name of the day, whether it is a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or how to find out name of the month, Jan, Feb, March, etc. So we have already loaded the table in Power Query. The name is date 3 and it's a simple column, only date is given. The data type of the column should be date, that's important. And I can find out name of the day first, add column, date and day option. And here if you see, there's a name of the day. So if you click on name of the day, automatically you can get all the name of the day, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday and so on. If you go again and let's see, find out name of the month. So you have to go to month section and name of the month. So you'll be getting name of the month. We do not have name of the year and name of the quarter. So that's the reason not included here. Now sometimes you just want the first three characters and from day name or month name. So you can select that column. Okay, and go to transform tab, then you can go to extract first characters. We have seen this topic in the previous section in the text functions. So transform menu bar, extract first characters and I'll type as 3. So 3 and click on OK. So first three characters would be extracted. Same way here also I can select transform tab, extract and I can select first three characters and click on OK. So this way you can get the month name and day name in Power Query, Power BI. I hope you have understood. So in this video, we'll see some more functions related to date, and we have how to find out day of week, month and year, and how do you find out week of month or year. Let us see that practically. I have loaded the data already in the previous videos. Date 4, a simple column is there with date. So I can go to add column, date option, and if I select day first option, it will give me which day of month is it. So I can say it is the 10th day or 11th day or 13th day of the month. If you want to find out which day of week you are setting, so you can click on day of week and you can see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now while doing a practice, you might have a doubt. 0 stands for what? Monday or Sunday? No problem, even I don't know. So I can just go to this date column and click on this day, find out name of the day. For time being, I'll just bring the column and I can delete that. So this will tell me 0 stands for Sunday, 1 stands for Monday. Okay, my work is done. I understood. I can delete that last step. Now I can come back day and find out which day of year is it. So I'll just click on day of year. So this will give me day of month, week and year. Next one, let's talk about the week option. Which week of the month or week of the year you're there. So I can go to this week option, week of year, and you can see 11th and 8th week of year dates we have. And I can also select this column and go for the last option, week of the month. So which week of the month are you sitting? You can quickly find out. Okay. So these are very simple 5 functions in Power Query, Power BI. Now imagine if you have a date and time column into one place, and if you only want to extract either date or time, how do you do that? There are many methods to do that, but Power Query is one of the simplest method it will give you. Just button clicks. So let's see how to extract date from date and time. Okay. So we have loaded data already. The table name is date 5 or the query name is date 5. I have a column named as date and time. Let me zoom it and you can see there's a date and time given properly.
And the data type of this column, if I click on this button here, and the data type is date and time. Okay. Now, if I only want to extract date, I can go to add column, date option, and there's an option date only. So the moment I click, only date would be extracted and the data type is also given as date. Suppose if I only want to extract time, I will select that date and time column, and you can see time option is enabled. In the previous videos, if you see, it was disabled. So now I can select time and click on time only. So you see what has happened. It has extracted time and see the data type of this column. Okay. And they both are matching with the data type here. Okay. So you can quickly extract date and time separately and use it. Now suppose you don't require this column, you can right click and remove that column quickly, right click and remove that column, and you can use those date and time separately. I hope you have understood how to extract date and time from date and time column. Let us see how to calculate age in Power Query in just 2 button clicks. If you have a proper date format, it is very easy in 2 button clicks. So I have already loaded the data. The name is date 6. How did I load? You can see in the previous video or the first video itself. So I have some Indian cricket player name in the one column, and second column they are date of birth. So these are cricket players: Ajinkya Rahane and date of birth, Ajit Agarkar and his date of birth, Dinesh Karthik, his date of birth. The question is how to find out their age in just few button clicks. So select the column that is date of birth, add column tab, and I can just click on this age button. So when you click on that age, you will get a new column and which will give you the age in number of days. Let me zoom it. So Ajinkya Rahane is 11,688 days old. Ajit Agarkar is 15,525 days old. Nobody likes age in days. They want to find out age in years, 30 years, 20 years, 25 years. So carefully observe, the data type of this column is duration, and this is enabled. The other options are disabled. So select that column, go to duration and select total years. So when you select that total years, that would be calculated based on years. And if I zoom again, you can see the first player, which is Ajinkya Rahane, is 32 years, 0.02191781 years old. And nobody likes to see in decimal. They want to see in whole number. So you can click on this 1.2, that is the decimal option, and select the option here as whole number. So it will round off the age and you can see those age over here. So that's it. Very simple to calculate age in just few button clicks. Now comes the cleaning part. If you do not want this column, right click, remove that column. If you want to add a suffix to this column, you can go to transform tab and we have the format option, add suffix. So here you can add a suffix like just I can put space and type as years, enter. So I can say Ajinkya Rahane is 32 years old, Ajit Agarkar is 43 years old. If I open this file next year, okay, if I open this file next year, this 32 years will change to 33, 43 will change to 44. So this will automatically calculate. This date is connected to your system date. Okay, so this column is connected with your system date and it is calculating. Okay, so you don't have to do every year, you don't have to come back and refresh, don't do anything, just automatically it will refresh. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to calculate your age in just 2 button clicks. So here we'll see something more interesting, and this will be useful for financial people who work for accounting, finance or other departments. Now an example I'll give. My date of birth is on 30th of March 3003. If I want to find out which day of the month my date of birth was there, which day of the month, I can say 30. Which day of the quarter I was born? Difficult. Which day of the year I was born? Again difficult. So we'll solve these questions, we'll find out this answer using Power Query. Very simple in button clicks. I repeat, which day of the month I was born? I can find out. Which day of the quarter I was born? Difficult. Which day of the year I was born? Again difficult to calculate. So same thing can be done in Power Query easily. I'll go back to my Power Query, which I've already loaded that. I will just rename that as date 7. So here we have date of birth. Let me zoom it. Now suppose I want to find out which day of the month. I can just go to add column, date, and I can write here as just day. I can select the option as day. So this will give me day of the month.
Okay, very simple, day of the month. So let's say we have Deepak, or let's say we have Hanuma, we have 13th of October, so the day is 13. But which day of the quarter he was born? Difficult to say. So there's a one method, we can just find out one thing. I can go to date option and go to this place, let's say year, and click on start of year. Okay, so if I click on start of year, see what happens. This will give me a start of that particular year. For example, 6/6/1988, what was the start of year? It was 1/1/1988. Okay, if the date was 11/10/1993, the start of the year was 1/1/1993. Now, it might sound it is not useful, but if I want to find out the difference between these two, okay, start of the year and your date of birth will give you the day on which you are born of the year. Okay, I repeat, suppose I select these two columns, the date of birth, control click start of year, and I can go to this date option and click on subtract days. Okay, so this will give you the day of year on which you were born. So let's say a simple example. Here if you see this person who's Bhubaneswar, he was born on 5th of Feb. 5th of Feb was 35th day of the year, 35th day. Okay, 5th of year was 35th of day. It's very simple to calculate here. Day of the, let me rename this as day of year, day of year. I can remove this column right now, which is of no use. One more example, and this will give you a clear picture. I want to find out that these people were born on which day of the quarter, which day of the quarter. So I have to subtract this particular day, that is date of birth, minus start of the quarter, minus start of the quarter. So select that column and click on quarter, start of the quarter. So this will give me start of the quarter here. Let me zoom it. And if you see 11th of October is, what is the start of the quarter? You see 1st of October is the start of quarter. Let me randomly pick up something. 7th of August, and what is the start of quarter? We have 1st of July. So July starts as 1st of quarter. Now I can simply select that column and start of quarter. Then I can click on subtract days. So this will give me day of quarter. This you have to practice a lot and then you'll get it. So I can just right click and remove that column. So this, as I said, this is only for people who work on finance, this department. They want to find out which day of quarter, which day of year. They will find it very much useful. So that's very simple and easy. Button clicks only, nothing coding not required, but you have to understand the logic. Okay, but I hope you have understood how to find out day of year, quarter and month in Power Query. Welcome back to the newer section in Power Query, Power BI. We have the functions, many functions were there we have seen, but in this section, we'll see how to focus on the number functions. They are very important again. There are approximately 30 plus functions, number functions, which you can use by button clicks. And apart from that, we have 200 plus different number functions where we can write some M function and create those and use those. Now in this section, I have picked up some most important and basic functions as a beginner. And what are those? You can see we can focus on how to work on basic add, subtract, divide, multiply, percentage, percent of and modulo, how to round up the numbers, very important topic, and how do you find out whether the number is even or odd or whether it is positive or negative using this sign option here. Okay. These functions are very important and basic. So let us see how do we work on simple basic number functions like add, subtract, multiply and divide. So this is the first video for add, subtract, divide and multiply. I have a data set and you can see that's a data set here where the first name column is for the products. Then there are some sales, quantity, discount and profit. So these are all the columns here. And what I'll do is I'll try to use those basic calculation on this data set. Okay, let me pick up this table here. The name of the table is number table and I'll just bring into Power BI, get data, Excel, and the file name is 13 Power Query number functions. I'll click on open. Now the number table. So here we don't have to write any calculation. They are just using button clicks in Power Query. So I'll select that number table and click on transform. So there are approximately 30 to 32 functions on number where you can ready-madely just use button clicks and get the answers. So here we have, where are the number functions? If I go to add column tab
and you can see here these are the all number functions. You see that's a section for number functions. I am in the add column tab. Okay, and in the previous section we have seen for date functions and then we have seen for text functions. So now let us see for the number functions. Now suppose if I want to multiply this sales into quantity, okay, so I can select those two columns, click on this add column option here, and I can select from here as standard, and I'll select here as multiply. So this selected columns will be multiplied and we'll cross check that. So if I click on this multiply option, and you can see this 1000 or 10,000 into 2 is given as 20,000. Okay, one more, if you see 114.9 into 5, that's the value given here. Okay, so it has properly multiplied. Now in this standard option, you can see there are list of many options available like add, subtract, multiply and divide. These are 4 basic functions we can see here. So multiply is one option here. Now usually I think in the company you can multiply the sales into quantity into discount. Okay, sales into quantity into discount, and then you should get an answer. So this multiply option which I've done was using only 2 columns. Let me delete that step. I can delete that step, select those 3 columns, okay, sales, quantity, discount, and I'll try to multiply those. Standard, and I'll select the option multiply. Now when I multiply, I have got the answer. Let us cross check. We have 10,000 into 2 and into 0.4, and I'll be getting 8,000. So that's a total sales I can see. But there's some mistake in this, and if you observe here, 731 into 3, okay, some number you'll be getting 2,100 something. And if you multiply by 0, the discount is 0. So I'm getting the answer as 0. How come if you multiply some 700 value into 3 quantity, you're getting 0? So actually it should be 1 minus discount, sales into quantity into 1 minus discount. That should be the answer. But here what we have done is we have actually multiplied all 3 columns. So therefore whenever you multiply anything with 0, definitely you'll get an answer 0. So I have to modify this column as 1 minus discount. So you can just click on this small settings button here, and if you click on this, this will give you a formula bar, I can say a box, where you can see what function is written and you can modify that. So here if you see list.products, and these are all the column names, sales, quantity, discount in square brackets. I can just click before that discount and type here as in brackets 1 minus, and after that discount I can close the bracket. Okay, so 1 minus discount I've written and in bracket. Now when I click on OK button, you can see the values have come back. 731 into 3, approximately 2100, and if discount is not there, definitely 1 minus 0, you'll be getting that same value here. Okay, 2195.82. That is a simple multiplication. So you can always modify any step by clicking on this small buttons here. These are settings button. Now suppose this column name is multiplication. I'll just double click and rename it as total sales. Total sales here. If I want to find out what was the cost, so sales minus profit, I can say that would be the cost here. Okay, so select that total sales, control click on profit column, select the bigger column, bigger number column, then smaller number column, and in the add column option, add column tab or add column menu bar, some people call this a menu bar, I can go to that standard option and select subtract. Okay, I can click on this subtract option. So here you can see sales minus profit. I should double click and rename this as cost. Okay, please ignore the numbers. These are like some different numbers, bigger and smaller numbers, but you can see this is what I've got, the option as cost. Okay, so what we have seen is simple multiplication and subtraction. Same way you can also go for different options like add and divide. They are also very simple options here. Okay, that's it for time being. I hope you have understood how to work on basic number functions like add, subtract, multiply and divide. Let us see some more examples on number functions, like we have percentage, percent of and modulo option. They are very simple and very useful functions. So I'll pick up the same table. I'll not create another table here. Maybe I can just right click and duplicate that table, and this is number table 2. I can just write here as 13.2 percentage. Okay, or I'll write as 13 percentage. So what I'm trying to show you is percentage. This is the column which is total sales. So for time being, I will just keep this column and remove other columns. Right click and remove other columns. That's a method. So only this column, because I want to show you some examples. So if you see the data type of the column, it's ABC123, neither number nor text. So I can just click on this button and make it as whole number. So we can quickly see the calculations. Now, when I select the add column option, and if I go to a standard option, the last three options is what I'm talking about right now: modulo, percentage and percent off. So let me first select the option as percentage. If I select the option percentage, and if I want 10% of total sales, so I'll type here as 10%, and if I click on OK button, you can see the values which are visible. It is 12,000. 10% of 12,000 is 1200. Okay, 574 is the actual value. 10% of 574 is 57.4. This is one example. On the other hand, if I select the other column, this is very interesting. Suppose this value is 10%. Okay, the total sales column is 10%. What would be 100%? So you will be multiplying by 10. Okay, so I'll select that column and I'll select the option percent off. So I repeat, if the total sales is 10%, what would be the 100%? Select the option percent off and I'll type here 10. Click on OK. So 12,000 is, if it is 10%, what would be 100%? So this would be the value 100%. Now you might think it is very easy multiplying by 10. But imagine if I give you some odd number, like we have taxes going in every country. In India, we have GST rates. So if I delete that last one, now if I tell you that the first column is 18%, what would be 100%? So if I click on the standard and if I select percent off, so this would be useful for finance department who are working with payroll department. So if I click on percent off and if I type 18, okay, so if this is 18, what would be 100%? And if I click on OK button, so you see the step is inserted, insert percent off. I have got the answer, okay, which is again difficult to do it manually. But what happened is, with every step, a formula is generated, and this is known as formula bar. Okay, that's known as formula bar, and some calculation is done, and this is the calculation which is done. So right now you don't have to worry. We have a topic in the coming section where I'll be showing you how these functions are written. These are known as M functions, which is written in M language in Power Query. So that's a logic behind. And if you're not able to see this formula bar, some people might not be able to see formula bar. So you can go to View tab, View menu bar, and here you can see we have the option formula bar in View tab or View menu bar, formula bar. Coming back, percentage and percent off. Now suppose if I divide this value, this total sales value, by 2, whatever would be remainder is known as modulo. So add column, and if I select the option modulo, and if I type here as 2, so if I want to divide that column by 2, when I click on OK, you can see whatever would be the remainder. So 29 divided by 2, I can say 14, and 1 would be remainder. So that will be given here. Okay. Same way, if I show you the same value, 29 divided by 2, that would be remainder. I will delete that step and do it again. If I divide this column, okay, modulo, if I divide this value by 3, and whatever would be remainder will be given. So here let us see. So 29 divided by 3, okay, you get the answer as 9, and remainder would be 2. The left out value will be 2. Same way here also, 44 divided by 3, we will be getting this value here, 2. Okay, so that's it, very simple and easy, and I hope you have understood how to work on this 3 function: percentage, percent off and modulo. Let us see how to round up the numbers in Power Query. We usually get some numbers where there are many decimals, and sometimes we want to round up or round down the numbers. They are very simple in Power Query. Let us see that practically. So here we have the same data set which I have picked up in the previous section. I will just duplicate this, the query. This is known as query. So I'll duplicate, and here I can write as round. Now you can see there is a column, profit column. So I'll just keep this column and remove other columns for time being. So
what I want to do is I want to round up, round down or round. Okay, three functions are there. So let us see first one. If I want to round down, select the column, go to add column tab, and here we have the rounding option. Three options are there. If I just click on this round down, see what happens. Round down, this will give you the lowest value. Even if the value is 41.91, it will round down to the lowest value. Okay, one more example. Here if you see 5.78, if you round, usually you should get as 6, but round down will give you the lowest value purposely, and it will remove the decimal format there. On the other hand, we have round up. Okay, so I'll select that same column, first column, and click on round up. This will give you the highest value. Okay, so even if the value is somewhere, let me find out. Yes, so we have here 219.5, any value, it will round up to the highest one, 220. So it will add +1, I can say. Okay, even if it is 0.00001, it will give you one value here. So round up will give you the highest value, and round is one option. So I'll select the first column and give you the round option here. So it will round it up to whatever decimals you say. So if I say give me only 1 decimal, or let's say 2 decimal, and if I click on OK button, you can see at the end I have only 2 decimal values. Okay, only 2 decimal values. So you can delete that step, and if you want you can modify again. You can create again round option, and I'll give the option as 3. So, or let's say 1. When I click on OK, you can see all the numbers only will have 1 decimal. Okay, very simple. And also there's a settings button. You can always click on that settings button and modify that. Okay, very simple. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on round options in Power Query, Power BI. So let us see some more examples on number functions. We'll find out whether the number is even number, odd number, or what is the sign of that number, positive sign or negative sign. Let us see that practically. So I'll use the same set of data. Let me duplicate that query. Right click on number table, duplicate, and here we have as sign or odd, even. Now from this entire all the columns, I'll only pick up profit column. Right click on profit column and remove other columns. For time being, here I want to find out whether the number is even or odd. Okay, if it is even or odd, but before I convert, I'll make it as whole number. So I'll select the option as whole number. Here I'll select the column, go to add column option here, and this is the option information. So if I click on this drop down, and you see these are the options, is even, is odd. Let me click on is even. This will give you answer in true and false, whether the number is odd or even. So if the number is even, it will give you true. If odd, it will give you false. Same way, I can select that same column and go for is odd. It will give me true answer if it is odd number. So you can see if the number is odd, which is 7, it is giving me the value as true. Okay, and on the top you can see is odd, is even. The data type of this column is not a number, not a text. You can see it's a true false, or I can say it's a boolean data type. You can see that's a true false option or boolean data type. One more, if I select the column, you can see there are some values which are not profitable. They are in loss, minus 383. So if I want to quickly find out which one is profitable and which one is loss, select the column and click on this sign option. So here when I click on sign, I will be getting for negative numbers -1. For positive numbers, wherever it is there, you will get +1. If the number is 0, you will get 0. Okay, negative -1, positive +1, and 0 values will give you 0. What is the advantage of this sign option? Suppose if you only want the positive numbers or profitable values, you can click on this drop down and deselect that negative numbers. Click on OK. So these are all the profitable values which are given. Okay, very simple. And if you don't want, delete that step and come back. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on is even, is odd, and find out the sign of number. Hello everyone, and welcome back to this new section in Power BI, how to append data sets in Power BI. Now this section is divided into 5 videos, 5 different scenarios. Now whenever I go for a training, usually I get this similar questions here. So I think creating a video would be a great idea. Now first one, if you see how to append multiple CSV files
from a folder. If I have 20, 30, 40 CSV files in one folder, how to append those one below the other in just 3 button clicks without coding. That's the best part, without coding. So just button clicks. Same way, we'll also see how to append different Excel tables or Excel sheet from one file, different tables from different Excel files. Also, we'll work on how to append data from different data sources. If I have one Excel, one CSV, or one SQL dataset or some other Oracle, any dataset you can pick up, how to append those one below the other, same, using button clicks without coding. And also we'll see the best part. There are multiple Excel files in one folder. Okay, multiple Excel files, 10, 20, 30, any number you can say. Those Excel files, if I want to append one below the other automatically, okay, you can also do this in 7 to 8 button clicks without coding. And the best part is anyone can learn this. Okay, it is that simple. So these are all real-time scenarios. Best I have tried to create these videos. So let us see practically how do we work on this appending files and tables. So let us see how to append multiple CSV files one below the other. So imagine you get multiple CSV files every day, every month. What you can do is you can collect those all files into one folder and you can append those files, CSV files, in Power Query, Power BI in just 3 button clicks, not more than that. Okay, and very simple. Provided the data is clean, underline this thing, which is the data should be clean. Okay, there should be no errors. Then you can quickly combine that. And how do we do that practically? Let us see. So that's a topic we have, how to append multiple CSV files from a folder. So I have this folder kept, the name of this folder is monthly sales file and it's a CSV. Double click and let me open. These are around 5 or 6 files I have. And if you see, the name is given based on month, April 2020, Feb 2020 and so on. Based on month wise, I have given the file names. These are all CSV files here. Let me open any one CSV file and let me show you what data I have. If I double click on April 2020, you can see the data is very simple and purposely I have kept very small data. So you can see the data is very small, not so big records, hardly 10 records I've kept. The first column is date, client and sales in million. Okay, these are all the client names I've kept, the date and the sales, nothing else. Only one sheet I have, the name of the sheet is April 2020. Actually in CSV we don't have a sheet, but since I've opened in Excel, it is showing as April 2020 as sheet name. So I'll close this, don't save. One more file I'll open, any one file, let's say March 2020 and you can see same 10 records and values also something different would be there. Okay, values also would be there and the name is different here. You can see this is for March month 03. So I can just close this, don't save. So if you count here, there are 6 files. Each CSV file is having 10 records. So output I should get as 60 records. 6 into 10 records, 60 records. Select that path. Okay. Copy that URL or the path of the folder where all the files are kept. Come to Power BI, get data and click on this more button. In this more button, you can import data from many data sources, but we want only from a single folder. I cannot select a CSV because it's not a single CSV, it is the entire folder. Okay, select the entire folder, click on connect. Make sure you have only CSV files in this case study. Okay, now I can just paste the path, Ctrl V and click on OK. Now you can see it is showing us that there are 6 files and all are CSV files and some information related to data that when it was created, modified. Now I can show you different methods you can combine. Here you can see there's a combine option. I can click on combine. We have 2 options, combine and transform. If you click on combine and transform, it will combine and go to Power Query. If I click on combine and load, it will combine and come to Power View. That means directly for creating charts. But let us go to combine and transform data and it will open Power Query and all the sheets or all the files should be appended one below the other. So this you can ignore and for time being you can click on OK button. And what is the meaning of that window? I'll show you in the next video. What is that? Now you can see separate Power Query window would be open in my taskbar and something happened. This I have not done. This has come by default.
Okay, this steps also I have not done anything, but automatically it has been recorded. This is the name of the folder from where I picked up the file. This 3 columns were present in my source file, each file, and how many records we have, the number of records we have is given at the bottom, 60 rows. Okay, these are 60 rows. From which file they are picked up will be given into this column. Okay, if I click on this drop down, it will tell me what are the sources it has picked up the data from. March, April, May, June, July, or whatever months are there. Let us cross check. If I go to add column, or if I go to transform, and if I click on this button which is count rows, so you can see the number of rows right now is how many? 60 rows, 6 files into 10 records. Next month, if you get one more file, and you can just go to that folder. Okay, so if I see there's a Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, yeah. So July file I don't have. So what I'll do is I'll right click, copy that file, and right click and paste that file. Rename this as July _ 2020. Okay, assuming that one more file have come in July month and I've pasted in that folder. What I have to do, I can just go to that Power Query. Okay, and here in Home tab, you can see there's a refresh button. This refresh button, if you click and observe, the number of records will change to something different. Let's see. If I click on this refresh button, it will go and check into that folder how many records are present or how many files have been added, and you can see 70 records. So complete automation. Only one time you have to do the settings and automatically it will update the data set. Here in desktop, Power BI desktop, we have to manually do that in refresh button. But when I publish it online, it will automatically refresh. Whenever I say them, every day, every week, every quarter, whenever I assign that. So this is a complete automation process. Okay, once again, if I go to that folder, if I right click, copy that file and paste, assuming a new file have come, July and August 2020. So 10 more records are added. I can go to this Power Query. In Home tab, if I click on refresh, you can see it has changed to 80 records. Okay, I can delete the last step and you can see you will be getting here as this one is August and July. Okay, and I can click on OK. So this is just 30%. Imagine the other 30% would be your dashboards, your reports will automatically update. If the file is put into folder, your dashboards and reports will update. And the 30% we'll see in the coming section also, right? So that's it. I hope you have understood how to append multiple CSV files in a folder in Power Query in Power BI. Let us see how to append multiple sheets or multiple tables from one single Excel file. So it is possible in Power BI just using button clicks, nothing more than that. And this can be automated. Okay, complete automation process. So that's a topic we have, how to append multiple Excel tables or sheets from single file. I have a file and that's kept into this folder, monthly sales single file, which is an Excel. That's an annual sales data. And usually what happens, when every month, whenever the sales happen, a person executive in the company creates separate sheets and keeps into one Excel file. So how do we get it one below the other and do it in Power BI? How do we do that? Okay, these are the 7 files you can see, and purposely I have kept same data, similar data everywhere. The column headings, values and number of records are there. So date column is changing everywhere and client names are also changing. So column names are same if you observe date, client and sales in million. The position of the columns can be anywhere, no problem. The number of columns can be extra or less. That is also not a problem. So let us see practically how to append those 7 sheets into Power Query Power BI. I'll close that file and open Power BI. Get data, Excel, and I'll open that file which is annual sales details. Click on open. Now when I click on open, it will show me all the sheets which are present. Since I want everything to be appended, I can select all the sheets here. There are 10 records per sheet. If you count, you'll be getting 10 records here. So 10 into 7, I should get 70 records as an output. 7 sheets and 10 records. I can click on transform data. So this will, load all the 7 sheets into Power Query. And those would be visible in the left hand side pane. That will be visible here. You can see April to March, Jan to July. These are all 7 months. So now what I can do is I want to create one more new query where all the sheets would be appended. So I can go to Home tab, and here we have the option Append Queries. So if I click on this drop down, there are two options: append queries to an existing query or append a new query here. Since I want a new query, I'll just click on Append Queries as New. So when I want to append, it will give me choices like how many queries do you want to append, how many tables, 2 tables or 3 or more tables. Definitely I have 6, so I'll select the option 3 or more tables. March is automatically selected because March was highlighted when I clicked on that button there. No problem. So I can just double click April, double click Feb, Jan, July, June, May. So one by one I have to bring all the queries which I want to append. Okay, so these are 7 sheets. I can click on OK button. The final output I'll be getting, and the name of the query will be append1. Okay, I can rename that. And these are all the 3 columns which I had. Okay, and how many records I have? It's given at the bottom. 70 rows are there, 70 records are there. Now I think I should rename this as annual sales 2020. Okay, I can click on this annual sales 2020. Now the best part about this Power Query is Power BI. In case in those 7 files any records, adds, deletes or modifies, any changes happen, so here this would be updated. Okay, here I have to click on refresh button. Since it's a desktop application, I have to manually click on refresh. But if I publish it on online, okay, on the Power BI service, it can do it automatically. Whatever time or whatever schedule you assign, it will do automatically. Okay, that's very simple here. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to append multiple sheets or tables from one single Excel file in Power BI. Let us see an important topic in Power BI, that is how to append multiple Excel sheets or multiple Excel tables in Power BI which have different number of columns. Let us see that practically. So that's a topic here, different number of columns. So what I've done is I have created empty blank Power BI where there are no queries loaded, a fresh new file, and the file is annual sales details, that is different columns. When I open that file, I have total 6 sheets in that file. Each sheet is having one table. So if I open this Jan file, you can see there's only one table. Now let us see what data we have. There are 3 columns: date, client and sales in million. So I have kept purposely very less number of records, hardly 10 records I have kept. Second sheet, if you go, remember the name is first is date, second is client. Second sheet, if you go, the position of the columns have changed. First is client and then is date. Okay. Third sheet, if I go, I have one extra column named as remarks. Fourth sheet, April, is same, nothing different. Fifth sheet is also same, and sixth sheet is having one extra column named as profit. Okay, so some places the column position is different, some places the columns are extra. And how do we overcome, how do we append those in Power BI? Let us see practically. Remember the name, annual sales details, in bracket different columns. I'll close this file and open Power BI, a blank file. Get data, Excel. I can open that Excel file and click on open. Here it will give me options. Do you want to import tables or do you want to import sheets? Whichever you want, you can pick up. It is suggested go for tables rather than sheets. Okay, so here what I can do is, you can see these are all the tables and at the bottom these are all the sheets. Okay, you can see the icons will be different for tables and sheets. So you can pick up anything. I think I'll go for tables. So I'll pick up those tables here. And these are all 6 tables. I can click on transform data. Now this will open Power Query. So appending we have seen in the previous video, and let us see practically how to append with different number of columns. Here comes your Power Query. I can go to home menu bar and I can click on this append queries as new. That's the option, append queries as new. There are 2 options or 2 radio buttons I'll get. Do you want 2 tables or 3 or more tables? I'll pick up this 3 or more tables. So May table is selected. I will double click and pick up all the other tables and click on OK. So then we have 3 and 3, 6. So now I have picked up 6 tables. I'll click on OK. So this will give me one final output named as append1, and the output is given. Okay, if you see 60 rows are there. There were 6 tables or 6 sheets, I can say. Each sheet was having 10 records. 6 into 10, 60 I have. Now let us see what we have now. The date, client and sales in million. If you remember, the column positions were different, but still it has properly appended into those columns. There were 2 extra columns named as profit and remarks. Some places profit was not there. So wherever the profit and remarks were not there, you will get null option there. And you can scroll down and you can see wherever the profit was there. So it has given the values for profit, and remarks also it has given. So what you can learn from this one, the column position does not matter. It can be anywhere. The column names should be same. Okay, that is one thing. And even if you have different number of columns, the steps would be same. It will still append the tables or sheet and still give you the answer. So that's it. I can just rename this as annual sales data. Okay, annual sales data, and I can click on close and apply. Now, obviously, when I append those files, I only want the final file should be visible. Okay, not all the 7 whatever sheets are there. But what happens is when you click on close and apply, in the output, you'll be getting all the 7 queries. Okay, so let it append. So it has appended, it has applied, and you can see all the sheets are visible. For me, I only am interested in this annual sales data. The blue color highlighted, I don't require because I wanted the output. So I don't want the end user, the developer, to see these tables. So what you can do is you can go to transform data, right click on that April table, and you can just deselect this checkbox named as enable load. Same way, I can just click on continue, right click on that Feb, enable load, continue. And I think you can also select multiple tables at once, and you have to do it one by one. Right click and deselect this button, enable load, right click. Whenever you deselect that button, enable load, you can see the query name will change to italic. So you can understand that this will be only visible in Power Query, not in Power View. Okay. Or when you're creating some charts, you'll not get it. So these are all in italic format. Carefully observe, that's in italic format, and rest all you can see. Now I can click on close and apply. Now you can see I'll only get the final annual sales data query, not the other tables. So you see when I minimize, I'm not having the other tables. So this is very useful and interesting option here, enable load. But by the way, the main topic was how to append multiple tables or sheets with different number of columns. Let us see a very interesting topic in Power BI. That is, how do we append multiple Excel files from a folder? Now imagine you have a folder and you keep on pasting a file every month which have similar data, and you want those files should automatically append one below the other. It is possible in Power BI. Here is an example. I have created a folder, monthly sales file, Excel file, that's a folder name, and these are all the Excel files. The size is very small. Purposely I've kept it very small size, and you can see the name of the files are like April, then I have Feb, Jan, May, March, every month name I've given. Now I want to append those in Power BI. But before we append, let us open any file and just see what data we have. I'll double click on April 2020. The data is very simple. We have 3 columns, date, client and sales in million. Here it is a table format. And if I go to table design, the menu bar, you can see the name of the table is April table. I have purposely given the name properly, April table here. So I can close this. I'll open one more table and one more file, let's say June 2020. And you can observe here, we have the same column names. If you see date, client and sales in million, the column names can be same. The position of the columns can be anywhere, no problem. Number of columns can be less or more, no problem. And you can see the name is given as June table. Okay. So since the file name is June 2020, I have given as June table. It can be different name also, no problem. I can close this, and what I'll do is I want to import this folder directly into Power BI. So right click and copy the path of the folder. Okay. So I have 6 files in this folder. Now I can open a blank empty Power BI file. You can see when I say empty, nothing is there on the right hand side. I can click on this get data, click on more button, and I should not click on Excel file because it's not one Excel file, but it is a complete folder which I have to pick up. So I'll select the option here as folder and click on connect.
Now I can just paste the path of folder and click on OK button. This will give me all the file structure, okay, all the file names, the extensions. These are the file name, that's the extension which I have, the date modified, created, all the metadata about the file. I have to click on transform data because I don't want this metadata, I want the data inside those files. So out of all the files, if you observe, only first two columns are important, okay, first two columns. So the second column is having name of the column and first column is having the content, that means the data of that file in a compressed format, very compressed format. So when you click on the blank space at the bottom, it will give you the size of the file and entire data would be there. So what about the other columns like extension, access, modified, created? Those are not required. So let me select these two columns and remove other columns. Now I have those two columns here. Now what my job would be to extract the data from this contained column. This is in the compressed format. So add column menu bar and I can click on custom column. That's the option, custom column here. In this custom column, I can write a M function. One single function would be required and the function would be excel.workbook, excel.workbook, and I can press tab key from my keyboard. Remember, this is case sensitive, E capital, W capital. Select excel.workbook. Now excel.workbook, open bracket, double click on this content option and close the bracket. Now what is this content which I have selected? This content is actually the right hand side column, which is available column. It's written here, available columns. These are nothing but at the back end, if you see, content and name. These are two columns. So now I'll just click on OK button and you can see a separate column named as custom column is created and still there's some data inside. You see, I can click on double headed arrow and some columns would be there. We don't know what is that, but we'll click on OK button. Now, when you click on OK button, there are some columns on the right hand side. This will tell you that each file is having some sheet or table. Okay. And these are the name of the sheet and table here. So obviously out of those 6 files, I am interested only in tables. So I can just click on the drop down and select only table and click on OK. So from this kind column, I only want table. You see, these are all the tables here. These are name of the table. Okay. Now out of all the columns, we only require 3 columns. The file name, the table name and the data inside those tables. The other columns are not important right now. So you can select those 3 columns and remove other columns. The file name column, the table name and the custom data. What is custom data? If I keep my cursor on the blank space, you can see the sample or the data will be visible here. What data is inside that table. So you can keep on clicking to cross check here. The last step would be just click on this double headed arrow and click on OK button. So carefully observe, one checkbox is there extra, which will find out what is that. Right now it is selected. I can just click on OK button. When you click on that OK button, this column should be visible, the date column, the client column and the sales in million. But if you observe, everywhere there's a custom data dot, custom data dot, custom data dot. So unwanted prefix is added, which is not required right now. So I'll delete the last step, expand the column again and remove this prefix. This will add a prefix to the columns here. I'll just deselect, click on OK. This would be a clean column names here. Now that's very simple and I can see how many records I have. At the bottom, if you see, 60 rows are there, 60 records are there. So now I should just rename the column headings. I can rename this as file name, this one as table name and this one as date. So I can just change the data type as date. Okay. And the client name should be text. So I'll select the option somewhere, a text would be there. And this is sales in million. I'll keep it as it is, no problem. So now it's a clean data. Let us cross check. When I click on home menu bar and click on close and apply. So I'm coming out of Power Query into Power View. Whenever I say Power View, I mean to say where you can create some charts and visuals. So that is a Power View. So this section is the Power View and the red section which I've highlighted is Power Pivot, okay, which we have in the coming section. So now I will just pick up this file name, drag and drop and
you can see these are the 6 files. Let me expand it till June we have. Suppose in that folder, if I bring one more file, I can just copy that file and I can just paste it. Let me rename that file. I'll type as July_2020. Okay, one more file I've pasted, July 2020. Here when I go to Power BI, if you see nothing has happened, but I can just click on this refresh button on the top in home menu bar, and you can see one more file would be added, which is July 2020. Okay, that July file would be added here. It's given in this location. So the file name is added, but at the backend, the data also is updated. Suppose if you have created some charts or visual, that will automatically update. Okay, so you can see that's a date field. I can just drag and drop. This data entirely would be updated for July month also. Okay, since we have not changed the date inside that file or sheet, so we cannot get the output. But you can see the changes will be visible here. And one more I can show you. I can go to transform data, and if I go to this transform tab, here I can just click on count rows. So in this count rows, this is 70 records. Okay, 7 files were there. Each file was having 10 records. I will go back again and copy one more file, copy and paste here one more file. So June, July done. Now I'll type as August 2020, and when I come to Power BI, okay, or Power Query, this is the Power Query, I'll just click on Home, Refresh. When I click on Refresh button, you have to observe this number 70 will change to 80. Okay, that means the data is getting updated. Okay, so I can delete that last step which is not required. So all the records will be updated automatically. It is given at the bottom. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to append multiple Excel files from a folder in Power BI. Let us see a new topic in Power BI, that how do we append different data sources in Power BI. This would be for the first time we are seeing different data source. It can be any data source, SQL, Oracle, Big Data, Hadoop, anything. But here I have taken a very simple example how to append Excel with CSV file in Power BI. Now since everyone has CSV and Excel, so I have created a folder monthly sales file CSV in Excel, and there are 2 files, April and March, and one is Excel and one is CSV file. I'll open that both files, and you can see that's a March 2020 and April 2020. So I'll just bring those side by side. So these are 2 files which I have, and one CSV and an Excel. Both files are having same columns. If you see date, client and sales, and date, client and sales, they have the same column. Now the question is how to append those 10 records with this 10 records. You can see here the month is given as March, and here the month is given as April. Okay, these 2 months are there. So let us see. I'll just close this file, and I'll close this file. I can open here Power BI. Now this Power BI is empty. Nothing is there in this file. First one, I'll just click on Get Data Excel and pick up the Excel file from that folder. That's April 2020, open. Now one file would be Excel, one would be CSV. Here I'll be getting the file name. So that's the April file. I can just select this April and click on load button. I'm directly clicking on load. So that file would be visible on the right hand side. So you can see that's April file is loaded here. Let us load the other file, get data, and I'll select the option text CSV. And the other file is March 2020, open. And now I can also click on load button. So this is one method of loading separate Excel and separate CSV file. Okay, but now if I want to append those, I have to go back to Power Query. Okay, so in Power Query I can load. So you can see April and March are loaded. Nobody can find out the difference whether it is a CSV or Excel. If you observe, the icons for both the files is same. So here when they are loaded, they are known as queries. Now I can just go to Home tab and click on Transform Data on this place. Now in Transform Data, on the left hand side, you can see these are the queries which I have loaded. I will click on Append Queries as New. Append Queries as New. So a third query would be created. And since I have only 2 tables, I'll select the April from top and March from bottom. April and March, and click on OK. A third query would be loaded, and I'll write as Appended Data. And you can see date, client and sales in million. So both the columns or both the files have been appended, and I'm getting 20 records. Now I can just right click and disable this load, enable load. Same way I can right click on March 2020 and enable load. I deselect that option.
So when I click on close and apply, I'll be getting only this appended data in the output in the Power View. So I'll not get the other two queries. Okay. So I'll just click on close and apply. Carefully observe. Whatever was in italic format, the query name will not be loaded. So here I'll be getting only one appended data query on the right hand side. So I can use that file and create some charts and visuals. So you can see only one appended data and only one query is there, not the other two options. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to append different data sources in Power BI. Hello everyone and welcome to this new section in Power BI, that is merge files and tables in Power BI. If you are an Excel user, you know what is VLOOKUP function. Okay. So VLOOKUP function, you have to write some code, some function over there. Here you can do the same VLOOKUP function in Power BI easily. Not only this, whatever limitations you have in VLOOKUP in Excel, those can be removed from here and you can work in this Power Query. Now we'll see 4 different videos, 4 examples in this section. One would be how to merge 2 tables. Then we'll see how to merge 2 different Excel files. Then how to merge 2 different data sources in Power BI. And lastly, we'll see a very important topic, that when we have 2 tables and then we have multiple matching columns, first name, last name and first name, last name, or more than 2 columns if you have, how do we merge those data with multiple criteria in Power BI? All these topics should be covered in this section. And trust me, it is very easy. No need of writing, coding or doing anything. If you're Excel user, you will find it easier than Excel. That is for sure. Let us see how to work on merge tables or merge sheets in Power BI, that is in Power Query. Now, this is like a VLOOKUP function. In Excel, we use VLOOKUP function where we can bring some columns from one table to the other table, and that can be done here also, but very easily without writing a function. Let us see practically how to merge tables or sheets in Power Query, Power BI. I have a data here and data is very simple. I have one master table and one transactional table where employee code, employee name and salary is given, and second table employee code, department and zones visited. So both the places there is one common column, that is employee code. You can see that's the employee code and employee code. So my question here is, I want to bring here this salary column from this master table and bring it here, the salary column. Okay. So using VLOOKUP you can do it. That's very easy, I know. But let us see how to do in Power BI. So before I take this, let me show you the name of the table is master table. Okay. And name of this table is transactional table. Okay. These are 2 different tables. So I will close the file and open Power BI, get data, Excel. Name of the file I didn't tell you. The name of the file was 15.1 merge tables in Power BI. Now I will pick up those 2 tables in that file. You can do on multiple sheets also. This is one master table and transactional table. So this 2 tables, I'll click on transform data. Why do I need to go to transform? This merge table option will only be available in Power Query, not in the front end. That will be done using functions. So master table and transactional table. Now home menu bar, and you can see there's an option given as merge queries. So when I click on this drop down, there are 2 options, merge queries or merge queries as new. The first one will append to an existing query. Okay. The second one will create a new or a third query. So when I click on merge queries as new, from here I'll select the option as transactional table, and from bottom I'll select master table. Now carefully observe, from the top transaction table I have taken wherever the transactions are happening, or bigger table I can say, and here the main table or the master table. Now this salary column should be brought into this place. Okay, that's one thing. Now when I try to click on OK, this button is disabled here. Okay, why? Because I have to select the relationship between both the tables, that is employee code and employee code. The moment I select the employee code option, you can see OK button is enabled. Number 1, something is written at the bottom. You see the selection matches 10 of 10 rows from the first table. Okay, 10 of 10 rows from the first table. So this join type you can keep it as it is. Okay, which is left outer. So in this case this would be left outer, that is all from first table, because I want all the records from the first table and only matching records from the second table. Okay, so wherever it is showing as 1, only that value should be visible here.
Okay, so that is left out. For time being, you can skip that. Now I can just click on OK button. Now you remember there were three columns per table, 3 columns in one table, 3 columns in other table. Now you are getting a new query named as merge one, and there are 3 columns which is of transactional table, but the master table is compressed format. Okay, when I say compressed, you can see it is showing a double-headed arrow. Okay, something is hidden at the back end, and this is a link which is a table. So when you click on this double-headed arrow, you can see all the columns in that table. Okay, in that master table. So if you want, you can bring all the columns. VLOOKUP will bring only one column, but this feature can bring as many columns as you want. So right now I only want salary column from that master table, and I'll just deselect this prefix option. So select salary, deselect this option, click on OK. So you can see this is the transitional table, the first 3 column, and this column came from the master table. Okay, without writing a code, I have got the VLOOKUP answers. This is known as merge queries in Power Query. Okay, very simple here. Now if you think you have made a mistake, you can always click on this cross button. It will go back and you can just expand, and this time I'll bring all the columns. I'll click on OK, and you can see all the columns I have brought it here. Okay, I can again delete. So you think you made a mistake while creating a relation, you can always click on this button, settings button, and you can modify the relation from here between these tables here. That is again very simple. I can click on cancel. So let me expand it and select only salary column and click on OK. But I hope you have understood how to avoid VLOOKUP and how to use this merge queries in Power BI. Now let us see something more interesting in merge queries. Now whenever I go for a training, people usually ask that can we do merge queries or merge sheets together from different Excel files or different data sources. So the answer is yes. We'll see that practically in this video. So what I'll be showing you here is how to merge data from multiple Excel files or multiple Excel workbooks in Power BI. That's the topic here. So I have created a folder, and there are some master table and transition table. There are 2 Excel files. I will open the Excel file and explain you. The tables are same, but just separated in 2 files. Okay, so I'll open the transition table also, and I can just go to view, arrange all. I can show you side by side this both files here. So the name of this file is 2 transition table, and this is 1 master table. It's not visible. It's a master table. The tables are same, no difference. Just I have kept into 2 separate Excel files or Excel workbooks. So this one would be master table and this is transitional table. What is the name of this transitional table? The name is transaction 1. Okay. And name of this table is master 1. So some different name I've given, master 1 and transition 1. 2 different Excel files. Let me close those files one by one. Close it and close it. Here, I'll just click on get data Excel. This is 15.2 video number. So I'll pick up this master table. In that master table file, I have master 1 named as this table here. That's master 1. Now I'll just click on load button directly, or you can click on transform, no problem. One and the same. Okay, for time being, since it's the first table, the second one I'll click on get data Excel and I'll pick up this transition table, click on open. Okay. So here comes the transaction 1. Anywhere you can click. Let's say I'll click on load itself directly. So what happens when you click on load? This will be loaded on the right hand side, and you can see in the field section that will be given there. So let me expand this field section, and here you go. This is the master 1 and this is transaction 1. This both are now queries. If I want to go back to Power Query, I'll just click on transform data, click on this transform data button here, and now it comes here. So this would be 2 different queries. This is master 1 and the transition 1, which are latest loaded. I can do the same steps, home menu bar, and I'll click on merge queries as new. So here I'll pick up the transaction 1 from the top and master 1 from the bottom table here. Select the common column, employee code and employee code. The question is, I want salary column from here and bring it here. Okay. So I will take all the values, all the records from the first and only matching columns from the second table. Okay, that's what VLOOKUP does. So by default, the type of join is left join. Okay, wherever you want to apply VLOOKUP, okay, very simple, straightforward. Wherever you want to apply VLOOKUP, just bring it on the top. Okay, and the other table should be at the bottom. Here, I'll just click on OK button. Now this will give me all the columns. So I can just expand this table. You can see this is a master table. Okay, the entire table is visible there. So I can click on this expand button and I'll select only salary column. Now I can just select salary column, click on OK. So VLOOKUP gives you only one column, but this will give you as many columns as you want. So I can just click on OK button and I've got the same answer here. So that's very simple, nothing new. What we have seen in the previous video, same thing is here. But the only thing was the files were separate, the tables were kept in two separate files. Okay, I hope you have understood how to work on merge on two different Excel files. Now let us see how to merge data from two different data sources. So in the previous video, we have seen two different Excel files, but now I'm talking about two different data sources. One can be Excel, second can be CSV. So it can be SQL, SQL Server or Oracle, Hadoop, Big Data. You pick up any two data sources and you can just still merge the data. You can apply VLOOKUP on different data sources. Any you can pick up. I have taken very simple example for this one, that is merging data from different data sources, and the example is for Excel and CSV. These two basic examples since everybody can do it on their machines. And this is one folder named as 15.3 and one is Excel file and second is a CSV file. Okay, these two files are there and you can see master Excel file and transitional CSV file. Let me open both the files and show you what data I have, then I'll show you the output. So that's the first file, which is a master file, and second one. So I can just go to view, arrange all. So these are two files and the data is same. Okay, here that's a master table and this one is transactional table. It's on the top, it's a CSV file. I have the employee code and I have the employee code. So what I want the output is, I want in the transactional table a salary column which is present here. This should come into, from here it should come to this place. Okay, how do we do that? So one CSV, one Excel, I'll close it and open PowerBI. The steps would be get data, Excel. First is an Excel file and that is from folder 15.3. Okay, 15.3 and that is master Excel file, first Excel file. So from there I'll pick up one table which is master table and click on this transform data. Why did I do transform? I'll tell you. I have to rename the table here. I'll write as master from Excel. Okay, master table from Excel. The second file is a CSV. So I'll click on new source. I'm in Power Query, new source, and I can click on CSV. I can do the same thing from the front end also in Power View. I can click on get data CSV and this is the transactional CSV file. Okay, and here I'll write as transaction from CSV. Click on OK. So this would be loaded here. I'll write a simple name so we can understand, transactional null from CSV. So these are two files which I have loaded, master from Excel and transaction from CSV. Let us merge that. So home menu bar and I can go to merge queries as new. Here I can select the option. First would be transactional. Second would be as master from Excel. Same story again. I want here the salary column from here into this place. So the join type would be left outer join. I can select the common column between both the tables and click on OK. And now I can just expand, deselect all and only select salary, click on OK. That's it. So this would be merged from different data sources. That's it. So I hope you have understood how to merge data from different data sources in Power BI. Let us see an interesting topic in Power Query Power BI, that is merge data having multiple matching columns or multiple criteria. I have two tables and many columns are matching in both the tables. How do I get the output? Let us see practically. I have two files. One is a master table and transactional table. You see that's a transactional table and here I have master table. Both the tables and they are in different files. You can see both in different files. I have first name and last name. Okay, and here if you see first name and last name, see the positions are changed. Okay, the positions are changed here. Here the first name is first column and here first name is second column. Number one you can see. Second thing what you can observe, let me sort in some order here and let me also sort this column here in some order. So observe here in the last name I have 2 times Siroya and here also you see 2 times Siroya is given. Here there's given as Lalwani and here also there's given as Lalwani. So if I try to use only last name to do a VLOOKUP, it will not give the correct answers. So I have to take help of first name column also. So now I can find out for this one as Pavan Lalwani with this Pavan Lalwani
and then I can get the answers. So 2 columns would be matching columns here. What is the final output I want? I want the salary column from master table and into this transactional table. That's the final output. Close this file and close this file. Where are the files kept? The files are kept into folder 15.4 and one is master file, transactional file. So come to Power BI, click on Get Data, Excel 15.4. First one I'll pick up master table. This one I'll give some different name. I'll select master table 2, see the name master table 2, click on transform. I went to transform to just rename that table master with multi-column, and now I'll just click on Get Data or New Source Excel and pick up the second table from 15.4 folder, and I'll also rename this as transaction from multi-column and click on OK. This one I'll just rename as transactional with multi-column. So these are 2 files or queries I can say. Now home menu bar, merge queries as new. Here I can select the option first one as transactional with multi-column. Here I can select master with multi-column. Now when there are 2 matching columns, how do I do that? Carefully observe. I will select any column from the top, let's say last name, then control click first name. So very small thing, you see there's a 1 and there's a 2 option. That means first column you have selected and then you have selected second. In the same sequence, you have to select from the bottom. So if I selected last name first, I have to click on this last name here at the bottom, then control click first name. So this should match 1 with 1 and 2 with 2. Like this, you can keep on matching n number of columns. If you do this in Excel, it is very difficult. You have to apply many steps. But here in Power BI, Power Query, it is very easy. So I have selected those columns and click on OK button. Now after matching those columns, I can just expand this master column, deselect everything because I have first name, last name. I'll select salary option and click on OK. And I've got the output. Okay, that's very simple here. This is how we can work on merge columns with multiple matching columns or multiple criteria in Power BI. Hello everyone and welcome back to this newer section in Power BI, column from examples and conditional column. So we have total 8 videos in this section here. Now, what is this 2 names which I've given? If you're an Excel users and if you know that there's an if-else condition in Excel, if-else, that if-else condition is known as conditional column in Power BI. Okay, if-else condition. If you are again an Excel user and you know how to work on flash fill in Excel, you might understand column from examples. Okay, that's very simple here. Even if you don't know, no problem. I'll show you step by step how to work on this 2 important examples. This will save lot of your time, and the best part about this section is we are still not writing any piece of code, any function in Power BI. This will be done just by using button clicks and simple mouse clicks here. Okay, so let us see practically how to work on this column from examples and conditional column in Power BI. So in this video, we'll see what is column from examples. We have 4 videos created on this column from examples and on different examples I have created. So the first one which I'll be showing you is how to work on split text. We have seen how to split a text using text functions in Power Query. Now let us see by column from example. Here I have the data set. The name of the file is 16.1 column from example. And the sheet is CFE example 1. Now what I want to do is I have a column named as order ID. If I want to separate the column into 3 different columns without using split function, can I use it? We can do it with the help of column from example. If you know the flash fill in Excel, this topic is similar to flash fill. Let me show you how. If I want to find out the first 2 characters from this text, I can just type here in Excel CA, enter. So first 2 characters, and I can go to home menu bar and I can click on fill option, and this is flash fill. So carefully see the icon. Okay, you can see the icon. There's a lightning thunderstorm icon here. I'll click on that flash fill and you can see the first 2 characters are inserted. Okay, so I'll delete that. One more example. Suppose I want the last text, which is 152, 156, and I'll keep my cursor in the next cell. So I want the last 6 characters, which is numbers. And I can click on this button flash fill and you can see I'm getting the last 6 characters. So this feature is exactly used in Power Query. Okay, one more and the last example I can show here. Suppose I want the first name from the customer name. So I can type here as CLAIRE. Okay, first name, and I can go to home menu bar fill and click on flash fill option. So you see the first name has been extracted easily from there. Now let us do this in Power Query, Power BI. So see the name of the table here is, I have kept the name as CFE split. So I'll quickly pick up all the tables because it will be required in the coming videos here. So this is my Power BI. Let me quickly pick up the data. Get data, Excel. Name of the file is 16.1, column from example. So I'll pick up this 4 tables. Right now we require only 1 table in this video, but I'll pick up 4 tables will be required in the next videos. So I'm in the CFE split query. CFE stands for column from example. So this is the order ID. I can select that column, add column, and see the icon, which is this lightning icon on a column. This is exactly like your flash fill in Excel. So I can click on this button here and select from selection. There are 2 options. Whichever column you have selected, and if you want only on that, okay, the output only on that, you can click on from selection. If you want output on all the columns collectively, we can select from all columns. So right now in this example from selection, suppose I want first 2 characters, I'll type CA, simple CA, and press enter. Okay. So you have got the first 2 characters. If you want the middle text, I can type as 2018, enter. Okay. So I've got 2018, 2016. You can cross check. You see the last 3 are 2016, last 5 are 2016, and you can see these are all 2016. Okay. The other one, if I double click and if I want the last 6 characters, I can type and enter. Just enter, nothing else to be done. What is happening? What is the logic behind that? Whenever you do this, there is a function at the backend written. These are the M functions. So if you see transform text after delimiter and the column name is given. This order ID is the column name order ID. And if you think you want this column, you just click on OK button. That means you have approved and you have agreed. You can take up this column. Now, what is the beauty of this column from example? Tomorrow, if the first column changes, if this column value changes, this will automatically update. Now, this was easy because we had consistent text between delimiter. That means 2 characters, then 4 characters, then 6 characters. So there was a consistency. Now, suppose if I want to find out when there is no consistency, like in the customer name. So the text is somewhere it is very lengthy, somewhere it is very small, but the delimiter is space. Okay, the separate is space. How do I split or how do I find out? So without using the function, text functions, I can go to add column from selection. And suppose I want all capital letters, okay, all uppercase, I can write as the name in uppercase, enter, just enter, that's it. So you see all the text has been converted to uppercase. Same way, if you want lowercase, I can just type CLA, enter, and everything would be into lowercase. Suppose you want the only first text, or you can see as first name, I can just type here as the first name, enter. You'll get all the first name from here. So you see this is the function which is automatically written at the backend, transform.text before delimiter. Suppose you want the first characters, okay, first character only from the first name, I can just type here as C, enter, and you see sometimes it will not understand. So you have to train it again and again. So for example, I have typed as 2 times C, again the third cell I'll go and type as D, enter, and you see you have to keep on training Power Query and then it will understand and write down all the first alphabet of first name here. And once you have agreed, you can just click on OK button. Okay, so you can replace at least 70 to 80 functions in Power Query just using column from example. Let us see the other example on column from examples, that is merging text. I have data kept in multiple columns. How do I concatenate or how do I merge those columns? So I have already pulled the data in the previous video if you have seen, and that's the 3 columns I have. The first column is product ID, category, and then subcategory. 3 columns are there. Now what I want to bring all these 3 columns into one column. How do I do that? There are many methods. This is one of them, add column, and I can just go to column from example from all columns. Since I want all the columns together, there are only 3 columns. I'll click on from all columns. Here I'll type furniture space bookcases space 12520 and press enter. So that's it. You just press enter. It will automatically concatenate and the delimiter would be space. Make sure you cross check before clicking on OK button. So I can click on OK button and it is done. So when you do this process at the backend, there was a M function which was created. If you want to learn about what was done at the backend, you can click on this settings button, and this will give you a very lengthy function. Okay, very lengthy function here. So you can see what is here, what are the functions they have used: text.combine, text.from. Okay, here it is very short, but in the next example I'll show you it will be a very lengthy function. Cancel. Let me delete this and do it again. I can just go to column from example. Now, but this time I don't want the entire furniture. I only want first 3 characters. I don't want bookcases, but I want first 3 characters. So I'll just type here as FUR in capital letters, hyphen, BOO, hyphen, and the code 15220. Okay. So you see first 3 characters, and it is concatenated by hyphen. Press enter. So it did not understand. So you have to train Power Query again. One more time, I'll type FUR chairs. Why I'm writing chairs? CHA, because here in the next row, it is given as chairs. You see bookcases and chairs. So I've written as, furniture and chairs, FUR hyphen CHA and 12520. That's it. So once I press enter, you can see the first 3 characters would be given from this column. Okay. And the other 3 characters from the subcategory. I can click on OK. Now, if you try to do it manually, you can do in Power Query by button clicks, but the number of steps would be extra. So I can say at least 8 to 10 steps. But here, just by writing, you can do it. You don't have to be an expert into Power Query with M functions. So it will automatically do for you. Now, when I click on this settings button, you see how lengthy the function would be. Okay. You see, there are many functions which they have written together. Text.combine, text.start, and text.start, text.from. So it is very lengthy function here, but you can do it with the help of column from examples. Now, not only this, you can just try to replace the text first to end, last to end, anything. Now, one more example, and the last one, I'll just go column from examples. I think I'll delete this column here and from example. And now suppose I only want the first characters F hyphen B hyphen 12520, enter. Again, F hyphen C hyphen 12520, enter. And you see the first characters would be only displayed with the separator as hyphen or delimiter as hyphen. Now I can show you the function before clicking on OK button. That's a function which is written at the backend here. I'll just click on OK. And that's it. You have got all the answer here. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on merging the columns together or concatenating the columns together using column from example. Let us see another example on different data type in Power BI. What is that? We'll see column from example, but this time on a date column. The earlier 2 videos were only on text function. One was split and second was merge. But here date data type. So I have already loaded the data, and that's a simple data, a one column with just 10 records. The data type of the column is this date. You see, that's a calendar icon. That's a date here. And this is a simple date given for different years, different dates. Now you can apply at least 25 plus functions without, clicking anywhere, just writing simple text. So you have to train Power Query. It will understand. And let us see how. So I can just go to add column and select column from example. So I can just directly click on that button. No problem, since it's only one column here. Now suppose I only want day. Okay. So you see the day is given the first one. So I'll just type as 08, enter. And again, I'll type 08, enter. So it did not understand. You have to write it again. I'll type 12, enter. So once you keep on training, it will understand. So it will pick up the first value from there. Okay. Now, if you do not want, you can pick up the other one. I can just double click here and type here as 11, that is 11, 11, 11, 06, enter. So you see it has taken up the month. I'm not sure whether it is month or date, but I tried to look here, which is the function given here. So transform dot date to text. And if you observe, it is given as MM. M stands for month. Okay. So you can quickly pick up the value from here. Not only this, you can also pick up year. Just type 2018, enter, and 2018, enter. So you've got all the years here. So you can click on OK, and this will be your output. So basic functions are easy. You can pick up from there. Let me delete that. Now I can just go back again, add column from example. So as I said, 25 functions can work. Suppose I want to find out here the month name. Okay. The month name here is November. So I can type here as, let's say 8-November-2018, enter. Again, I'll type as 8-November-2018, enter. So it did not understand. I'll type again 12-June 2018. Enter. So you see, it took some time, but it understood what we are looking for an output. So first would be the date hyphen the entire month, and then I've got the year here. So pattern, keep on teaching the pattern, it will understand. And as usual, you see at the back end, the function is written, that is a lengthy function is written, and you have got the answer here. Now I can click on cancel, and maybe I can do it again. So once you click on column from example, so I'll give you a shortcut trick over here in column from example. Here you can, whatever you want, suppose you want day, just type day. You'll get list of all the functions over here. Okay. So if you put a backspace and write nothing, simply if you click inside that box, double click inside the box, these are all the outputs you can expect. Okay. These are all the outputs you can expect here. So suppose you want week, just type week over here, and whatever the functions are there related to week, you see, week from the order date, end of week, start of week, everything you'll be getting here. So I can just type here as quarter. These are all quarters. Years, month, if I type, these are all the month. Suppose if I select here, let's say November, enter, and you'll be getting all the months over here. Suppose you don't want the month, you want end of the month. You can select the option from here. You see, end of the month, enter, and you'll be getting end of month from all those dates over here. Okay. So you can keep on trying. Many examples are there in this place. Okay. So that's it for timing. I hope you have understood how to work on column from examples on date data type. So let us see the last example in column from examples. We have the alphanumerical data type, all the text and numbers mixed together. So we have seen for text and date. Let's see for alphanumeric. I have already loaded the data here, and you can see only one column is there, but there are text and numbers separated by space and all are mixed together. How do I find out the text or numbers separately? Let us see that. Suppose I want the first name only, okay, which is given here. Let's say Pavan, Vihan, Vijay, and so on. I can go to add column and click on column from example. Simply type the first name, enter. You'll get all the first name. If you want the second thing, which is given as 10, 20, 30, I mean to say this value after the first text, 10, 20, 30, 40. So you just type as 10, enter. You'll get the second text here. Same applies for third one. If you want only third text, type Mumbai, enter, you'll get only Mumbai. So if you try to do it in another softwares, it will take some time. You'll get the answer definitely. This would be somewhere easier. Here, if I want only the last number, which is 711, I can press enter, and you can see somewhere you'll get the last number, but somewhere it will create a problem. So you need to teach wherever it is making a mistake, like this places. I can tell them that from the entire text, I only want the last number, which is 25. So I'll double click here and type 25, press enter. Okay. So it will understand the pattern, and at the back end, a lengthy function is created. You see, that's a M code or M function, nested M functions, and this will give you the answer. So I can just click on OK. This will give you the output here. So if you want to see what exactly happened, you can click on this settings button on the right hand side, and this will be the function which will be written at the backend for that step. So I can click on cancel. Maybe I can delete this, and I'll show you one more example. Let's see if it works or not. The question is, if I only want to extract the text from those alphanumerical, I can just go to column from example and write here only text, enter. Again, I can type here name and only text, enter. So see, some places it has taken, some places it has not. You see 40, 30. So I have to keep on training till it understands. So I'll type as Vijay, Hyderabad. You see, it has picked up only text from that, all the alphanumerical, all the mixed values here. So you see here it was 3 characters, but it has still, 3 numbers were there, 3 text were there, but it has only picked up 3 text. Okay. Whereas on the upper one, there were only 2 numerical values and 2 text. So it has picked up only 2 text here. And I can just click on OK. So any unclean data, if you have, bring it in Power Query. It will clean for you, and you can create some beautiful visuals and charts and dashboards. Okay. But for time being, I hope you have understood how to work on column from example. Let us see how to work on conditional column. Now, conditional column works like your if-else condition, if-else formula in Excel. Same thing you can do in Power Query, but easily without writing a code, just using button clicks. Let us see practically. So I've created an Excel file, and name of the Excel file is 16.4 conditional column. There are 4 videos and 4 examples. In this video, I'll show you about conditional column on one column. A very simple example here. I have a table like customer name and their profit, and you can see the profit is between 100 to 500. Now what I want, if the profit is above 400, I want as high profit. I'll write it here. Maybe greater than 400, I want as high profit. And if the profit is less than 200, it should be as low profit. And if it is between 200 to 400, it should be given as average profit. Okay, average profit. These three criteria I want. Here in Excel, I have tried a function. In any language, any database you pick up, you have tried some formula or function. Here, using button clicks, you can do the same thing. Let me pick up this table into Power BI. I'll just close this and I can click on this Power Query. So this time I'll pick up that file from Power Query. Okay, this is the Power Query. You can see Power Query Editor. I can click on this new source and click on Excel. Pick up that file which was 16.4 conditional column. Here I'll pick up all the 4 tables because that would be required in the coming videos. I'll pick up this 4 tables here and click on OK. Now this 4 tables. So the first one is very basic example. No coding required. This is the table CC_1 column. Now that's a profit column. How do I do that? I can just go to Add Column tab and you see there's an option given as conditional column. So conditional column is a ready-made feature. I can click on conditional column and here I can write the column name as profit status. Okay, column name as profit status. If profit, you see these are the column names. I can select if profit is, let's say, greater than or equal to, these are the options I'm getting, operators, greater than or equal to 400, I can write as high profit. And if I want to add one more condition, I can click on this add clause button and here I can write if profit is less than or equal to, this is the option, less than or equal to 200, I can write here as low profit. And last one, if it is other than this values, I can write as average profit. So observe carefully, I have not written a code, neither any equal to sign, neither brackets, it's ready made. I can just write this options. If I want, I can keep on adding a clause, and if I want, I can keep on deleting the options here. Okay. So now once it is done, I can click on OK button. So you see a new column is created named as profit status, and let us cross check if it is working fine or not. So I can sort this profit column in ascending order and you can see what happened here. So whichever value is equal to or lower than 200, it is low profit. Above 400 or including 400, these are high profit, and rest all is average profit. Okay. Now, if you think you made a mistake, you can always go back here and you see there's a step generated, added conditional column. You can click on this settings button like this one and you can modify whatever you want. This is very simple here. Now I can just click on OK and that's it. So I hope you have understood how to work on conditional column in one column in Power BI. So let us see how to work on if-else condition, but this time it would be on 2 different columns. Okay, that's known as conditional column on 2 columns. That's a video all about. I have a sample data where I have name of the person, the gender, whether is a male or female, and what is the marriage status, whether the person is married or unmarried. Okay, married or single. Now based on this 2 columns, that is gender and marriage status, I want to give a prefix. Okay, and the prefix can be anything here. It can be Mr., Miss or Mrs. So when should be given prefix as Mr.? Okay, I'll write here as prefix. When should we give a prefix as Mr.? When the gender is male, and marriage status, no problem. Whether it's married or single, that person will be always Mr. So when you should give as Miss, the gender is female and the marriage status is single. Mrs. should come, gender female and marriage status as married. So this condition is in these 2 columns. So for example, here I should give the prefix as Mr. Here if you see female and single, I should give as Miss. Female and married, I should give as Mrs. Okay, this 3 prefix I should give it. So how do I do it with the help of conditional column in Power Query or Power BI? It's very simple and easy. Okay, here you have tried some function or code. Let us see in Power Query. I have loaded the data and you can see the same data is there. CC2 column, that's the name of the table, same data, no problem. I can go to this add column, conditional column, and here I can select the option. If gender equals to M, which is male, I can write as Mr. So it is based on gender. The prefix should be based on gender. So if it is married or unmarried, no problem. Okay, he'll get always Mr. Now to add one more condition, I'll click on add clause, and here I can say, and if the marriage status is equal to S, then you should give us Miss as prefix. So this will be for female. Okay, when the marriage status is single, that will be for Miss, and otherwise give as Mrs. So very simple. You can just apply this condition, and here I can write as prefix and click on OK. Okay, now this will generate a new column. Some error is given. Let me find out what is that error. So marriage status equal to S. Yeah, so the error is given because the file is open at the backend, the Excel file. So I can just click on cancel. This Excel file should be closed. I'll close that Excel file, and I can come to Power BI, home menu bar, and click on refresh. So you see, whenever the Excel file is opened, this will throw an error message. So you see that's a prefix given, Mr., Miss and Mrs. So if you cross check for Lou, which is female, single, Miss. For Rita, female, married and Mrs. So these are the prefix which are given here. I can just drag and drop on the left hand side. That's it. So I hope you have understood how to work on conditional column when there are two different columns and you want to apply that. Let us see one more example on conditional column. Here, if I have two columns and if I want to compare those two columns, whether the values are same or not. So we'll be using this conditional column here. Okay, comparing two column values and getting the output. The data is present here, a very simple data. Two columns are there, customer 1 and customer 2. Most of the places the values are same. Only places where I have highlighted, you see in this color, there the names are different. You see HSBC and HDBC, Yahoo and Yahoo, one O is extra, and LNT9. So some places the texts are different. How do you quickly find out in Power Query or Power BI? So I'll close that file, and I have loaded that file into Power BI. You can see the same data is there, which is LNT and LNT9, and we have HSBC and HDBC and so on. So let us go to add column, conditional column, and the name of the column here, if you observe, it's customer 1 and customer 2. I can click on this drop down, select customer 1. If customer 1 equals to, here I cannot give one value. I have to compare two columns. So instead of writing something, I should click here on this small drop down. Okay, this drop down button here, and I will select here, select a column option. Okay, so if column 1 equals column or customer 1 equals customer 2. Okay, if customer 1 equals to customer 2, then what you want the output, I will write as they should be as same. And if not, write as different. Okay, the text are different. Now I can just click on OK. If the values are same, you will be getting as same. If values are different, you see different, different, different. Okay, you can quickly find it. Now, if you want, you can filter and use it for your purpose. But now what I want, if the names are same, okay, if both the columns names are same, give me the exact name. Okay, give me any name here. I will click on this button here, the settings button, and instead of giving this rigid value, fixed value, I will click on this ABC123, which is value here. I'll click on select a column. So when customer 1 equals to customer 2, both values are same. What I'll do is select any one value, no problem. So let's say I'll select customer 1, and if the values are different, I'll write as 0. So I'll quickly find out if different values are there, 0. If same values are there, write as customer 1. Click on OK. So you see wherever the value 0 appears, that means 3 values are different here. Okay, you can quickly filter out and use it. So I can just filter 0 and I can see what are the different values. So I can fix those quickly here. Okay, I'll delete the filter and use it. So you can use different examples when you're comparing two columns here. Okay, but for time being, I hope you have understood how to work on comparing two columns using conditional column in Power BI. Let us see the last example on conditional column in Power BI. Now this one will be on dates. Okay, this would be on the dates part. Now, how do we work on that? So I have a simple date column, nothing different here. Dates are given 7 June, 8 June till 16 June in a sequential order. Now I want to see the dates on a particular date. I want to compare dates here. Suppose if a date is before 11th of June, this should be as old dates. If it is next to 11th June, I'll say as new dates. Okay, some criteria I'll give it. So how do I do that? I have to import this date into Power BI, so which I've already done, and I can just click on home, refresh. So these are some dates here. So if the date is below 11th of June, okay, it should be old date, and above 11th of June should be new date. So add column, conditional column, and here I can select the option as order date since it's only one column. If the order date is before or equal to, you can manually write the date, or else you can click on this small calendar icon, this button here, and you can select the option here 11th. Okay, so I can click on 11. If the order date is before or equal to 11th, I'll write as old date. Otherwise, I'll write as new date. Now this would be as date status. Okay, something you can write as status. Now I can just click on OK button, and you can see old date and new date option is there. Now again, I'll just click on settings button. Okay. And here if you observe, when I click on this date button, you can use the previous month. You can also use this previous year option. You can use this today button to directly come to today's date. Okay. So many options are there. You can keep on choosing and select whichever date you want from here. Okay. That can be useful. If you want to add a clause, multiple conditions if you want to add, you can click on this add clause. So 11th, 13, 15, multiple criteria you can give it there. Okay, so that's very simple and easy. So I hope you have understood how to work on conditional column by all these examples in Power BI. Hello everyone, and welcome to this new section in Power BI, that is very important topics in Power Query, Power BI. I have purposely kept the difficult topics in the end of the section here, in this place here, because slowly, gradually we are coming to the end of Power Query. Okay. Now I have purposely kept the video as last, this section, because these are all miscellaneous topics. I cannot club them or group them and create a section. So that's the reason one section is created. Now, what are the topics you can see on the screen? We'll see how to work on fill down, grouping, transpose, unpivot. We'll also work on very important topic, that is data type. Later on, we'll see how to replace errors and values. Again, 5-star topic. Later on, we'll see some smaller lightweight topics like working on records and the columns, how to keep rows, how to keep columns, and so on. But I would say this topic should be the backbone on working on a case study. Very soon, I'll show you how to work on a case study, real-time case studies. So to do that, we have to follow these videos properly. I would suggest you to have a good hand holding in this section, and this will be useful when we work on your real-time projects also. Let us see the first video, how to work on fill up and fill down. So here I have a file. I've created an Excel file over here, and this data is top 10 cities in the country having the highest populations. So per country, if you see in India, these are the top 10 cities which are having the highest population. So like this, there are many countries and their cities also. Okay, this is the data what I have. Now what I want to do is, I want to fill here India, the name India everywhere in the bottom places wherever it is blank. Same way, I want to fill here China wherever the values are blank here, and so on. So you see there's a lot of data, and if I show you how much data I have, so it's approximately 2500 records. You see 2500 records. So if I try to do it in Excel, I have to do it manually for every record. Okay, like this I have to fill down. So what I have a shortcut method in Power BI or Power Query, and let us see what is that method. So the name of this table here is fill down. You see that's the name of the table, fill down. Let me bring that data in Power BI, and I'll close this file. So get data, and I'll click on Excel. From here, I'll pick up the file named as 17. From there, the table name is fill down. So that's a table name, fill down, and I'll click on transform data. Now transform will open the Power Query editor, where I can show you just using button clicks. You can do the option fill down without any coding. No coding required here. Now I will go to that transform tab. Once I select that column, the first column, okay, the country column here, I can go to transform menu bar or transform tab and click on this button fill down. Carefully observe, just one button click and the data would be filled down. So you see wherever there were India, it will show us India. When the new record starts, you can see China till the end, and then Indonesia. So this is not possible if you work on Excel. It takes a lot of time. And if you are working on any ETL tool other than Power Query, you have to write some code or some function or formula, only then it will work out. Okay. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on fill down in Power Query. Let us see the next topic in Power BI. We have this named as grouping. When I have data, how do I group those data and get the answers? Let us see that practically. Here I have the data. You can see the same data where I have the country name, top 10 cities and their population. Okay, top 10 cities by population. And there are some scores which are given based on some numbers here. You can see the score is given here. Now what I want is, I want to group the population by the country. So if I say India, what is the sum of the population of top 10 countries? And what is the average scores of those top 10 countries? Okay. So like this, for every country, I want to group it and get the answers. Let us see practically how we do that. The name of this query or name of the table is group. I have already loaded the data here. Let me close the file, and this is the data which I have loaded already. The name of this query is group here. How do I group? I can go to transform tab and click on this group button. But before I group, I should make sure that this country column here, wherever null values are there, I should fill down. You see, I should fill down these values here. So transform tab, and I can click on this fill down option. So this will fill down everywhere India. Now again, I'll go to transform, and you can see there's an option group by. This group by feature is very much similar to your Excel group. Okay. So here I can just click on group by option, and suppose I want here grouping based on the country. You can see the grouping would be based on the country, and what should be the new column name. So let me give the name as country. I want to find out the sum of the population column. You see, sum of the population column, and that's it. Very simple. Nothing else you have to do. No coding required. Now I can just click on OK button, and you can see this is the total population from top 10 cities in India. This is the total population from top 10 cities in Algeria. Okay, and so on. Now this is the column name, country and country.1. I should have renamed the column here. So I can just go back. If you make a mistake like what I've done, you can go back, click on this settings button here, and here I can say the name would be as total population of 10 cities, and I can click on OK. So this new column name would be changed here. Now if you want to change the aggregation like average, minimum, maximum, so you can always click on this settings button, and here instead of sum you can select average, minimum, maximum, median, anything. So I'll select, let's say, average population, and I can click on OK. So it gave me an error. Let us find out when I click on this settings button here, and by default the country name, the column was selected as country. Actually it should have been selected as population, and now I can click on OK button. So you see that's a average population of top 10 cities in that country. Now sometimes you want more than one column. Okay, so I have only one numerical column whose aggregation I have done, only one textual column whose grouping I have done. So I can click on this settings button again, and here if you see there's an option given as advanced. Here only one level I can do, but if I want to do more than one level, I can go to advanced, and I can click on add aggregation. Here aggregation, and this time I'll say average of score. Okay, so I'll write as average score, and now I can click on OK button. So you see this is the next numerical aggregated column here, average score. So this way you can keep on expanding your numerical columns as many as you have. Now I can again click on that settings button. Currently it is grouped based only on country. Suppose you also want to group it based on the city in that country. You can also click on add grouping, select the option as cities. That's it. Okay, so this would be grouping level, country, and then cities, and this would be aggregation level based on the population and score. Now I can click on OK button, and you can see this is country, and then the cities, and then the other numerical columns. So it's very simple to work on grouping part, and if you do not like, you can always click on that cross button and delete this step. So this way you can come back to the previous step itself. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on grouping in Power BI. Let us see how do we work on transpose feature in Power Query, Power BI. So I have a sample data, and you can see these are top 10 cities per country by population, and the table is in the horizontal manner. It's not vertical. You can see this is the country, and here it is cities at the bottom. Then we have the population. Actually this table should be in the vertical format, but however sometimes you get data in this format. How do you transpose and use it for creating charts? So first of all, I'll pick up this sheet in Power BI. I can just click on Home tab in Power Query, New Source, and Excel. You can bring from Power View also the front end tab, click on Excel, and now I can pick up that file, and since it's already open, I have to close that file. So make sure you close the file whenever If you want to try to import that file, make sure you close that Excel file or whichever data source you have. The name of the sheet is transpose. So I'll just click on transpose and click on OK. Now that sheet had some incorrect data, or I can say some blank values, null values. So how do we fix that? Let us see here. Carefully observe, the actual data is only present in row number 4, 5 and 6. Row number 4, 5 and 6. The bottom data and the above data is of no use. So I have to remove somehow the first 3 records. Okay, the first 3 records. So home menu bar, I can click on remove top rows. Home menu bar, remove top rows, and I can type here 3. So it will remove the top 3 records and I'll click on OK. Now also I want to keep only first 3 rows and remove the other rows. I can click on keep top rows and type as 3. So this will only keep top 3 rows. Okay. Now how to transpose? It's very simple. I can just go to transform tab and click on transpose button. You see, very small button, transpose button. And if I click on that, you can see what happens. This will transpose the entire table into vertical table format. Okay. Now here if you observe, the first record is nothing but name of the columns, the country, cities and population. If I actually, these are column headings, so it should be promoted as a header. Okay. So to promote as a header, I can go to transform tab and I can select this option as use first row as headers. Use first row as headers. So this will be promoted to the header format. Okay. And when it is promoted, you see the last step, it has promoted, but it has automatically given the data type. You see ABC 1 to 3, that's a numerical and textual data type column. So if I click on the promoted headers, you can see the data type would be ABC 1 to 3, ABC 1 to 3. That means nothing. It's not any data type right now. So when I select the last step, it was automatically generated. Power Query was smart enough. It picked up what data is in that column and it gave the data type to that column heading. Okay, so that's it. And I hope you have understood how to transpose a table in Power Query, Power BI. Let us see a very interesting topic in Power BI, that is unpivot. Unpivot can reduce your effort by 80%. If without unpivot, it will take a lot of functions and formulas to do it. What I mean to say, let me show you practically. I have a table on the left hand side and you can see the structure where I have the year and the month name in the column headings. Okay, these are the month name and in between these are the values. For entering the data, this is the perfect scenario I can say. For entering data, this would be perfect. Okay, but when it comes to creating charts, visuals, pivot table, anything, you have to use this kind of table. Okay, the left side table will not work. For feeding the data, for entering data, this is okay. But for creating charts and visual, right hand side is useful. From left hand side table to right hand side, this is known as unpivoting. Now this Jan to Feb, April, these are the column headings. And when you unpivot, this will become the values in the second column. You see, that has become values. And this numerical values, which are sales, will be coming into the third column here. How to do this quickly in Power BI? Let us see that practically. I have already loaded the data and you can see this is the data, same structure. So here in just 2 button clicks, you can get the answers very quickly. How? You can see here. So let me just click on this year column here and I can just right click on this column and unpivot other columns. So whichever column you want to keep fixed, select that column, right click and unpivot other columns. So if it has 10, 20, 30, 40, any number of columns, those would be unpivoted. So I can just right click, unpivot other columns and you can see it has unpivoted quickly. Okay, I can just rename that column as month and sales. This is one method. The second method is I can delete the last step. Second method is select those columns which you want to unpivot. Okay, so I deleted the last step here. I'll select those columns which I want to unpivot. Then I can right click and click on unpivot column. Unpivot columns will give you the same result here. Okay, but depending upon scenario, we use either of the options. So we have some case studies coming up where I can show you in detail. Now I can just rename this as month and this one as sales. Okay, so for creating charts and visuals, this is the perfect data structure which you have to load. So this is a part of cleaning, which is also known as unpivot options. Okay, now the same options would be visible in the menu bars in the transform tab and you can see unpivot columns. Okay, here also you can see the same options.
So that's it for time being, and I hope you have understood how to unpivot a table in Power Query, Power BI. Welcome back everyone, and this is the most important topic in Power Query, that is data types in Power Query, Power BI. Now data types are different. You can say I have text data type, number data type, decimal, date, date and time, and so on. So how does Power Query identify a data type when it is loading the data? Let us see practically. I have a sample data. Name of the sheet is data type. Name of the table is also data type, you can see. And I have purposely kept different data types here. I mean, in Excel, you don't define data types. You have the row ID as numbers, Indian cricket players as a text, their date of birth as a date format, and age would be as a number format here. Okay, so these are 4 columns. Now Power Query is very smart. When it loads the data, it will automatically give the data type. Okay, let us see that practically. I will just close this file and click on data, get data Excel. File is 17. From there I'll pick up the table name as data type and click on transform. So what will happen is it will load the data definitely, but depending upon the values in that column, it will define the data type. Okay, so carefully observe the first step. Let's see the first step, which is source. So when I click on source, it will tell you that it has picked up the file. Okay, you see the formula excel.workbook, and this is the file path it has taken. You see C users, admin, OneDrive, etc, etc. This is the file name. Okay, second step, if you see navigation, it has picked up the entire table, that is a data type table. Okay, so you see the item is data type and the kind is a table. Kind can be a sheet, can be a range, can be a table. Okay, so that's a second step, navigation. When the second step is there, navigation, carefully observe the data type of the columns ABC 1 to 3. Okay, so you can see no data type is applied. But the third step, if you see the change type, and you can see 1, 2, 3, you can see the date data type, ABC is a text, and again number data type. How it happened, these 3 steps were auto generated. I did not do anything. I just loaded the data. So Power Query is very smart. It will automatically give the data type to those columns. Now you might have a question, what is the use of data type? Let us see that. Suppose this is a number data type, and if I go to add column, okay, so I can only apply the number functions on this column, okay, on this column here, which I've selected, age. But carefully observe this column or this area, which is date and time, is not highlighted. Okay, this area is not highlighted because you cannot apply a date functions or numerical or number data type. Okay, one more. Suppose if I select the date column, carefully observe what will happen to this area. Okay, I'll select the date column, and you can see only this area is highlighted, or you can say this date is enabled, but this number functions are disabled. That means when you have a date column, date data type, you cannot apply numerical functions on that column. Okay, so again, let's say if I select this text Indian cricket players, carefully observe it is ABC, it's a text. I can only apply text functions, but I cannot apply the number functions and neither the date functions. You see date function it has enabled, but very few features would be enabled here. You see only pass is there, but year, month, quarter you cannot apply. So this is how a data type will be detected. Now let me delete this step. I'll delete the query and do it again. Okay, I'll delete the query and open that file, which is the data type file. I will do some changes in that particular table. I'll purposely add some error values. You see this data type. So what I'll do is, instead of this date of birth, I'll type as ABC. ABC, and here I will type as PQR. Okay, purposely I'm adding some errors. I will save this file, close this file, and again load this file in Power Query. You see there's no option here. In Power Query, I can click on New Source Excel, 17th file, and the table name was data type. Let me tell you that, data type. And now if I click on OK, carefully observe whenever there are some error messages or error values in that column, it won't detect the data type. Okay, so you see I'm on the third step, that is change type, but it has properly given for row ID as number, for Indian cricket players as text ABC, but for this one is 1, 2, 3 ABC, and here also ABC 1, 2, 3. So it has also thrown some error value here. You see error. Let's see what is that. But suppose if you try to change the data type of this column, how do you change? You can click on ABC123 and select the option date. This will definitely convert the entire column as date column here. So whenever it tried to convert, one value did not convert into date because it was ABC. Okay. So this became as error. When you click on this blank space next to that error, it will tell you what is the error here. Okay. It will say that the error was ABC. Something was written as ABC. Same way, if I try to convert the age column into a whole number, you see when I convert into whole number, this PQR will become an error. And if you keep your cursor there, you can see the error will be visible at the bottom, that is PQR. Okay. So this is the method by which Power Query detects data type. Whenever there's an error, it will throw an error message there. Now, how to fix that errors, how to replace the errors, we have the next video here. But for time being, I hope you have understood how to work on data types in Power BI, Power Query. So let us see how to replace the errors and values in Power Query, Power BI. Okay, we get usually many errors in Power Query, and how do we fix that in Power BI? Let us see practically. So what I've done is, in the previous video, if you remember, we have picked up this data type table and we found some errors in this age column and date of birth. Let us see how do we fix it. So many methods are there. Let us see the first method. Suppose in this age column, if you want to remove the errors, you don't care about the errors. You have to see how many records we have. There are 37 records, 37 rows. So one method is you can just right click and on the column which has errors, and you can click on remove errors from this column. I'll click on remove errors, and once it is done, you can see 35 rows are there now. So 2 records have been deleted entirely. The entire record would be deleted. So I can just delete this last step and do it by other method. So select that column, and in home tab, if you see, there's a remove rows option. Remove rows, and I can select this option, remove errors. That and this option, they both are same. I can click on remove errors, and again those 2 records would be entirely deleted. Okay, let me delete that step. Now if you want to find out what is the error exactly, so you can keep your cursor on the blank space. You see, you can keep your cursor on the blank space, and at the bottom it will tell you what is the error. Same way, I can keep my cursor on the blank space next to that error, and you can see there's a PQR, some errors there. That's a text written. Now, sometimes you want to find out in detail what is the error, or you only want to keep the errors. So you can select that age column and click on keep rows, and you can click on keep errors. So this will only focus on the error values. I can click on keep errors. Only those records will be kept where errors are there. You see, these are the only 2 records where errors were there. So I can delete that step, the last step again. Okay, so you can remove errors, you can keep errors. The other one, if you want to replace the errors, okay, so I can select the age column and go to transform column here, and I have the option as replace. I can click on that small drop down and I have replace errors. So click on replace errors, and here I can type some value, let's say as 0. Okay, click on that option 0 and click on OK. So wherever error values were there, it has replaced. At the backend, a simple M function is created. Okay, this is the M function, table.replace errors, and wherever the error values were there, that has been replaced with 0. You can write any value, no problem. Let me delete that step and do it again. Before we write a complicated thing, let me click on this age column and go to add column and click on this button custom column. Okay, I can click on this custom column here, and here I can write a simple function, that is try, try, and I'll just double click on this age column. Okay, try and the age column, and when I click on OK button, see what happens. You get a separate column named as custom. Okay, custom column, and when I keep my cursor on this blank space, see what happens. So this is actually a entire table which is compressed into one format here. I can also expand this table, but before I expand, let me keep my cursor on this blank space. It will give you some information that whether this record has some error. Okay, so the answer is true. Okay, so when I keep my cursor on the second record, it says there is no error. You can see there's no error and the value is 42. So let me expand this table, remove the prefix, and it has 3 columns. Okay, it has 3 columns. I'll just click on OK button. The last 3 columns are the columns which are expanded. So it will tell you whether this column is having an error. So wherever there's an error, it will show as true. Wherever there's no error, it will show as false. Okay. Now, in case if there is no error, what is the value? You can see these are the values on that particular column. So this 35 is given as 35 here. This 31 is given 31. Wherever the error values were there, it has given as none. Okay, it has given none. So you can also use this column, value column here. Now I can also delete this step. If you don't want, you can delete that step also. Now sometimes you only want what are the error value. You want the messages. You can click on this expand button. Only select the option as error. Okay. Only select the option error and click on OK. So this will give you one more column. You have to still expand that column here. Okay. Expand that column and click on OK. So this will give you details only about the error. Okay. So the data format, there's an error. What is the message? Invalid cell value. And here also we couldn't convert. And what is the detail? This is more like an advanced. If sometimes if you want to find out the error, then you can use it. I will delete the last step also. Now this was a bit advanced. Delete the last step. Now suppose a very simple straightforward. If there is an error, replace with some value 10, 20, 30 or something. Add column, custom column. There's one more method here. I'll write as try and double click on age. If there's an age, give me age. Otherwise, whenever there's an error, write as value 0. Okay. Whenever there's an age, give me age. Otherwise, give me the value as 0. And I can click on OK. So carefully observe, a new column is created. Whenever the value has some error or the column has some error, that is replaced with 0. Otherwise, the same value would be given everywhere. That's one thing here. Now, and the last thing, I want to replace the values. Replacing errors is done, replacing values. Suppose wherever the value comes as, let me sort in descending order. Yeah. So wherever the value comes as 33, you see 33, 33, I want to replace it with 10. Okay. I want to replace with some value here. So I can just go to transform, replace values, and I can click on replace values. Here I can say wherever the value is 33, give me with value as 10. For time being, I'm just replacing and click on OK. So you can see this value has been converted to 10 value here. Okay. That's one easy method of replacing. So that's it. These are many examples in one video itself. I hope you don't get confused, but you have to watch this 2-3 times and you'll get the answers. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on replacing errors and replacing values in Power Query, Power BI. Welcome back to this new video on Power Query. We have how to work on records, how to keep rows, how to remove rows, how to remove duplicates, remove errors, etc. So that's a topic, keep rows and remove rows. There are many examples on this, many options. So let us see. I have a data. The name of this sheet is remove and keep rows. Name of the table here is rows. Okay, very simple table name, rows I've given. Carefully observe. Hardly I have like 15 records. Out of those 15 records, there are some records which are completely blank. Okay, there are some blank records also. And some records I will duplicate. I'll just select that, press Ctrl D, defill for downfill. So I'm just creating some duplicate records here. These are some duplicate records. How do I remove duplicates? How do I remove blank records? How do I keep top 5 rows, bottom 5 rows, etc. All these options we can see in Power Query. Remember, the name of this table is rows. I'll go to Power Query quickly, go to Home, click on Excel and bring that table named as rows from that file. Okay, so that's a rows and I'll click on OK. Now, usually in the company, you get this unclean data. Okay, so it is your job to clean this data properly so it can be utilized for visualization, analytics and so on. Now, you can see there are some null records also, null values. How to remove this null values? Number one, you can click on this any column wherever null values are there. You can select or deselect this option null and click on OK. So this will remove the null records from this place. So let me delete that step again. Now the other method is, you can see we'll be working on this keep rows and remove rows in this video. Here I can select the option remove blank rows. Okay, I can click on remove blank rows and you can see all the null records, all the blank rows are been removed here. And that's a step which is created. So that's one thing here. Now let us see how to remove the duplicate values. So for removing the duplicate values, if you select any one column here, or I can just select all columns, press Ctrl A from a keyboard, see how many records I have. I have total 13 records. There are some duplicate records which I want to remove. So I can click on remove rows, remove duplicates. Click on remove rows, remove duplicates
and all the duplicate records would be removed, and out of 13 there are 9 unique records which are been kept here. Okay, so I can delete that step. I don't want to remove duplicates, but on the other hand I want to keep duplicates. Select all. How to select all? Keep your cursor anywhere and press Ctrl A from a keyboard, Ctrl A, and then in the keep rows we have the option keep duplicates. So remove rows, remove duplicates will remove, keep rows, keep duplicates will keep the duplicate records. So I'll click on keep duplicates, and only duplicate records, you see Amit Mishra and Jaspreet is given. These are the duplicate records. So you can work with that. Let me delete that step again. Okay. So these are very important features, functions I can see. Now there are total 13 records in my table. You can see 13 records are there. Suppose if I want only top 3 records, so I can click on remove, or I can click on keep top rows. So if I want to keep top 3, I'll select keep top rows and type here as 3 and click on OK. This will keep only top 3 records. Okay. Let me delete that step. On the other hand, you can understand if you want to keep only bottom 3 records, if you want to keep any range of records from 3rd to 6th, 6th to 7th records, only few records in between, you can select range of records. So let us see. If I want to keep records from 5 to 8, okay, number of records 5 to 8. So the first row I'll enter as 5 and number of records I think 3. Okay, let's see. 5 will be the first row number and number of rows I'll keep it as 4. Click on OK. So you can see I have row number 5 to 8. All the records are given. Okay. So here it is given as number 1, 2, 3, 4. I can delete the last step here. So you can explore. There are many features over here. So keep top rows, keep bottom rows, keep range of rows. If you want to keep errors and keep duplicates, we have seen in the previous video also about errors. Now same way, remove rows. These are the similar options of removing the records. Remove top rows, remove bottom rows, remove alternate rows. Then you can remove duplicates, remove blank rows and remove errors. These are very useful and simple options in Power Query. This will save a lot of time, trust me. Okay. But for time being, I hope you have understood how to work on keep rows and remove rows in Power Query, Power BI. Since you have understood how to work on removing rows, keeping rows, let us see the next part, how to work on columns. First we have seen on the horizontal values or the records. Now it comes for the columns. So we'll see how to add columns, remove columns and go to a specific columns and many more examples. So I have a data which I've already loaded and the name of this table from that file was columns. That's a query name again, columns. 4 simple columns are there. Suppose if I want to, these are the options I'll be talking about. Choose column, remove columns here. Okay. Number 1, suppose if I want to duplicate this column, H column, right click and duplicate column. If I want to remove that column, right click, remove that column, very simple. And the other method is I can just select that column and go to add column option and there is the option duplicate column. Here you can see the other option, duplicate. Same way, if you want to remove the column from some menu bar, I have in the home menu bar or home tab and I can click on remove columns here. So I'll select the option remove columns. So this will remove that particular column. These are very simple basic functions. Now suppose if I only want to keep H column and remove other columns. So select that H column, right click, remove other columns, or you can also click on remove other columns from here. Remove other columns. So whichever selected column is there, that will be kept, and when I click on this, the other columns will be removed away. Okay, you see, very simple. Now I can just delete the last step here. Now here I have only 4 columns. Imagine there are 20-30 columns. So you get a scroll bar at the bottom here. Okay, let me do it again. I'll select all the 4 columns and maybe I can just go to, so I'll select that H column, duplicate. Again I'll select this H column, duplicate. Again I'll select H column, duplicate column, right click and duplicate. So I'm just duplicating the columns here, and what I'll do is I'll rename this as H1, this one as H2. So why I'm doing this? Because I'll show you how to quickly jump to any column, and the last one I'll write as number. Now the question here is, suppose I'm on the first column and there are 20-30 columns in my table. I want to jump to the last column where number was written, or I want to jump to any specific column. So you can keep your cursor on any column, go to home tab and click on choose columns, go to column. So when you select this go to column, you don't have to scroll on the left or right. Select go to column and you can pick up that column where you want to jump. these are actually all the column names. So if you observe here, that's Indian cricket players. That's the column name, Indian cricket players. This is age 2, and somewhere you'll find out this one at the back end, age 2 is there. So right now I'll select number and click on OK. So you'll be navigated to that number column quickly on the right hand side. So you'll save some time in cleaning the data. Okay. And here if you observe, choose columns. So when you click on choose columns, out of 8 columns, okay, I have 8 columns. I have looked at the bottom, I don't remember that, but these are 8 columns. Out of 8 columns, if you think we only require 3 columns like row ID, Indian cricket player names and date of birth, 3 columns. You don't want the other columns, you can just click on, select those 3, click on OK. So only those 3 columns will be kept and rest all the columns would be removed. And you can see the steps will be, that step would be generated. Now, if you think you made a mistake, you want to go back, you can always click on this settings button and you can select one more column, let's say age, and click on OK. So that age column also will be visible here. So these are like small basic functions about the columns, and I hope you have understood how to work on column features in Power Query, Power BI. Hello everyone, and welcome to this section on Power Query, that is how to write M functions in Power Query. Now, what does M stands for? There is no official name for this M language, but most of places you'll read that. So M stands for mashup. Mashup means cleanup. Cleanup is done in Power Query tool. Now, Power Query is a ETL tool which will extract, transform and load back data. So these are all obviously interrelated, and there are many functions for M language, M functions here, approximately 900 functions. Now, obviously 900 functions would be difficult to show, but I'll try my best to show at least 100 plus functions in this section here. Now, those functions are divided into date, text, number and so on. But I've tried to cover all the functions, small functions, few functions in every section here. Now, here if you observe, first video would be for introduction to M language. What is the user interface? Where do we write M functions? Where do we write M code? Then we have 3 videos back to back on date functions because they are most important used in the company. Then we have text functions, and I'll show you how to write a basic function, a very small M code, very simple. Anybody can understand that. And at the end, there's a small trick which is a bonus video where you'll be getting 900 functions. Quickly, you'll get a help for writing all the 900 functions. No need to go to Google and no need to find any PDF document. Here itself, you'll get all the options. Now, for people who are hardcore users, who work on Excel or who work on cleaning data day and night, for them, this is very important video. Okay. For other people who work only on charts, only creating dashboards, they can, keep this section aside because it contains some formulas and functions. But on the overall session, if you see, I have kept it very basic, very simple so that everybody can understand that. There's nothing hardcore. There's nothing so difficult language or difficult terms I've used. Anybody can learn this. So let us see practically how to work on M functions in Power Query. So let us see an introduction to M language. What is M language, where it is written, and how do we write some extra features or extra functions in that. So let us see that practically. Now you can see on the right hand side, I do not have any fields, neither any data set. I'll try to bring one data set. I'll just click on get data Excel, 18 sample superstore. This is the same file which I have used for creating some charts, visuals in the first 10 sections. So here I'll just pick up orders table and order sheet and then click on transform data. Now this will open a Power Query editor. M language is written in Power Query. Okay, so that's written in Power Query, and you can see on the right hand side, these 4 steps are automatically generated. I have not written those. Okay, they are automatically generated. Now, whatever changes you apply, those will be getting recorded as steps. For example, if I select this column, right click and remove other columns, you see this step is generated here, removed other columns. Now, if I want to convert into uppercase, I'll select add column tab and I'll just click on this format uppercase. So when I do that, you can see again the step is generated, inserted uppercase, and here M function is written. You see table dot add column. This is one function. Why add column? Because I went to this add column menu bar or add column tab. So therefore table dot add column. Carefully observe, first alphabet of every word is capital. Okay, first alphabet T capital, A capital, C capital. Next one, if you see there's something written which is removed other columns. Now what is that step? The thing which is written is referencing to the previous step.
You see, previous step is remove other columns. So therefore, remove other columns, it is referencing to previous step. Then you can see uppercase is a new column name. Whichever is generated, that's a new column name. And this is an M function text.upper, which is applied to ship mode. This ship mode is the previous column name. Okay. And this is the data type, which is, dot text here. Type.text. So right now it is not required for you to learn everything, but I'm trying to break into smaller parts and explain you what is this. Okay. So table.add column, because we went to add column. Okay. Then we had remove other columns, because that was previous step name. Actions are applied on that particular step. Uppercase is the name of new column. Ship mode is the name of the previous column. Text.upper is a function name, and type.text. Now, so all this is just a name. This is inserted upper text is just a name. And what is the value? Value is this one, the entire formula or entire function, okay, which is starting from upper text. Actually, all these steps are written at the back end. When I go to home tab, you can see there's an option given as advanced editor. You see this button, advanced editor, or same advanced editor is also present in view tab. And here you go, that's the advanced editor option. Okay, wherever you click, it will give the same option. Let me go to view tab, advanced editor, and this will open a window where all the functions, all the M language, everything is written here. Now, for the first time, it would be difficult for you to understand, but let me try to make it easy for you. Let's look on the left hand side part. Okay, so here when I say this is the source, the first step is given as source, and you can see that's a source. The last one, if you see inserted upper text, that's the last step, and you can see inserted upper text. So these are names given here in the query editor, name of the step, and here at the backend in the advanced editor, step name along with what is the function written. Okay, so when I expand this and if I just highlight, you see inserted upper text, and on the right hand side table.add column, this particular step was written. Okay, so left hand side only name is the thing which is visible to end user. Okay, if you are a developer, hardcore developer, you can write the code in this box here also. Okay, and obviously first time it would be difficult, but slowly, gradually you'll get a practice, which I'll show in the next videos. This source, if you see, it's showing as excel.workbook, some function it has written, and you see the red color is actually the path of the file from where it has been picked up. And here you can see the name of the sheet is given orders, and that is a sheet here, no problem. So these are all the steps which are written here. This is known as query editor. I can say as advanced editor or also known as query editor. Okay, and you can see the functions written on the right hand side. Every step is terminated by a comma. You see that's a comma. Every step, once it is done, it is terminated or ended with comma here. Okay, and it has divided into two parts. One is given as let. Okay, this option is given as let, where you define all the functions and all the things. And the last step is in. Okay, in, if you see, that's output. What do you want the output of all the previous step? So you can mention that in that in option. I can write as I want the inserted upper text step as the output, the final output. You can pick up any step and you can write it here. That will be your current output. Okay, I can click on cancel. The best part about advanced editor is you can copy. I can go to advanced editor. I can select that, copy, and I can send this code to my colleague who's sitting on the other end. He can also paste it and work on that code itself. So you don't have to send the entire file itself. Rather than that, just copy this code, put in notepad, and you can send it. So the other person who's sitting on the other end, the person will click on new source, click on blank query. If he wants to paste the code, new source, blank query, and then in the advanced editor, the person will simply delete and paste. The person will delete and paste. When the person clicks on done, the other person clicks on done, the steps would be automatically generated. You see, these are automatically generated because you have copied the thing. This was my previous query and this is my new copy pasted query here. Very simple. So that's it for time being. Just wanted to give you user interface introduction, but actual functions we'll write in the next video. Let us see how to work on M functions in Power Query for date. There are different categories of functions in M function. We have date, text, numbers, logical, etc. But here in these three videos, we'll see about date functions.
So my request would be, if you're watching this video, also watch the next 2 videos in continuation. Do not watch in separate, because in this 3 videos, we'll see approximately 100 M functions, total 100. In this video itself, we'll see 25 functions. So there's a link in this all 3 videos. Now this video is for M function date, where it is shown as isin. Now isin means I'll be asking some questions to my data set. Okay, let me show you that what we have. I have created one Excel file and the dates are there ranging from 2016 year to 2021. Okay, all few years I have. Now my question would be for this data set to check whether the date is in previous year, current year, or in the next year. Okay. Also I'll ask few more questions like whether the date is in previous n years, like previous 3 years, previous 4 years, or in next 2 years, next 3 years also. So this few questions I'll keep on asking them. Before that, I can just copy paste one more date here for 2022. So this is the date I have from all the dates. So let's see how to write this M functions in Power BI, previous year, current year, and next year. Carefully observe, these functions will be very easy. Okay, only the name is difficult, M function mashup, but it's very easy. Let's see practically. Name of the table here is date table. Okay. And I'll save this file and I can close this file. I'll load that file in Power Query, get data, file number is 18, sample superstore M function, and from there date table I'll pick up and click on transform. Now like this there are 25 functions we'll see in this video. Number 1, now I've opened this date table and I can go to add column and click on custom column. This is the place where you write all the M functions. Okay. By the way, on the right hand side, these 3 steps are automatically generated. I have not written those. So I can click on custom data. Now here I can ask them a question. One shortcut trick, all the date function will start with date. So I'll type as date dot. All the text function will start with text. Okay, so I can write here as text and you can see all the text function would be there. If I write here number, all the number functions would be there. Now I am getting some suggestions, some options at the bottom here. You might not get it. Let me zoom the screen. So if you're not getting it, there are 2 reasons. One is you are in the older version. You can update your Power BI version. It updates every month. The link will be in the description somewhere. Or second thing is you are in the newer version, but you have not enabled the feature. Okay, that also you can see in the description link. So these are all the functions here. So I can just delete that and write as date, because I'm interested in date function. So I can write as date is in. Okay, you just write continuation, date is in, and I can write as P. Okay, so if I write P, I'll be getting all the suggestions for previous month. If I write for C, I'll be getting all the suggestions for current month, current day, current year, etc. If I write for N, I'll be getting for next day, next month, next year, and so on. So here the first question was, I want to check whether the date is in previous year. So I'll type as date dot date is in P. Okay. So my option would be previous year. You see this option, previous year. If I select, open the bracket. Okay. You can just open the bracket. And if you are very new to Power BI and you don't know how to write the function, this will help you. Okay. This window will help you. It's saying what is the parameter. The parameter is required date and time. On the right hand side, I have one column, and that is the column which is present here. Okay, that's the column here. So I can just double click on that order date and close the bracket. That's it. Very simple, straightforward. One thing, if you observe, each alphabet of a letter of the word is capital. First alphabet of every word is capital. D capital, I capital, P capital, Y capital. So this is case sensitive. M language is case sensitive. When you finish writing, you can see there's a tick mark which will tell you that the function is correct. You can proceed. Name of the column is custom. I should give a good name as is in. I'll write a simple previous year and a question mark. Now I can click on OK. If the date is in previous year, you'll get the answer as true. Okay. Otherwise, you'll get the answer false. The day I'm recording is of June 2020. For me, the previous year today is 2019. If I open the same file next year, okay, then this will become as false, and 2020, that means this value will become as true. Okay, 2020 value. So this is very good way of writing the M functions here. Now this was for previous year. Let's see whether the date is in next year. Okay, add column, custom column, and I can write here as date is in continuation, and I'll write as next. Okay, next. You don't have to write entirely. Let me zoom the screen. I'll type as next year. Okay, date is in next year, and carefully observe every alphabet or of first is capital, first alphabet of every word. Open the bracket, and I can double click on order date. Order date is actually the column whose next year I want. Now I can just click on OK button. Okay, very simple, OK button. So if the date is in next year, it will show as true, otherwise false. So 2021 is next year. Today is 2020, I'm recording. So this will show as true. Now, if you're downloading this file on your laptop next year, you might get some other answer. That's very simple. Now, the last one, two functions are there. The question is, I want to find out whether the date is in last 3 years. Okay, last 3 years. Add column, custom column. And here I can write date is in, let me zoom the screen, previous. Okay, date is in previous. I want to find out previous 3 years. So you see there's a function previous n years. So I'll click on that previous n years, open the bracket. Now, obviously the first would be order date, comma 3. 3, I'm telling that it should be in previous 3 years. Now I can click on OK button, and you can see there will be some places where you're getting value as true. Okay, this value is true because those are in last 3 years. If I only want, I can filter the true value. Okay, I'll remove the false value, click on OK. So this data will be only for last 3 years. Imagine I'm getting data for 20 years, last 20 years, but my Power Query will automatically filter for last 3 years and give me charts and visuals. Okay, automated process. Now after filtering, what I can do is I can remove this column which is not required. I can right click and remove the other columns. So this way you can keep on filtering and removing the columns which were not required. So this would be a helper column for timing I've brought here. Let me delete that column. I don't want to remove. I don't want to filter here. Okay. So this was for previous n years. Same way you can find out for next n years also. Okay. Now I'll open that Excel file and show you some more functions there. There are 25 functions which I said I'll be able to show you. I will just highlight something. So these are all the 25 functions. The concept is same. The writing method is also same. Let's see any one function from here. So I've written for previous year, current year, next year. I've written previous quarter, current quarter, next quarter, and same way I've written everything. Here also I've just written the same places everywhere. Previous n month, next n months. So let me find out this one. Any two functions I can help you out. I want to find out whether the date is in previous 5 quarters. Okay, previous 5 quarters. So I'll go back to my Power Query, add a custom column, and here I can write date is in previous 5 quarters. So I'll write as P. When you write P, you'll get all the M functions for previous n quarters. So I can write the option as quarters and open the bracket, double click on order date, comma 5, previous 5 quarters, and click on OK. Same concept, 25 functions you can practice. Click on OK, and something gave me a wrong answer. The functions were correct, but what happened is my Excel file is open at the bottom. So that's the reason it told me that you cannot work. So I'll just close the Excel file, and now I can just go to home and click on refresh. So this will give me the answers in true and false everywhere. Okay. Now let us see quickly. I can just go to add column, custom column, and I would suggest you to practice all these functions. Only then you'll be able to. Is in P. Carefully observe, pause the video for some seconds and see what are the functions. Are you comfortable with those functions? And if I continue writing previous n, you can see n days, n months, n quarters, n weeks, and n years. If I write is in C, so current day, current month, current year, current quarter, everything. If I write is in N, N stands for next. Next. If I write N, you can see all the options are there. If you only want for next quarter, just type next and backspace. That's it. Next. And you can see next year, next quarter, next week, etc. All these functions. So please practice and you'll get a good command. Some more functions are coming on the way in the next video. So total 90 plus functions you'll be comfortable by these 3 videos. Okay, so that's it. I hope you're comfortable and able to understand date function, that is in. Let us see how to work on some other M functions in date, that is adding and subtracting days. How to add and subtract days using M functions. So I have already loaded the data in the previous video, that was for date table. Let me just duplicate the table. I can right click and duplicate this table here. And I don't require the last few columns here because I want to show you how to add and subtract. So these steps I can delete one by one. Okay, I can just cross and delete and delete. Yeah. So till change type I've kept. Let me rename this as M functions add and subtract.
lengthy name but required so that you can see later on also. Now the question here is, if I want to add 5 months, 5 days, 5 quarters, 5 weeks in this order date, okay, anything, year, quarter, month, day, or if I want to subtract year, quarter, month, day, how do I do that? So add column, custom column. So here I will just write date. Any date function will start with date. Date add, okay, that's it. You just write as date add, and you can see there are few functions which are visible. So let's say I want to add 5 months. So I'll select date add 5 months, date add months, open bracket, and I'm very new to Power BI or Power M functions. You can take help of this toolbar which will help you to write the function order date and comma 5, close the bracket. So when you get this tick mark, you can see the function is correct. So I'll write as 5 months added. Okay. Now I can just click on OK button. Let us cross check. I will zoom the screen and cross check. So this is 3/1/2016. And here you can see 03/06/2016. So 5 months added. Let's see the last one, 27/02/2021, and 5 months added to that particular current date. Same way you can add years also. Add column, custom column. So date add, and I can select years. Date add years, open bracket. I can double click on order date, comma 5. Same method, you don't have to write as added 5 years. And I can click on OK button here. So this will add 5 years to that particular date itself. Okay. Now this was for addition. What about subtraction? If you want to subtract 5 months, 5 years from that date, again I can go to add column, custom column. There is no new function for subtracting. So just type as date add. I know date add months, open bracket, and order date. I want to subtract 5 months, comma -5. That's it. There's no separate 5 functions for subtraction. Just type -5 and click on OK. So let us cross check. This date was 3/12/2017 and this one is 3/7/2017. So it has subtracted 5 months from that date. Okay. Same way, please try for the years also. How do you subtract 5 years from that current date? But for time being, I hope you have understood how to add and subtract days using M function. They are, trust me, very simple functions in Power BI. Let us see some more M functions, basic functions in Power Query. That is, how do you find out day, month, week, year, month name, day name, week number, etc. So I've already loaded data and I can just right click and duplicate this query. Here I can rename this query as, let's say, date basic M functions. Usually you don't give lengthy name, basic M functions, and let me delete the last few steps because I want to only focus on those few functions. Now let us see if I want to find out what is the day. Add column, custom column, and here I can write as date and type as day. So whatever you know, you just write that thing. So date is compulsory because all the M function starts with day. So I can write as date.day, and you can see day of week name. This suggestions are there. Day of year, days in a month, very simple. So let's see, very simple, date.day, open bracket, and double click on order date. Close the bracket and click on OK. So this function will give you day from that particular date. Okay, just cross check and you'll get the right answer. One more. If I want to find out month, year, quarter, I can just go to add column, custom column, and here I can mention as date dot month, or you should not write dot in the newer versions, write as date month. Okay, so you type date month, you see list of many functions will be visible. I'll write as date year, you see date dot year, date dot add years. I can write as quarter, very simple functions, and date week. If you write week of month, week of year. So it's very simple, trust me, all the functions. Let's see if I want to find out name of the month or name of day, two functions here. So I'll write as date and month, and I don't know what is the name of that function, but it will give you a suggestion, that is date dot month name, open the bracket and double click on order date, close the bracket. So M IntelliSense is very helpful. Earlier versions it was not there, but in the newer versions it has come as a blessing for Power Query users. And date dot month name, click on OK. This will give you the name of the month, January, February, March, and so on. Let's see the second one, how to find out day name. Custom column, you can also do that. It's very simple now. Date and day, and I'll select the option as day of week name, open bracket, The function name is day of week name. So I've just zoomed the screen, pause the video, copy that or see that day of week name and click on OK. So this will give you the name of day. Okay, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday and so on. Very simple and easy. And I hope you have understood how to work on this basic M functions in Power BI in Power Query. Let us see some M functions for text. Date functions we have seen. Let's see for the text. They are very basic and simple functions, but still if you want to write nested functions, you can take help of M functions here. So that's the topic here, text M functions, basic functions. Let me show you the data. I have a data which is kept into this file here. You can see the data is this one where I have full name. Carefully observe, all the names are not in a proper order. Some are uppercase, some lowercase and not so properly designed. So what I want to clean this data, okay, with writing functions, M functions like uppercase, lowercase, splitting or text before delimiter. So this basic functions, how do I write in Power Query? Okay. Now the name of the table is text table. I will quickly pick up this file in Power BI, new source Excel. The name of the file is 18 sample superstore M functions. Here the name of the table is text table. Text table, click on OK button. So very new to Power Query or M functions. You remember the trick which I've given you. You can just go to add column and click on custom column. All the date functions starts with alphabet text. And here I can write text. Suppose I want in uppercase, you just write upper in continuation. So it's like your Excel, whatever functions you have upper, lower, proper, same functions you can find it here. So I'll write as text upper and you can see it will help me, it will guide me to write in a proper method. So it writes as text dot upper, open the bracket. And if you don't know what should be entered, you can take help of this syntax. I will double click on full name, close the bracket and click on OK. So this will convert the entire text into uppercase. You see, properly it has designed. Same way, I can go to add column, custom column and write as text. And if I want lower, you type as lower. If you want in a proper, write as text proper. Okay, text proper here. So let's say if I want proper case, bracket open and I'll pick up full name, close the bracket. So this will convert the entire text into a proper text. Now this is what you can use it for visualization or creating. Now this is the custom column. I'll write as proper text. Now let's say from this proper text, I only want text before delimiter or after delimiter. When I say, in simple language, I want first name or last name. So if I want first name, that is Vihan, Pavan, Amit. So whatever is before space, I want that text. So add column, custom column. This is known as text before delimiter. So I'll write as text before, you see, text before delimiter. I can just select this option. Delimiter means something which is separating. It can be space, comma, hash, anything. So text before delimiter, I'll open the bracket. Now I don't know how to write. I can take help of this, you can say the syntax. So it says the first one, text as nullable text. That means a column as. And the second option, what is your delimiter? In this case, delimiter is nothing but space. So I can just double click on full name, that's the column name. In double quotes, type space. Okay, let me zoom so you can see properly. So text before delimiter in bracket the column name, comma, in double quotes the space is given. And I can just write the column name as first name. Click on OK. So by the way, you can also do this by button clicks from the top menu bars or tabs. But if you want to learn how to write nested functions, this will be required. So I can click on OK and you can see the first name is visible from that place. Okay. If you think you made a mistake, you can always click on this box here. You can click in this section and it will give you the function written here. Cancel. Now what happens at the backend? What is written at the backend? You can go to View tab and click on this Advanced Editor. If you see Advanced Editor, the step is generated here. So this is the only function which I have written. If you remember, that's the only function. But Power Query or Power BI has tried to write the entire thing here. Now you can understand from this place. Let me open it. So whatever is highlighted, only that portion I have written. What is this first name? This is the column name which you have given. Okay, the first name is the column name. What is this rename columns? Rename columns is the name of previous step. Name of previous step. Okay. What is table.add column? Table.add column. Actually, we went to add column tab and clicked on custom column. So therefore it has given us table.add column. Okay, and this is what added custom to, that is a step name, and the final output will be added custom to. So one thing, if you observe, let's say this step, change type. Okay, change type is a step name and something is written here, text table underscore table. So this is name of the previous step. You see, that's the name of the previous step. One more, let's say this is the added custom one. This is the name of the previous step which is added here. Okay, so this way you can find something relevant things into the M function backend. But however, the question was how to work on text functions in M, how to work on upper, lower, proper, and how to find out text before and after delimiter. But there are many functions you can find out in M. Now let us see how to write a small piece of code in Power Query. Okay, that is the M function, that is writing a small M code in Power BI. So I'm trying my best to explain you in a very simple format. Okay, let's see. I'll go to transform data and open Power Query editor. Now I'll create a blank query. In the new source, this is the blank query option. Blank query will have no data. It will be a simple blank query where you are the owner. You can define whatever steps you want on the right hand side. Okay. Now, so that's a query 2. See, the name is query 2 here. I can go to home tab and click on advanced editor. In this advanced editor, you can see this let source is empty. Nothing is there. Source is this one. So this is actually step name. Let me delete this source equal to and type here a simple. What I want addition of two numbers, that is a plus b equal to c. But a will have some value, b will have some value, and c will give me the output. So I'll write as a equal to 10, okay, comma, enter, b equal to 20, comma, and I can just remove the comma here. Okay, I'll put a comma and write as c equal to a plus b. Okay, that's it, c equal to a plus b, and the last step I can write as c. Okay, now I'll just zoom it so you can see and understand. If you are from a coding background, it will be very easy for you. But if you are from a non-coding background, still it will be easy for you. It's very simple. So what I've done is the first step, I have assigned the value 10 value to a variable, 20 value to b variable, and c is the variable where I want addition of two numbers, two variables, a plus b. Now the final output I want c, so that should be written in the in. Okay, whatever you want the output. So A, B, C will become the step name. Okay, I will now click on done. Now this will be your output. Carefully observe on the right hand side. A, B, C are nothing but the step name. And when I keep my cursor on C, you can see what is in the function in the formula bar. It's giving you what is the formula written. The output is given here as 30. You can see 10 plus 20, 30. If I click on B, you can see the value is given as 20. Whichever step you click, if you click on B, the value in the formula bar 20 and the output is given as 20. Same way in the A option also, you can see 10 is given. Now, if you want to modify, you can always click on this settings button here and you can change the function, what is written here. So you can modify some value. I can click on cancel, but I can go to home tab and click on advanced editor. Now, if I zoom and again try to show you something, 10, 20. So here you can keep on changing the values, whatever you want. Now, sometimes what happens is you can keep on writing the steps, many steps over here. I can write as comma a plus b, comma d equal to 40, comma e equal to 20. Okay, that's it. So, but the output for the third step is c equal to a plus b, and the output I'm getting as c. What will happen about this d and e? This d and e variable, since I have not used, it will not be visible in the front end. However, I can click on done button and you can see there will be the output as query 2, which is given as 30. What about the other steps? They are not given there. Okay, so you can go back to advanced editor and you can delete those steps, which is given d and e, and click on OK. So it will be there, but it will not be used. Now suppose, now I think there's a mistake which is done. I can go back to editor and find out what is the mistake. Yes, the comma should be removed. The last step in the last sentence in let should not have a comma. Click on done. Now you are getting the answer A, B, C. Now one thing, the last thing, suppose I don't want C output, I want the output as B. Okay, so which is 20. I can go to home, advanced editor, and simply remove the option as C from in and I'll type as B. Okay, so whichever step you have written, that will give you the output. Now when I click on done, carefully observe,
I will get only output of B, which is 20. Okay, so here the name is given as query 2, which is the name here, but the output will be given for B step. Okay, that's it. So you can keep on writing some complicated functions also in M language and work on it. Okay, but for time being, you understood very small function how to write in Power Query. Now this video would be very important for getting all the M functions. So here I'll give you a simple trick where you can find out all the 900 M functions in Power Query. Okay, very simple. You cannot remember all the functions, the syntax and what it does, but here a simple trick. How to do that? You can go to transform data in the Power Query and then click on new source, and here I can select the option blank query. Okay, new source blank query. Now this is a blank query, empty, nothing is there on the right hand side. Here in the function or the formula bar, I'll type a simple formula, a small thing, equal to hash and type as shared, equal to hash shared. Let me zoom it and you can see properly. Carefully observe the text which is written, everything is in small case, equal to hash shared. I'll press enter from my keyboard. What will happen is, it will give me list of many functions into whatever functions are there, okay, M functions. And it has given me approximately 970 fields. At the bottom, 970 fields are given here. So what are those? You can see on the left hand side some names are given, and on the right hand side something is given, sometimes functions, sometimes table, and so on. Let's try to convert into table. I'll click on into table in the menu bar, if you see. So this data would be converted into a table format. Okay, now let's see very first one. We have seen how to work on date functions in Power Query, date functions. So if you want to learn about date functions, in this name column, I will click on this drop down and just simply type date, because I'm interested only in date functions. So carefully observe, all the date functions are filtered. I will click on OK button here. Now this will give me all the date functions in Power Query. Out of 970 functions, there are approximately 105 or 100 plus M functions for date. And you can see how to understand if it is a date function. All the date functions will start with date. You see date dot. And now let us see one function. Okay, so if you remember, we have seen how to work on date dot is in previous month. Okay, this function date dot is in previous month. And suppose you don't know how to work on that function, you can just click on this blank space. You can click on this blank space and something will be visible at the bottom. I will expand and this will give you the syntax. You see on the top it's a syntax. It will tell you what this date function will do. Okay, some explanation is given. And also at the bottom, it will give you one example, how to write it. Also, it will give you an output. How does an output look like? The answer will be either true or false. Okay, so I'll press escape. Now I can click on the column heading. The below window will go away. If I work on some other function, let's say if I go for date.add, somewhere you can see date.add function. So date.add, if I click on this blank space, date.add days, and if I expand this, you can see it will give me the syntax date.add days, and what should be the, not syntax, the example. Syntax is given on the top, and here at the bottom it will give you the output. How does the output look like? So you can just click outside and you can get it. So I can delete the last step, and this was for date. Suppose you want for text, you can click on this small drop down and search for text. So this will give you all the functions which are related for text. You see splitter, text, everywhere text would be given. If you want for numbers, just type here as numbers and you'll be getting all the number functions in Power Query. Cancel. Now same thing, if you're an Excel user, you can go to data tab and click on get data from other sources blank query. Same thing can be done in Excel. So from other sources blank query, and here also I'll type single formula equal to hash shared. So here I can type as equal to hash shared, and you can see when I press enter, I'll be getting the same 900 functions, but here they are less functions. You see 779. So in Power BI we have some more functions, but in Power BI Power Query, but in Excel Power Query the number of functions are less here. You can see 779 functions are there, and that would be same. You can click on into table and you can also filter here related to date, text and number. You see date and OK. So this one at least you can get in Excel. Help also, you can just click outside and you can see all the help of here. So let me close this Excel, discard, And let me also close this Excel file. But they are very simple, and this would be very easy method for you to learn the syntax without any help going outside. You can learn it here itself. So I hope you have understood how to get this 900 functions in Power Query, M functions, with this simple trick here. That's all for this video.